I'm a son of a bitch. That single written sentence drops an entire hospital ward into dead, horrifying silence. When a counselor hands this deaf teenager a notepad just to ask for his name, he answers with the only identity his captor ever let him have. He isn't trying to be edgy or tough. It is the sickening result of the exact environment that raised him. Imagine being trapped inside a dirt floor warehouse for 12 years. That is exactly what police find when they swarm this quiet row compound, finally snapping the lock on a nightmare that has been hiding in plain sight. The story breaks across the evening news and shocks the country. A man is in custody for taking a child and keeping him locked away for over a decade. Squad cars block the gates of the rundown property, securing the exact spot where the boy lost his entire childhood. The suspect keeps his face hidden as officers drag him through a mob of screaming reporters, facing a massive list of charges for kidnapping and forced labor. The press shouts over each other, demanding to know how he pulled it off after learning he specifically targeted the boy because he could not hear or speak. 12 long years of total isolation end the second the rescue team cuts through the heavy padlock. When the rescue team finally cuts the lock on the warehouse door, they aren't expecting a library, but buried deep inside the towering stacks of paper is a boy who hasn't seen daylight in a very long time. The junior detective flags his boss, and Ye makes the radio call that officially ends a 12-year nightmare of physical abuse. The fallout brings a media circus right to the hospital doors, with reporters fighting the nurses for any scrap of a headline. The doctor runs through a long list of physical damage, malnutrition, and infected wounds, while Shin Woo-jin just stares straight ahead, leaving the counselor by his bed to process the heavy reality of a child surviving 12 years of forced labor. That reality gets even worse when the doctor notes the boy also has severe hearing loss. Knowing her voice won't reach him, the counselor grabs her pen, holding up a yellow notepad with a simple written request for his name. As she flashes an encouraging smile, silently pushing the kid to make contact, Shin Woo-jin answers with the only name he knows, telling them he's a son of a bitch. The statement drops the hospital room into dead silence, leaving the staff completely unequipped to process the damage sitting in front of them. Far away in a dry field, a masked laborer swings a hoe, while a man in glasses watches quietly from the shade. Inside a dark room, a dented bowl of plain rice hits the floor, and Woo Jin tears into the food, cramming handfuls into his mouth just to survive. He crouches under his captor's shadow, taking the abuse as the man calls him a pig, and brands him with the exact curse Woo Jin just claimed as his identity. The verbal beatdowns are just the baseline. He spends his nights locked in that same room, shivering against the winter cold. When the temperature doesn't break him, the starvation takes over. A roach crawls across a book cover, and he slams his bare hand down to catch his next meal. But inside the hospital room, the air goes dead as the boy's words register. The counselor stares at him, trying to understand the kind of conditioning that makes a kid talk about himself like a dog. His physical scars were bad enough, but hearing the mental damage brings on a wave of quiet rage. Whoever did this to him deserves an execution. She pulls her focus back to the medical chart, finding a thin sliver of hope in the paperwork. She reaches out to tell him the test results aren't a disaster, but Woo Jin instantly flinches away. That survival instinct runs deep, so she settles for resting a hand on his blanket, promising him he's finally safe and can sleep as long as he wants. She tells him she'll be right back, letting the doctor step in while she takes a moment away. The counselor decides to take this on herself, but the second she opens the door, she walks straight into an ambush. A mob of reporters fights the police line, shouting invasive questions about the patient's condition and his suspected disability. She doesn't freeze, she explodes, yelling at the crowd for treating someone's misery like a cheap headline. Then she turns on the flustered cops, demanding to know how they skipped checking IDs. She threatens the whole group with trespassing charges, and the reporters immediately scatter. A steady rhythmic drip pulls him back to the waking world, leaving Shin Woo-jin anchored to a sterile hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He lets the silence stretch, trying to process the pale glare directly above him until his groggy mind finally categorizes what he's looking at. Fluorescent light. That single, modern detail is enough to put him on edge, and he shifts his gaze to map out the rest of the unfamiliar room. It takes him a second to ground himself, slowly piecing together the sterile room. He stays quiet, tracking the older patient across the ward. The man freezes at an article on his phone, realizing out loud that he's sitting next to a kidnapping victim. Assuming the boy is too out of it to hear him, he casually warns him that the road ahead is only going to get tougher. Woo-jin absorbs the bleak truth without a word. The chart on the next bed gives Woo-jin the medical baseline, but the patient's physical frame tells the rest of the story. With his calloused hands and left side injuries, Wu Jin pegs him as a left-handed laborer who regularly skips his water breaks. While Nam-soon just smiles at a text message, completely unaware he's being analyzed, Wu Jin checks his bare fingers and wrists, locking in the profile of a single man working a hard labor job. Soon, the accident pieces itself together in his head, starting with the sudden slip off a low roof, where the nervous system takes over, forcing the older man to instinctively brace with his dominant foot. And when with Kim Namsoon screaming in agony, Woo Jin stands over the wreckage in his hospital gown, quietly calculating the proper first aid. A sudden noise yanks him out of his own head. The disaster scene vanishes the moment his counselor pushes into the room with a warm greeting. Sitting up in bed, Woo Jin catches the scent of the hot meal. She locks the tray in place across his lap, offering a fork and spoon since she figured they'd be a lot easier for him to manage. Woo Jin runs a cold calculation on the woman sitting across from him. He breaks down her expression piece by piece, checking the lines around her eyes against the pull of her cheeks. Everything lines up perfectly. Her smile is genuine. It provides the only piece of evidence that actually matters right now. She isn't a threat. The counselor gently covers his hands, promising him that he's finally safe enough to just eat in peace. A hot meal sits waiting, but a lifetime of survival habits doesn't just shut off overnight. He swallows his lingering nerves and gives himself permission to try. The counselor takes a seat by his bed with a warm smile, warning Shin Woo-jin that the hospital food might be bland, but urging him to eat up. She doesn't realize the kind of starvation she is dealing with until he attacks the tray. He shovels food past his teeth until he chokes, terrifying the woman into begging him to slow down before he makes himself sick. He doesn't hear a word, scraping the bowls clean and pinching a single dropped grain off the plastic to make sure absolutely nothing goes to waste. The sheer desperation of the act hits the counselor hard. Watching him hunch over the empty tray, the weight of whatever hell he had to survive finally sinks in. A sudden buzz from her pocket breaks the silence, forcing her to pull herself together and take the call while he stays locked on his empty plates. Following a sudden phone call, the counselor rushes in to announce Shin Woo-jin's parents are here. The revelation steals his breath as the words mom and dad land, forcing him to turn the concept of family over in his mind like a completely foreign language. Her question barely registers as she steps into the hall, leaving him to watch the door. The clock ticks forward, and Shin Woo-jin sits up in his hospital bed, dreading the wait as he calculates exactly how long it takes for his parents to reach him. He tracks every single tick, counting all the way to 1 minute and 21 seconds. That is the exact moment they should walk in. But the door stays shut. At 1 minute and 22 seconds, a memory he's been trying to outrun drags him under, bringing back a voice that promises to let him hear something terrible. The hallucination shatters, dumping him back into the cold reality of the ward. His room is empty, but the safety of it vanishes the second two heavy shadows stop right outside his door. The voices carry down the hospital corridor, heavy footsteps stopping just outside his door. From his bed, Shin Woo-jin catches every muffled word, a doctor instructing someone in the hall to prioritize his stability and avoid startling him. The nervous agreement that follows only makes it worse. He sits in the quiet, bracing for whoever is about to walk in. The doctor announces his entry, and as the door slides open, the dread finally takes hold. The door opens, bringing a man and a woman slowly into the hospital room. The sight of the bed hits them instantly, and his father chokes out his name. The voice hits Woo-jin like a physical blow, leaving him completely frozen. The world simply stops. This is the exact moment he wasn't sure he would ever get. His mother breaks into a full sprint, pushing right past the counselor as she cries out for her boy and pulls him into a desperate hug. Viewed from the hallway, the long wait officially ends as she confirms it really is him. All the guilt she has been carrying pours out in a flood of apologies, leaving both parents weeping over the son they finally have back. His mother pulls him into a desperate hug and pours out 12 years of grief. None of it registers. After a lifetime locked in the dark, the sudden feeling of someone grabbing him triggers pure panic. A mother's sobbing voice should be a relief. Instead, the sudden rush of emotion is pure sensory overload for Shin Woo-jin, and he violently shoves his parents away, scrambling backward across the hospital bed as they desperately try to reach him. He just clutches his head and screams. The real world is too loud, and he isn't ready for it. Over in the neighborhood, Woo-jin's younger sister takes a fast call from their mother, promising that the apartment is clean and ready for his arrival. But the second she hangs up, the worry starts to creep in, because they are basically strangers now. Her only recent memory is from the hospital, where his behavior felt completely off, thanking their mother for a simple slice of apple like a soldier reporting to a general. She pulls up the news article about his rescue, staring at the headline covering the 12 years he spent locked in a remote warehouse. The reality of that number finally hits her. If she had been trapped in the dark for that long, she would probably be just as broken. She thinks back to the doctor explaining that his total lack of reaction isn't physical deafness, but deep psychological trauma, an answer their mother had desperately clung to as good news. Bomi jolts at the sudden chime of the front door, stepping out into the hall as her mother announces that her brother is finally back. His parents are trying far too hard, pushing bright smiles and quick offers of dinner to cover up their nerves, but Wu Jin just gives a single empty word and steps inside like a ghost, haunting his own house. His sister tries to break the ice with the brave, practiced welcome, but he just stares right through her. A dead silence stretches across the room as the truth lands on all of them at once. The boy they knew is gone. Wu Jing takes in the room, where the framed family photos on the shelf feel like they belong to a completely different life. His dad tries to bridge the gap, patting his shoulder and guessing he must feel out of place being home after so long. He points out Wu Jin's old bedroom down the hall and suggests he spend some time catching up with Bomi, an idea that instantly panics her. She scrambles for an excuse, begging their mom to let her help with dinner instead. But her mother refuses to let her hide, physically pushing her toward the hallway and insisting that keeping her brother company is the only chore she needs to do right now. Bomi finally caves, leaving their mom to get back to the quiet rhythm of chopping vegetables. The quiet rhythm of the house dies the second Wu Jin steps into his old bedroom. His sister drowns in the heavy silence, watching him try to map out a space he hasn't seen in 12 years. He spots the bed first. Then the window and the desk pull him further into the past, holding him steady until the truth finally lands. He is actually home. Bomi swallows her nerves and breaks the quiet, testing out a title she hasn't used since he disappeared. His direct attention catches Bomi off guard, but Wu Jing just studies her with that same unblinking focus. She tries to break the tension by mentioning how much better he looks now, pulling out a smartphone to give them an easy distraction. She walks him through the absolute basics of turning it on, saving their parents' contacts before pulling up her own. She deletes the digits to test his memory, but Wu Jing cuts the lesson short to tell her he already has it. Bomi stops cold, stunned by a brother who just memorized the phone number in a single glance. Bomi gently corrects him, reminding Wu Jin that he doesn't need to use formal speech with his own little sister. The 12 missing years stand right there in the room with them, a quiet weight she doesn't know how to lift. She tries a more practical approach instead, handing over a new smartphone and explaining the power button. The startup screen is a complete mystery to him, catching his full attention as the device boots up. Bomi leans in to guide him through the menus, encouraging him like she would a child while she offers her own number for his very first contact. She starts reading the digits out loud, and his thumbs immediately go to work. The speed of it stops Bomi in her tracks. For a guy who supposedly just touched his first phone, he is flying through the keypad. He locks the contact in before she even finishes the sequence, leaving his sister to wonder how his fingers move faster than her own. Shin Woo-jin double-checks his work, and his sister can only agree, completely amazed at how fast he's picking this up. She moves on to the next lesson, how to search the internet. But the word itself doesn't mean anything to him yet. She walks him through the steps, explaining that he can type in absolutely anything he wants to know, and the idea lands with real weight. She hands the phone back to let him try, his focus locking in completely as he hammers out the one thing he actually wants to understand right now: family. Woojin has to rebuild his entire understanding of the world from the ground up. He starts with the dictionary definition of a family, scrolling through the search results just to anchor the abstract idea of parents to something real. The girl beside the bed comes into focus next. He carefully slots her into the newly formed category, his sister, Bomi. She latches onto the recognition instantly, desperate to encourage any trace of the brother she remembers. Then a sharp scent breaks the moment. Woojin runs the unfamiliar smell through his memory until it clicks. Perfume. Except instead of a normal response, his brain immediately starts reciting a 5,000-year textbook history of ancient religious ceremonies and fragrant branches. The textbook definition of perfume floods his mind. The sudden rush of knowledge overwhelms him, making him realize exactly how scents are used to build an image. He mutters the word out loud, leaving his sister totally confused as he drifts out of his chair and wanders toward the door. Her panicked questions don't even register as he steps into the hall. Halfway down the corridor, a completely different aroma catches him. It pulls him straight to the kitchen, where his parents are putting dinner together, and the rich smell of a home-cooked meal finally breaks through the daze. He follows the smell to the table, and the sight of the massive feast stops him cold. His mother catches him staring and gently pulls him into the room, telling him to take a seat before the food gets cold. His dad brings over a fresh pot of kimchi stew, and his sister cheerfully warns him that it is so delicious he could die eating it. For a boy who just spent 12 years fighting for his life, the threat sounds completely real. He freezes, asking if the food is actually safe, drawing a loud laugh from his dad who explains it is just a saying. They do not give him time to worry, loading his bowl with meat and feeding him straight from their chopsticks. Wu Jin chews, letting the rich flavor hit him as a single perfect bite of home finally replaces a decade of starvation. The trauma does not vanish overnight, but as he swallows the stew and agrees that this really is the taste of death, his family just laughs. Captain Ye lays out a dark timeline starting with the suspect's wife, followed by his mother and a sister-in-law who supposedly died from poisonous herbs. The pattern stretches back 5 years, leaving a trail of bodies that eventually includes two neighbors who simply lived a little too close. One person dead every single year. Ye waits across the table, expecting the weight of the accusations to break him. The pressure fails. Mr. P refuses to cave, swearing he had nothing to do with the murders. In the interrogation room, Captain Ye finally hits his breaking point, leaning over the table to demand a confession for the string of bodies piling up around his suspect. Mr. P desperately pleads his innocence against the mounting legal threats before suddenly pivoting to drop the blame on someone else entirely. The detective dismisses the excuse at first, but the suspect explodes out of his seat, slamming his cuffs into the metal as he screams about a man he used to house. He pins every single murder on this unknown tenant, his voice cracking with a hysterical conviction that brings the interrogation to a dead halt. The outburst is loud enough to pull back up to the door to intervene, but the suspect ignores the new officer completely, fully consumed by the monster he just named. The tenant locks himself away with his research, letting the silence of the dark room settle around him, committing the precise mechanics of a human autopsy to memory. It is a quiet, deliberate education, and he conducts it from the safety of the shadows. He turns another page, unaware that miles away in an interrogation room, Mr. P has finally hit his breaking point, screaming to anyone who will listen that this exact bastard orchestrated everything. The storm hits hard enough to rattle the roof of the complex. Inside, the tenant doesn't even flinch. He sits in the pitch black, fully awake, waiting for whoever the weather is about to bring to his door. Night settles over the quiet streets, wrapping around an ordinary brick apartment. Inside, Shin Woo-jin studies a smartphone, taking his sister's advice to see what regular people watch. He opens a video app and gets drawn into the endless wall of thumbnails. He clicks on a popular street vlogger, and as the host jumps into an upbeat welcome, Woo-jin tries to mirror it. He sounds out the syllables one by one, testing the feel of everyday words as he practices how to just be normal. A vlogger's cheerful greeting plays from the phone, and Shin Woo-jin repeats the words back to the empty room, trying to make the casual tone of a normal family greeting fit his tongue. His thumb pauses on a strange thumbnail introducing a TikTok Baki mukbang. The girls on screen dive into a massive bowl of spicy rice cakes, and Woo Jin studies the broadcast as they rave about the stretchy cheese. The meal itself looks incredible, but the casual modern slang they use to describe it leaves him quietly testing the strange vocabulary aloud. 3 sharp knocks at the bedroom door shatter the quiet, pulling him away from the video with a sudden start. Omi knocks on the bedroom door and Woo Jin jumps. She only peeks in to check on him, but he instantly drops into a panic, offering to do whatever work she needs. He asks what he should clean, a survival reflex from 12 years of captivity that completely breaks her heart. She quickly changes the subject, asking if he wants to grab some ice cream instead, and he repeats the word back like it's a foreign language. Bomi forces a bright smile to hide her pity. Her older brother has no idea what a normal dessert is. She pulls him out into the living room, where their parents anxiously tell Bomi to hold his hand tight. She calls out a quick goodbye at the front door, and Woojin echoes her exactly, watching his parents to make sure he really has permission to leave. His sister leads the way out the front gate, and Woojin follows close behind, stepping into a world he hasn't seen in years. The modern city at night hits him all at once, pulling his attention toward a convenience store down the block. It's just a regular neighborhood street, but the glowing signs leave him mesmerized. A quick greeting from the cashier makes him tense up as they walk inside. But those nerves vanish the second he takes in the endless rows of packaged snacks. His sister excitedly calls him toward the back of the shop. She offers to buy him anything he wants, and Woo Jin just stares into the freezer, overwhelmed by choices he didn't even know existed. The sheer number of choices in the freezer leaves Woo Jin completely lost, at least until his sister steps in. She studies the options and hands him her personal favorite. Watching him hold the snack like a hard-won prize, she briefly considers giving him the cash to practice paying on his own, but decides against pushing him too fast and handles the clerk herself. As they step back out into the evening air, a group of schoolgirls at a nearby table immediately spots them, whispering quietly about the unfamiliar guy. Woojin doesn't even notice the attention, completely absorbed in his sister's step-by-step instructions for peeling the wrapper off his treat. A group of schoolgirls nearby can barely keep their voices down over how handsome he is, letting his sister eat up their jealous whispers with a smug smile as she happily readies his ice cream, waving off his formal thank you with a gentle reminder that family doesn't need that kind of polite distance. She pushes the cone toward him to try, and the second he takes a small bite, the world stops as the sudden rush of sugar hits his system like a shockwave. The sugar hits, and Woo Jin locks up completely. His sister panics, immediately offering to throw the ice cream away if it tastes strange, but she completely misreads the moment. He isn't shutting down. The sweet flavor is just overwhelming, and he finally shouts that it's delicious. He drops his guard to eagerly attack the cone, and she laughs at the sudden change in how he talks. A couple of passing girls whisper about the siblings. She ignores them entirely, staying focused on making sure her brother eats slowly. Seeing him enjoy something this simple is exactly the kind of win she needed today. She pulls out her phone to save the memory, and he mumbles his agreement through a mouthful of chocolate. The photo grabs the perfect contrast between them, him staring stiffly at the lens and her beaming right beside him. They head down the street together, and for the first time in a long time, things actually feel normal. The neighborhood is quiet tonight as Woo Jin and his sister walk home. She's busy fending off a group chat full of friends, trying to shut them down as they beg to trade siblings after seeing a picture of him eating ice cream. But Woo Jin's attention suddenly drifts, his feet stopping dead on the pavement as a prickle of instinct pulls his gaze back down the dark street. Half hidden in an alley doorway, a masked man waits in silence. He isn't looking at Woo Jin, his focus is locked entirely on the sister, tracking her every step. The stalker waits in the shadows, completely focused on his target, but Woo Jin is already taking his face apart piece by piece. He runs the facts. The family didn't recognize this guy, meaning he has no business in this neighborhood, so Woo Jin stops dead in the middle of the street and locks on. The masked man freezes, realizing he just got made. He tries to break contact and walk away, but Woo Jin just keeps building the profile, clocking the heavy sweat soaking the man's shirt before dropping his gaze to the suspect's legs. He notes the creased knees and the heavy wear on his shoes, realizing the pedal scuffs are too narrow for a bicycle. It's a motorcycle, and the mud on the soles proves he rode in from somewhere far past these paved roads. Shin Woo-jin traces the suspect's path down the street, piecing the invisible trail together. A complete profile locks into his mind in seconds. A left-handed loner in his late 40s, running deliveries on an old bike. Someone off the neighborhood grid who actively bypassed the local cameras. The cold deduction breaks the second he spots his sister. She pauses at the gate, completely oblivious to the threat he just mapped out. She catches a sudden shift in his mood, but he swallows the warning, getting her safely inside before whoever he's tracking actually shows up. Shin Woo-jin stops in the middle of their quiet neighborhood street and tells his sister to head inside alone. But Bomi is suspicious, wondering why he's acting so strange, when he's usually not this pushy. Between the fear of getting in trouble and the sense that something is wrong, she refuses to leave him out there, so she eventually drags him home, where their mom is already waiting. He's trying to keep her safe, but he forgot how hard it is to protect someone who won't let go. The night is quiet enough to hear a streetlight flickering as the rest of the neighborhood settles in for the evening. Moths crowd the glass and flutter through the shadows, while inside the house, a wall clock ticks past 12:30 and marks the start of a very long wait. It's the kind of hour where every small sound starts to feel like a warning. You can almost hear the world holding its breath. Shin Woo-jin stands alone in his dark room, listening to the rain and the steady clock that marks the passage of a night he can't escape. Memories of a tenant's voice cut through the silence to mock how he protects his family, calling him an idiot who can't adapt to the real world. The man insisted that a soft heart was a death sentence, and that only his brand of brutality led to survival, but our protagonist is convinced he would have made it on his own, and that monsters like that simply shouldn't exist. The rain outside is nothing compared to the fight in his reflection, where a dark face stares back and asks if Shin Woo-jin really has the right to call anyone else a monster. It mocks his every skill. Our boy tries to claim he's still the master of his own skin, but the tenant only laughs because it knows who really owns this body. He finally sees the trap. This thing feeds on his worry and grows tall off his fear until the darkness pulls him under. Woo-jin realizes he can finally control the beast living in his mind. He's done being a victim to the tenant, and if he brings the creature out now, he can take its knowledge for himself. He focuses every bit of his will on a single command, forcing the monster to wake up on his terms. The mental pressure hits him like a physical weight, but he doesn't back down. He braces himself as his bones start to crack, and the transformation takes hold. The rain hits the pavement, but the man with the umbrella doesn't notice the cold as he watches the building across the street, wearing the look of someone whose plan is finally coming together. Inside, Shin Woo-jin moves through the quiet, deciding it's time to move as he opens the door and walks deeper into the shadows, never thinking for a second that he isn't alone. This is the last bit of peace he's going to get for a long time. Shin Woo-jin just wants to be safe, but in this city, even the rain can't hide you from a predator who has been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Night falls over the neighborhood and brings a heavy rain with it, covering the sound of footsteps as Shin Woo-jin walks down the dark stairs to step out into the alleyway. He thinks he's alone, but a shadow waits just a few yards behind him, staying perfectly silent as Woo-jin moves deeper into the narrow street, never realizing that he's already being hunted. The rain is coming down hard in the alley when Woo-jin realizes he's being followed, and he stops to let the man in the shadows catch up while he takes a moment to just breathe. Musing that a storm like this is a gift because it hides a person's presence so well, he's almost impressed that his stalker waited for a day with this much cover to make his move. When the man fumbles for words, Woo-jin just warns him not to be boring, forcing the stalker to tighten his grip and demand to know who he's really dealing with, as our guy throws the question right back at him without a hint of fear. Rain slicks the pavement while a single streetlight flickers over the dark alley. The tenant steps out to confront the stalker, breaking down the man's sense of safety by listing off his lunch, his job, and the long hours he spends riding through these hills. The stalker freezes as he realizes the roles have flipped. He was the one doing the watching, but now he's the one being exposed. The tenant calls him a lowlife and asks about the cat hair stuck to his sleeve, wondering if the man killed a stray just to practice for a bigger crime. The streetlight buzzes back to life, flooding the narrow space with a harsh glow as dread finally takes hold. The stalker realizes he isn't dealing with a normal neighbor and demands to know what the boy actually is. The tenant sweeps his hair back and lets the mask drop. He isn't just a neighbor. Those red eyes and that cold smile reveal the truth. The stalker just accidentally cornered the most dangerous person in the building. Under the dim buzz of a flickering streetlight, the stalker finds out exactly what happens when you follow the wrong person, as a sudden strike sends him crashing into the wet pavement. The light flares above them, pinning him to the ground while he looks up at the shadow looming over him and sees that his target is something far more dangerous than he thought. The shock locks his jaw as the man rips his shirt open to reveal a torso covered in countless scars. The stalker freezes the second he realizes he's no longer the one in control, and under a flickering lamp in the rain, the tenant pulls him close to deliver a chilling promise: never show his face again, or he'll learn exactly how those wounds feel. The man scrambles backward in a panic, but the tenant just watches him crawl, telling the pest to stop acting like a worm and get lost, while revealing the deep scars covering his chest. The stalker flees into the night without looking back, leaving the mysterious tenant alone in the quiet alley. The tenant from the villa stands alone in the midnight storm, before slowly starting his walk back through the empty neighborhood. As he stops under a street lamp, the light hits the deep scars covering his chest. This isn't the body of a normal man. For someone with a past like his, the biting cold of the rain is the only thing that makes him feel alive. Shin Woo-jin spent 12 years locked in a small room. For someone who lived in silence, the rhythm of rain against the rooftops is a gift. It starts with a single day of family dinner, and our protagonist watches the meat sizzle while trying to process the warmth of a normal home. On the second day, this kid discovers street food during a walk with his mother. By the third day, a simple bucket of theater popcorn is enough to floor him, leaving Bomi to realize exactly how much of his childhood was stolen. 4 days have gone by, and Shin Woo-jin is finally back at his desk. But he begins tearing through the science problems at a speed that doesn't even seem human, marking answers so fast that his sister warns him about guessing, even though Woo-jin claims he's already read every word. She just laughs it off and teases him about his new YouTube attitude, before suggesting they grade the work together and starting to read out the answer key to see if any of his guesses were actually right. Bomi stares at the page, unable to wrap her head around the perfect score. Sitting in front of her, still processing the shock, Bomi slides another workbook toward him to see if the first one was a fluke. Shin Woo-jin agrees without a second thought. He starts writing with a speed that doesn't look human. Bomi snatches the book to check it the second he stops. Bomi is blown away, calling him a genius. But that word doesn't sit right with our protagonist. He doesn't want to be special anymore. He just wants to be a normal person after everything he's been through. To Shin Woo-jin, ordinary is a goal most people take for granted. But for a kid who lost 12 years of his life, it's the hardest thing in the world to achieve. Looking at her brother, Woo-jin's sister realizes the weight of the years he lost as she stares at a photo of him from the day he was first dragged away to a world of chains and dark rooms, where a single mistake meant a beating that left him huddled in a corner and shivering every night. Back in the present, Woo-jin watches her silently, while her face shows a level of raw grief that she isn't even trying to hide. Watching his sister's grief is almost too much, but Woo-jin reaches out to steady her and tells her not to be sad, already planning the moves he'll need to make. leaving his sister wondering why he suddenly pulled away to put his thoughts on paper. He finishes and hands the notebook over, and while Bomi takes it with a look of confusion, Shin Woo-jin stays locked onto the notebook in front of him, ignoring Bomi as she watches from the bed and asks what he's doing, and when he finally turns the page toward her, the realization lands. Bomi stares at a clinical warning that her falling temperature is already weakening her immune system, and she can't believe what she's seeing. Woo-jin explains that sadness isn't just a feeling, it's a physical breakdown that hits the brain and drains the body of energy, leaving Bomi to wonder how her brother knows this much about the human body. He brushes it off as simple reading, to scream about meat side dishes. Imagine scrolling through your favorite food channel only to find your neighbor staring back at you. Night settles over the neighborhood villa where the tenant stays awake in his dark room to watch mukbang videos, listening to the sounds of people eating while he imagines the taste for himself. He scrolls past steaks and cheap ramen until a familiar face stops him in his tracks. It's Bomi, the girl from his building, staring back at him from a challenge video about eating 10 servings of spicy noodles for dessert. Scrolling through his phone late at night, Woojin stops on a video suggestion for spicy malaton. It's his sister greeting her viewers with a bright smile before saying she's only having a modest snack because she already ate, which apparently means 10 full servings. He watches from the dark of his bedroom, completely silent as the math fails to add up. She dives into the bowl with total focus. It's the spiciest flavor on the menu, and Woojin can only stare at the screen in confusion. She even burns her mouth on a steaming bite. It doesn't slow her down for a second, and soon she's giving the camera a thumbs up while praising the texture. On the screen, Bomi engages her audience, but the performance feels wrong to Shin Woo-jin as he scans the background for anything familiar until he eventually finds the source. It's a channel where his sister eats massive meals for strangers, but one video makes him stop. The world stops as the reality of her work finally registers. Bomi is selling a version of herself that makes his blood run cold. On the screen, his sister plays the part of a happy creator, and as Woo Jin watches her with a growing sense of dread, he scrolls to her feed to find clip after clip of the same forced joy until the realization hits. She is exactly like him, hiding her real self behind a digital facade. He wonders if they've both been broken too deeply to ever return to the simple life his parents once imagined, back when they sat together in their quiet living room, dreaming of a future that felt safe. His mother's advice was simple. He didn't need to be anything special. And back then, he only wanted to be an ordinary office worker, a dream his parents fully supported. So as Woo Jin walks toward the police station, he repeats that word like a mantra, hoping that these ordinary actions will finally make a normal life possible. Shin Woo Jin heads into the police station and enters the violent crimes unit where a tense interrogation is already falling apart. Detective Kim Tae-hun brings out the CCTV photos as absolute proof, but the suspect sticks to his story and claims he doesn't even own that kind of hat. Mentioning an eyewitness sends the man into a frantic spiral, just as Woo Jing steps into the office and freezes the room by addressing the detective by his full name. Detective Kim Tae-hyun jumps up from his desk in shock, staring at Shin Woo-jin and seeing how much he's changed since the night they first met. Back then, Tae-hyun had to guide him toward the police van while staying gentle as the boy flinched away, doing his best to calm him while buckling his seatbelt. Now that he is back on his feet, Woo-jin visits the station to show the detective a piece of the puzzle he was missing. He catches Kim Tae-hyun in the middle of a shift while another suspect is dragged off shouting about his innocence. The scene leaves Woo-jin wondering about the way these things work, as he asks if it's normal for every criminal to deny their crimes. The detective confirms they all seem to follow the same manual. Tae-hyun offers to talk over a drink elsewhere, but Woo-jin skips the small talk to show him exactly what he found. When Tae-hyun asks if Woo-jin is starting a YouTube channel, the MC shows he's actually looking at a victim who was stuck in the same hell he once survived. This isn't for fun, it's a cry for help that most people would scroll right past. Woo Jin starts picking the video apart, noting the eye movements that show a lie as her hand reaches up in a reflex, and even though she says she's happy, her eyes keep darting away and betraying her. Her hunched shoulders show a reflex used by people who are waiting to be hit, and as her gaze shows she's remembering a real event she's not allowed to talk about. That truth is written in her nervous habits. Behind the bright lights and the steaming food, there is a shadow she can't escape. Shin Woo-jin watches the screen and catches a specific nervous habit. He explains to a shocked detective Tae-hyun that these streamers are actually begging for their lives, breaking down the footage to show how her fingers trace the letters S, O, and S on the table while she's eating, because he recognizes these unconscious actions from his own time being held captive. The clues were scattered across her videos in the hope someone would look closer, and the signals are only getting bolder as the victims lose their fear and take bigger risks to be found. Detective Kim can't quite grasp how the boy knows this, but it is a level of insight that should not come from someone Wu Jin's age. Wu Jing continues to strip the case down anyway, describing a victim with no family and no safety net who could vanish without anyone ever raising an alarm. Shin Woo Jin describes the ringleader as a young man who likely dropped out of middle school, but the logic is too fast for Detective Kim Tae-hun. He grows frantic as he asks if Woo Jin is personally connected to the woman. Woo Jin's answer is heavy. He doesn't know her, but 12 years in a cage changes how a person moves. He recognizes the habits of a captive because he lived them, seeing his own past reflected in her every movement. He proves the point by noting that the man's mother bought his clothes just as his own mother chose his outfit, a terrifyingly accurate detail that stops the detective cold. Taehyun tries to wrap his head around the facts, a hobbyist string player who takes the music seriously. And while it seems like a wild guess, Shin Woojin is already counting it as his second correct hit of the day, leading the detective to laugh off the strange accuracy by asking if the boy wants to be a profiler. Our lead only wants a normal life at a desk and needs this logic to prove his report is worth the detective's time. Pointing toward the suspect sitting in the holding cell, Woojin suggests a simple test of the man's hobby while offering to face punishment for interfering if the hunch is wrong. Taeyeon waves off the threat and decides to head toward the cells to settle his own growing unease, though a chill hits him the moment he turns his back. The door clicks shut, but Detective Kim Taehyun can't get the conversation with Shin Woojin out of his head because the kid spoke with a weight that didn't fit his age. Even the fact that he knew who bought the detective's clothes stays with him as he stops at a holding cell to test a theory, asking the suspect inside if he plays the violin or viola as a hobby. The man's sudden panic confirms that Woojin was right on the money, and now Taehyun has to wonder if the kid has some kind of actual power. Detective Kim Taehyun throws the photos down, asking how the suspect can still deny the truth while the man claims it wasn't him, his voice cracking the moment an eyewitness is mentioned. Shin Woo-jin watches the suspect snap and demand to know who saw him, but he's already focused on the details of the man's body. He notices a faint mark on the neck that doesn't come from a regular collar, and when he sees the hard skin on the man's fingertips, he starts ruling out other jobs, until the only answer left is that the man is a violinist. Taehyun scans the office and realizes the boy has slipped away, and though the officer at the next desk didn't see him leave, a single yellow sticky note left behind catches the detective's eye as he peels the paper back to find a strange message about two coincidences and a high school girl who's desperate for help right now. This is the moment the world shifts. It wasn't just luck. Someone is predicting the future, and they've already been right twice. He snaps into gear and orders Gishil to search YouTube for the channel immediately. The city moves with a rhythm that used to be a world away for Shin Woo-jin. Standing at a bus stop among strangers, he prepares to step back into a reality he was locked out of for 12 long years. His counselor had been patient while teaching him how to use a transit card. As he boards the bus, he tracks his progress with the silent reminder that this is only his second time out in the world alone. 12 years is a long time to catch up on. Shin Woo-jin taps his student card and boards the bus, finding a seat for another quiet morning watching the city move on until a memory of a toast pulls him back to a dinner with his family. He told them he only wanted an ordinary office job, and his uncle was certain that a kid who could solve any problem in seconds would find it easy. Shin Woo-jin takes the first step toward his goal by asking his uncle for a tour of his workplace. And since his uncle is more than happy to agree, our protagonist is soon sitting on the bus and preparing for the visit, tracking every detail while counting his travel time down to the minute. The city rises around him as he reaches the street and calls his uncle to tell him he made it, but his focus shifts the moment he sees the massive main building of SH Shinhwa General Trading. It's a major company that looks exactly as powerful as he expected, and as he looks up at the glass and steel, he realizes he's finally standing at the entrance of the world he's been aiming for. Shin Woo-jin stands on a busy street corner, watching the crowd with a level of focus most people save for a battlefield. To anyone else, this is just a normal Tuesday. But for him, the sight of people grabbing coffee and heading to work is the ultimate prize. His dream is simple. He wants to be the guy in the suit, the department head, the man who lives an ordinary life. A voice breaks his focus as his uncle calls out, rushing down the steps of a large office building to greet him. The man wonders why his nephew was just standing there instead of heading into the lobby, but Woo Jin only offers a quiet thank you for the chance to see the company. Sometimes, just trying to fit in makes you stand out even more. The lobby of Shinhua General Trading is a massive step up from anything Wu Jin has seen before, and as they walk through the main entrance, his uncle tries to gauge if the kid is finally impressed. He starts a quick tour of the massive business, mentioning the branch offices scattered across the country and the cafeteria waiting in the basement. Surprisingly, our hero already knows the details, having done his own research before showing up. To him, living a normal life is actually a lot of work, and that strange honesty gets a laugh out of his uncle. A swiped card lets them through the security gate, but Wu Jin slows down to take in the long row of elevators. The quiet tour is cut short when an employee spots them and assumes Wu Jin is the manager's son. Wu Jin's uncle calls out to Hiram, explaining that he has a delivery while introducing his nephew to the suspicious girl. The weight of her gaze is enough to make Wu Jin lock up until she eventually breaks the silence to ask if he's really in high school. His slow reaction only irritates her further, and she snaps that the uniform should have been a dead giveaway. The uncle sees an out as the elevator doors open. He shoves Wu Jin inside and shouts a quick goodbye while Hiram watches them escape with cold annoyance. A heavy sigh of relief follows once they are finally clear of the lobby. The elevator begins its climb toward the seventh floor. Uncle leads the way inside, and for Wu Jin, the sight of a real office is enough to stop him in his tracks. The floor is alive with the sounds of international trade, a blur of workers juggling calls in different languages while scrambling to fix orders and apologize for mistakes. It's a high pressure environment built on frantic emails and constant noise, but sitting behind the desk for the first time makes the dream feel real. He isn't interested in just playing a part. He decides right then to work until he truly earns his place here. That quiet moment breaks when news of a canceled Saudi contract hits the floor, and Wu Jin watches as his uncle flips into manager mode to handle the sudden disaster. Wu Jin's uncle gets pulled away for urgent business, but the boy doesn't mind the canceled lunch and heads down the elevator to the busy lobby below. He immediately runs into a familiar face. Hiram is startled for a second before her confidence returns, noting that they seem to be meeting yet again. Wu Jin doesn't answer. He just watches her and counts the things that don't quite fit. It's 11 a.m., a time when she should be in a classroom, but here she is, looking perfectly at home in a building full of professionals. She isn't just skipping school. She moves with the confidence that most kids her age wouldn't have around adults. Hiram stops him in the lobby to ask about the manager's update, while Shin Woo Jin weighs her confident stride and the way she claims the territory. He decides a connection to an executive might be useful later, yet for now, he dismisses her with a simple goodbye and heads for the door anyway, leaving her frozen in the lobby until she finally finds her voice and shouts to stop him. She tries to reclaim the high ground by asking why he is skipping school, but the leverage vanishes when he reveals he doesn't even go to school, leaving her more confused than before. Woo Jin is done with the conversation. He's already making for the exit, leaving Hiram shouting at his back because he hasn't spent 12 years in a cage just to waste his freedom on school or small talk. To him, the world is a simple math problem. If an interaction doesn't provide immediate value, it's just a waste of the life he fought to get back. Talking to a random student doesn't get him closer to his goals, and he isn't afraid to be blunt about it. The rejection hits Hiram like a physical blow. Woo Jin watches her reaction and sees a common human habit, someone trying to feel important by demanding attention from a stranger. To him, she is just a person with nothing to offer. What do you do when a girl tries to use her family name to boss you around? For Shin Woo Jin, wealth and power are just background noise, but Hiram thinks her father's title is enough to make anyone bow. He makes it clear that talking to her is a waste of time, but she isn't finished with him yet. Woo Jin tells her plainly that he doesn't have anything to gain from this conversation, but Hiram isn't used to being ignored and drops her biggest card. She's the daughter of the CEO. To him, the reveal just confirms what he already suspected about her, so he forces himself to perform a fake expression by widening his eyes just enough to look impressed while she waits for him to change his tone. Shin Woo-jin stops in his tracks to face the girl who finally dropped her mask, only to find Hiram treating him like an underling as she asks why he's not in class. She invites him to spend the day together, but our lead is busy watching her face, decoding the greed that tells him she sees him as a plaything while he prepares to pull the strings himself. Shin Woo-jin watches the girl and sees a tool, deciding her greed is the perfect handle to manipulate her like a puppet. To anyone else, Hiram looks like a normal student, but Woo-jin sees a narcissist who only cares about her own reflection. When she invites him to a secret location, he goes along with it. They end up at an upscale restaurant where Hiram starts digging for info, wondering if he's chasing idol fame or something just as flashy. Our protagonist keeps his answers short, giving her just enough to stay interested without revealing a single real detail about his life. Hiram thinks she has this meeting under control, using every trick in the book to keep her date off balance. She doesn't realize that Shin Woo-jin isn't playing the same game, and his blunt honesty is about to turn her world upside down. Shin Woo-jin explains he's just a student, prepping for a special test to graduate, but Hiram wants to know why he isn't in the classroom right now. She claims she left early for personal reasons, using a common excuse that usually stops men from asking any more questions. Her body language says she's lying through her teeth. Instead of letting it drop, he defines the biological process using exact scientific words, a detailed response that leaves Hiram seething in humiliation. A waitress interrupts the awkward moment to take their order, but Hiram is still seething from the embarrassment. She immediately takes over, ordering a full course meal for both of them without asking for any input. She doesn't even give him a choice on dessert. This tells Woojin everything he needs to know about her need to control everyone around her. With the table set, she finally asks for his name, and he identifies himself simply as Shin Woojin. Hiram starts the dinner by putting on her best polite face, but the silence between them is thick enough to choke on as she waits for Shin Woojin to say something. She eventually asks if he's always this quiet, only to get a blunt answer right as the waitress arrives, and Hiram screams at her phone in a sudden burst of frustration. Shin Woojin calls her out for being too sensitive when nothing has even happened, and though she tries to blame her cycle, our protagonist is completely lost on the excuse. He watches her tie her hair back and runs the math. Based on her body language, there is a very high chance she is lying straight to his face. A hair tie rolls across the restaurant floor. When Hiram ducks down to reach for it, a hand suddenly slides into the gap to keep her from cracking her head on the table edge. His guess about her recent past catches her off guard, sending her walls up instantly as she tells him to worry about his own pale face instead. Shin Woo-jin's dinner date isn't about the food, it's about the hunt. One taste of the soup catches Woo-jin off guard, but the flavor settles as he hears Hiram compare the meal to a famous spot in Busan, the perfect opening. So he tries a trick called backtracking and repeats her own words to ask who she traveled with. Hiram is confused when he doesn't know the famous actress she mentioned. She wonders if he really does live under a rock, but our protagonist doesn't let the awkwardness slow him down and shifts to a different strategy meant to make her relive her best memories of the trip until she's smiling again. Shin Woo-jin watches her. To Hiram, the memory of that night looks just as real as the world around them. She's completely lost in the past, describing the night she felt like the star of a movie, while her nervous system floods with dopamine. It's a simple trick of the human brain. The same way just thinking about a lemon makes your mouth water. The mind can't tell the difference between reality and imagination once the chemicals start flowing. Right now, she's sitting across from him, but mentally she's miles away on that yacht. Woo-jin leans in to ask about the heart-shaped fireworks she mentioned, and her face lights up as she relives the moment. Just by listening and guiding her through her happiest memories, he has made himself the source of all the pleasure she's feeling. He isn't just a guest at dinner anymore. He's the one controlling the highlight reel in her head. She laughs, telling him how hilarious the whole night was, while the restaurant carries on around them. Woo-jin keeps her talking, watching her slip deeper into the trance until their main course arrives and the smell of food pulls her back to the table. The meat finally hits the table, and Woojin dives in with an eagerness that makes Hiram ask why he isn't cutting it up. She tries to spark a conversation about his past travels, but the truth is, he hasn't been anywhere at all. Even when the final course arrives, she keeps pushing the topic, describing a beach in Mexico where the stars are so dense they look like a glowing aurora. Her story lands, and for a second, she thinks she's finally reached him. But Woojin has a schedule to keep, and he kills the mood without a second thought. He has a massive exam to pass, and a girl he just met isn't going to get in the way of his study time. Hiram isn't ready for the conversation to end, so she starts listing every luxury restaurant and hotel she knows, just to keep him around. Woojin watches her spiral while coldly calculating how her attachment issues make her the perfect target. He decides to feed the hormone addiction that keeps her coming back, handing over his phone and leaving her baffled by his total lack of basic security. The trade is done, and after a short thanks for the meal, he walks away without a second look, while Hiram watches, fascinated by a man who feels like a complete void. Hiram is losing her patience, trailing after Shin Woo-jin and pressing him for an answer he clearly doesn't want to give, but he stops dead in his tracks and looks past the street as a muffled scream cuts through the background noise. She remains caught up in her own annoyance, but our protagonist moves before she can react, shielding her eyes as the man is slumped against the wall with a knife wound in his side. He names the horror out loud because he has to. Someone has been stabbed. It's the kind of sentence that doesn't feel real until you see the blood. The weight of the moment hits her all at once as the man in the black cap turns and sprints for his life. Shin Woo-jin just wanted an ordinary life, But that dream ends the second he finds a man bleeding out in a dark alley, forcing him to dive into the dirt and press down on the wound while he dials emergency services to report the stabbing. The man's pulse is racing as his body struggles to compensate for the massive blood loss, and as soon as the victim whispers his blood type, Wu Jin gives the dispatcher a precise clinical report that leaves them stunned. They can't believe a teenager is using such technical language, but our lead is already 3 steps ahead of their instructions. Shin Woo-jin keeps his voice steady despite the blood on his hands, calling in a medical dispatch with professional focus. He doesn't panic as he orders specific blood types and an immediate ambulance. Kneeling on the pavement, he keeps pressure on the victim's wound, while his classmate, Hiram, stands frozen a few feet away. While she trembles from the sudden violence, our protagonist stays sharp and detached. A normal life was always the goal, but looking at the mess on the ground, he can feel that peace slipping further away. It's just a lot harder to stay ordinary than people think. Shin Woo-jin kneels on the street with blood on his hands, while an operator tries to get his attention, but his mind is already somewhere else. Looking down at the body, he realizes his dream of a quiet, normal life just went up in smoke. He finally speaks into the phone, noting how hard it is to just be ordinary. The sirens cut through the air as emergency vehicles swarm the street to secure the scene. Woo Jin wipes the blood from his hand with a calm that doesn't fit the street, standing among the sirens while he lists off every detail about the suspect for the police. His report is so sharp that the officer actually has to pause his recording just to keep up. While they take down his number, Hiram watches him from the back of an ambulance, her face pale as our protagonist realizes she's seeing a side of the world she wasn't ready for. Still living in the moment, the knife came out and locked in the terror that usually ends a person. But for him, that trauma is the perfect environment, the chance to see someone break for the very first time. Shin Woo-jin understands how memory works. He knows that in those early years, parents are the ones who fill a child's world with cheers while she learns to walk. But when the shock of a hard fall hits, that child doesn't know what to do next, so they wait for a familiar voice to tell them everything is going to be all right. Standing in the street now, Woo Jin sees a chance to step into that role for himself. In this moment, there is no one else left to help her. This is the perfect time to make sure he's the only one she needs. He offers a few kind words of comfort, ensuring that when she looks back on this day, his face is the only one she remembers. Woo Jin tries to calm her down by promising the victim will be okay, but his words land with a strange weight. They bring back memories of the safety she felt as a child in her mother's arms. He stays focused on the facts to keep her grounded, reminding her that cameras are everywhere and the attacker will be caught soon. Once she gets home later that night, the silence of her room feels heavy after the violence of the alleyway, so she retreats to the bathroom to let the hot water run and stands there until her head finally starts to clear. Hiram tries to wash away the day, but some memories don't just stay in the past. Hiram stands under the water, trying to find some peace, but the quiet only lets the memory of a boy on a dark street back in, the one who told her to look away. He promised her things weren't as bad as they looked, but back in the shower, the steam doesn't help as the weight of that night returns, making it hard to breathe until the glass door suddenly creaks open. It's late, and Hiram is trying to put the day behind her, but something is still bugging her. Even as she gets ready for bed, her brain won't stop replaying the events of the last few hours. She realizes too late that in the middle of all the noise and rush, she completely missed her chance to ask the one thing that really mattered. Hiram steps out into her room with a long sigh and heads toward the dressing area, where she takes a seat at her vanity to finally start winding down. As she settles in, her mind drifts back to the conversation from earlier today, and she realizes she missed her chance to ask one specific question she had in mind. Outside, the rest of the neighborhood is just as still, tucked away under the heavy dark of the night. While the rest of the city is quiet, Shin Woo-jin is buried under his covers. He's wondering if MSG really is the seasoning of the gods, and he watches the presenter hype up a dish until a shot of high-grade beef makes him pause. He makes a silent promise to himself that he'll taste that beef one day, because that single thought feels more real than anything else in his dark room. The mood breaks when a notification from Lee Hiram pops up to ask if he made it home okay, but Woojing isn't in the mood for talk and shuts her down before diving right back into the video to study the marbling of a steak he can't actually touch. Hiram's message pops up late at night, questioning why he's already checking out. Instead of answering, he loses himself in dumpling videos, and morning eventually brings a clear sky. Our boy joins his family for breakfast to play the part of a normal son, giving his mother a silent sign of approval when she sees him eating again. Hiram heads out for school while her father starts his morning commute. But back in the apartment, the quiet breaks as another book lands on the stack, and Shin Woo-jin buries himself in his studies, tearing through material with a focus that barely looks human. He reaches for another notebook, determined to master the simple habits of a regular person, like keeping his phone nearby even when he has no intention of picking it up. A message from Hiram flashes on the screen, but he ignores the buzz because learning to block out the noise is just another step toward an ordinary life, and eventually he stops to look toward the window and watch the rest of the world drift by. The morning starts with a quiet scene that most people would take for granted, but for Shin Woo-jin, this kind of ordinary day is exactly what he's fighting to keep. He's buried in his workbooks, putting in the kind of effort it takes to stay under the radar until that routine snaps when his phone begins to vibrate on the desk. A woman named Kim Mi-young is on the other end, introducing herself as a team leader from a capital group. The moment she mentions emergency loans, Woo-jin knows exactly what she's trying to pull. Instead of cutting the call, he decides to play along and see just how far he can lead her on. Shin Woo-jin asks the scammer for 10 billion won to see if they can keep up the act. He's glad he knew how to handle the pressure before the phone starts vibrating on the desk again with a call from Officer Lee Sang-chul at the local station. At first, our MC wonders if he's dealing with another fraud, but the mood shifts when the officer mentions the stabbing report and asks him to come in for a witness statement. Shin Woo-jin stands in the dark of his family's apartment, staring at the empty hallway as if he's waiting for someone to walk around the corner, and he shouts a promise into the silence that he's coming back. This vow is born from a memory of a time he was too late, a mistake he refuses to make ever again. For a second, the lights are on and his family is right there, but the vision fades the moment he steps into the gray city and watches the rain fall over the police station. Shin Woo-jin is looking for a killer, but identifying him behind police glass is harder than it looks. And inside the room, the man with the scarred face is already acting defensive while Woo-jin watches from behind the mirror. He admits that the killer's hat made a visual identification impossible. Detective Kim Tae-hyun offers to play the audio to see if the suspect's voice triggers a memory, but the man only shouts that the police are harassing an innocent person. This identification is failing before it even starts. Woo-jin locks onto the man on the other side of the glass, watching him lean into a display of fake outrage as he asks why he would ever hurt a total stranger. But the act only gets louder when the detectives point out the blood on his hands. The suspect claims he simply cut himself while cooking and holds up his hands to show the fresh marks as proof. Woo-jin remains silent throughout the entire performance because the verdict is already in. The man is lying. A man shouts about his innocence in a dim interrogation room, unaware that Hiram is watching him through the one-way glass while an officer waits for her to confirm if any of the suspect's story is real. Hiram doesn't need to hear another word before naming the truth. The suspect is lying right now. Outside the station under the cold rain, the team is zeroing in on their target. And while the suspect tries to sell a harmless story about a midnight walk, his body is already starting to betray him. Hiram is already tracking the chemical reactions flooding his face, watching the nervous habits he uses to try and take back his lies, and noting how he locks his feet down in a desperate attempt to hide from the pressure. It's a calculated game of probability where his body language does all the talking. But the real shift happens when she learns the suspect is far more educated than his story suggests. Hiram says that education makes people value proof, so the officer pulls Woo-jin aside to check if he's mentioned the eyewitness yet as a way to break the man's will. Even though Woo-jin only saw the culprit from a distance, he's certain they have the right man, and after confirming it one last time, he heads out to find some food. Through the glass, the suspect is already digging his own grave by shouting that there is no proof and no witnesses, and he doesn't know it yet. But that outburst just handed the officer the perfect opening. The pressure finally gets to him. One piece of evidence is all it takes to break a man who thought he'd gotten away with everything. Detective Kim Tae-hyun drops the hammer on Kim Young-bae. As it turns out, they have an eyewitness who saw his face at the scene. This is the moment the suspect's world collapses. Young-bae breaks down right there in the questioning room, his lies catching up to him all at once as he admits the killing was impulsive and unplanned. He never meant for it to go this far, but the confession is already out. Outside the station, the reality of the crime finally begins to settle. Outside the police station, Shin Woo-jin stands alone and looks up at the sky, letting the weight of the day settle until a sudden thought pulls him back down to earth about whether the black bean noodles they serve the detectives inside are as good as the rumors say. Walking across the damp lot, our protagonist pulls out his phone to find a wall of messages from Hiram demanding to know where he is, and sends back a short reply to tell her the culprit is caught. It takes a second for the news to register, but for her, the nightmare is finally over. Hiram is suddenly the center of attention as her classmates swarm her desk, asking about everything from her hair to her new bag. But he shuts the conversation down the moment she asks why he's finally reaching out. The blunt farewell leaves her stunned. She can't believe his nerve, yet he follows up with a strange request to join him for a challenge. Apparently, he thinks her presence will increase his chances of success. That's how she ends up standing outside a high-end restaurant, wondering what he actually wants. Hiram is used to Wu Jing being blunt, but now she has to watch him take on a massive ramen challenge, where failing means paying a heavy penalty. He has 20 minutes to finish every drop, and while others would worry about the heat, our protagonist is busy thinking about the leptin hormone inside his body. So he signals the chef he's ready and begins vacuuming up the noodles with terrifying speed the moment the clock starts. Hiram can only watch in shock as he tips the bowl back and drains the last of the soup to finish the challenge in record time. Woo Jin slams the empty bowl down with total confidence, leaving the ramen chef absolutely stunned as he calls out the official success, though Woo Jin is mainly just hoping the win earns him some praise from Bomi. Hiram watches him from across the table, wondering if he's doing this for some internet stunt yet. Once they're out on the street, Woo Jin already insists on finding a latte because he's convinced that dessert is just the rule when you're out with a woman, until a voice calls out from nearby for someone to move quickly. Even as she watches him dive into a slice of cake with way too much energy, a luxury car soon pulls up to the curb. As Hiram prepares to leave, she gives him one last warning to fix the way he talks before finally accepting her ride out of habit. She eventually steps into the back seat as Woo Jin wishes her a safe trip home, and as the car pulls away, she realizes how different he is from anyone she's ever met. Strange and peculiar, and the kind of person who brings a smile to her face just by being himself. Night has fallen over the neighborhood, where 18-year-old Shin Woo-jin is trying to relax with a cooking video. The quiet breaks when his phone starts vibrating on the bed, catching him off guard. It's far too late for a normal call, so he answers slowly only to hear a man ask for him by name. Woo-jin confirms his identity while staying on guard, but his worry about a scam disappears the moment the caller introduces himself. It's Detective Kim Tae-hyun, and he isn't calling just to say hello. Detective Tae-hyun calls to confirm the lead Woo-jin gave him on that YouTube channel was actually a crime scene. It turns out the video wasn't just a girl eating 10 servings of malatang, but a front for a small group of criminals. Taehyun is still struggling to understand how a high schooler could have seen through a crime the police missed, but Woo-jin isn't looking for credit. He only cares if the girl actually made it home safely. With the case officially closed and the victim safe, the detective offers a reward in the form of a meal, and he's happy to give this kid whatever he wants. Of course, Woo Jin isn't interested in a regular dinner and immediately orders the most expensive beef on the menu. Detective Kim Tae-hyun is feeling generous, offering whatever dinner Shin Woo Jin wants. But he's surprised when the boy asks for a top-tier grade of beef. The detective tries to guide him toward a cheaper stew, but Woo Jin clarifies his taste until Tae-hyun finally gives in. Woo Jin treats the news of their Saturday meeting with the kind of focus usually reserved for a mission. Woo Jing makes his way through the busy city while dreaming of the high-grade beef he's finally about to taste. A woman claims he has good fortune written on his face, while her partner insists they were so drawn to him they couldn't just keep walking. On a city street, a couple of recruiters corner Shin Woo-jin and try to hook him with vague talk about studying the principles of all things. Woo-jin doesn't walk away, but instead tries to categorize their concepts logically by asking if they mean science. This makes the recruiter pause before she tries to steer him back into the mystical by explaining that people assign too much meaning to simple things like mountains or water. Woo-jin takes her literally and rattles off the chemical makeup of H2O and the elevation rules for a mountain before asking if his facts are correct. The recruiters are thrown off, but they pivot to flattery and claim his enlightenment is as extraordinary as his face. Thinking they found a lead, the man claims Woo Jin's ancestor is sitting right on his shoulder, but instead of being spooked, our protagonist is fascinated. He locks onto them with an intense gaze and asks if they can actually see ghosts. The recruiters backtrack immediately and insist they only deal with ancestral spirits, but Woo Jin is already spiraling into a deep dive on human biology. He starts interrogating them on how their eyes process information and wonders if they've developed a special mutation that lets them see energy wavelengths. By now, the man realizes they've picked a target far weirder than they are. Sensing the danger, the woman tries to bail by claiming they suddenly have somewhere else to be. Woo Jin tries to reassure them that he isn't a scary person, but his wide-eyed intensity says otherwise. The recruiters scramble away in a panic and leave Woo Jin disappointed that his curiosity won't be satisfied today. You know things have gone off the rails when the recruiters are the ones running away in terror. Shin Woo-jin does the impossible and scares them off by being even more obsessed with ancestral spirits than they are, which catches the attention of a YouTuber named Curate, who captures it all on camera. Curate usually films scams for evidence and admits he's never seen someone out-scam the recruiters like that. He asks to post a clip, but Woo-jin refuses because the situation wasn't ordinary, leaving Kira to assume he's just worried about being recognized. Wu Jin isn't looking for fame, so he keeps walking even as the YouTuber offers to hide his identity. But the moment the bid hits a cool million, Wu Jin finds his price and spins around to shove his banking info at the man, which leaves Kirat stunned by how fast the boy just sold out. A million changes everything. Kirat leads Wu Jin into a traditional restaurant for a celebration, but the mood hits a wall the moment he hears Wu Jin's expensive order. One look at the menu confirms his fears, and even when Wu Jin offers to pick something cheaper, Kirat insists on sticking to his promise. He orders 3 full portions of the best beef, despite the massive bill. He tries to shift the topic back to the rescue mission, because if they hadn't arrived in time, the panic victims would have started jumping from the high windows to escape. Wu Jin agrees it was a lucky break while the first of the side dishes hit the table. Wu Jin realizes he's been so focused on the case that he forgot to check in on his friend. He claims he's just trying to live an ordinary life, but Kirat isn't buying that for a second. Ordinary is a hard sell when a person's mind is constantly looping through memories of being trapped and the victim seen along the way. Kirat wonders if this deep dive into the criminal world is just how Wu Jin handles his past pain. The mood shifts the moment the food hits the table, and both of them drop the heavy talk to stare down a meal they've definitely earned. Wu Jin thought he knew what good food tasted like, but one piece of meat is about to ruin every other meal for the rest of his life. Wu Jin watches the grill like a man in a trance, and when he finally takes a piece, the meat hits his tongue and his world shatters. It's an explosion of flavor so intense it pulls a shout right out of him, leaving Kirat convinced his friend just bit his tongue until he takes a bite for himself, and immediately hits the exact same wall of flavor. Taehyun is blown away. The meat is easily worth every penny. Wu Jin is practically in a trance from the taste, but he snaps out of it when the detective threatens to polish off the rest of the plate. The boy barely has time to thank the waitress before he's back to stuffing his face, and seeing him eat well is enough to put a smile on Kim's face. A Korean barbecue isn't complete without cold noodles to finish, and though Taehyun offers to order another round of meat, our protagonist decides he's finally hit his limit. Back at his desk that night, the noise of the city fades as he settles into the quiet of his room. The silence brings back memories that have been rare lately. A simple afternoon in the living room with his parents and Hiram. It was just another normal day before the world turned upside down. He remembers the long hours they spent studying side by side, back when the biggest problem they had to solve was in a textbook. As it turns out, Shin Woo-jin had finally found a rhythm that worked, and every cafe visit with Hiram felt like an escape during the long hours when they were together. But that piece begins to slip as the year shifts, leaving him staring out windows to watch the summer green fade into the brittle gold of autumn. The quiet year was over. It's the morning of the CSAT, and crowds are gathered in the snow to scream their support, while Shin Woo-jin walks toward the testing site, trying to keep his head clear, replaced by a heavy quiet that follows him all the way to his desk. For the supervisors to hand out the packets, and our boy looks at his paper to see if his study was enough. This is the one day every student prepares for their entire lives, and for Shin Woo-jin, there's no turning back now. The snow falls over the crowd, shouting their support as the seniors arrive for the big day. Wu Jin walks past the noise and into the silence of the hallway and the dozens of students waiting for the clock to hit the hour. The staff move to the front to hand out the exam packets, and as the first one lands on his desk, Wu Jin realizes the long wait is finally over. Everything he's worked for comes down to these next few hours. The years of late nights and pressure have all led to this one desk. He spins his pen once and locks in his focus for the first section. Most kids spend years preparing for one test, hoping for the perfect score. Shin Woo-jin just realized he threw his away on a single mistake. It's the day of the national college exams, the high-stakes moment every student in the country works toward. Woo-jin walks out of the school gates, already replaying the error that feels like it just ruined his future. He knows his parents won't be angry with him. They've always said that his health matters more than his grades, and that an ordinary life is plenty. He can already see them waiting at home with a smile, ready to tell him he worked hard regardless of the result. Looking out over the quiet neighborhood, our protagonist has no idea what to say to the people who are waiting to tell him they're proud of him. Shin Woo-jin returns home in a silence that kills his sister's excitement the moment he steps through the door. Seeing him like this stops her cold. This isn't normal exhaustion. He looks like a ghost who's been hollowed out from the inside. It doesn't make sense for a student as perfect as him to fail, but his silence is so heavy that she can't stop herself from asking what went wrong. Shin Woo-jin put everything into this one test, but walking back through his front door, he knows the dream is already dead. Returning home, he admits that he simply wasn't as ready as he thought he was. Even as his sister tries to comfort him, her words don't seem to reach him. He gives her a short answer and checks out of the room, leaving her to watch him go, without knowing how to help. He drops his gear onto the bed, but the silence is broken by a text from Hiram asking the one question he's currently trying to outrun. Woo Jin drops the phone onto his desk without replying and thinks back on his preparation, wondering if all that extra work was actually just a waste. Woo Jin finally steps out of his room looking like a ghost of himself, leaving Bomi at a loss for how to comfort a brother who has never looked this hollow before. At the supermarket, his mother is already planning a celebratory dinner, but Bomi calls to explain that the exam didn't go as planned, hitting his parents hard as his father panics and tries to grab the phone to find out exactly how badly his son is hurting. After what they assume was a bad day with his exams, while back at home, his sister reminds him that their parents still support him regardless of the score, because the truth is actually much heavier. He didn't fail, he actually got every single question right. The news leaves his sister speechless as he explains that his instincts were simply too sharp for him to hide who he really is. The reality of Wu Jing's genius finally hits Bomi as she gets proof that her brother aced every part of the test. His misery finally makes sense once she sees that his brain has reached a point where thinking is no longer a choice, but an automatic reflex that works as easily as breathing. The scale of that talent is terrifying, forcing her to grab him and demand he never tell another soul what he can do, even as he remains stuck on the ordinary life he's worried is gone forever. Shin Woo-jin is falling apart after his big exam, but his sister tries to pull him back by promising he only made a few mistakes, even though she gets a total shock when he reveals he remembers every single answer he gave, without needing to check his notes. A level of genius that actually starts to creep her out. She's determined to prove he's just overthinking things, so she pulls up the official answer site, and the grading begins as Woo-jin gives his first answer. 4. He can't even look at the screen, his heart hammering as he waits for her to confirm the result. He's a genius, but right now, he's just a kid who's terrified of his own memory. Bomi checks the first answer and stops, because the answer is right. Our protagonist isn't looking at the sheets as he rattles off the next few answers. The accuracy hits her hard. He peeks through his fingers to see if she's listening and hears her struggle to say he hasn't missed a single point yet. But Wu Jing doesn't miss a beat and dives into the math section. Shin Woo Jin sits in his room, watching his sister check his exam results while he prays for at least one small mistake. The news lands like a thunderclap. Every single answer is correct. This is a disaster for a guy who spent his whole life trying to stay invisible. While his sister tries to shake him out of his despair, Woo Jin only feels like he failed the one rule his parents gave him. He sinks into his bed in misery as she grows more annoyed until she finally bolts from the room to tell their parents everything, leaving him to listen as the house fills with their shock and his quiet life officially ends. Woo Jin walks into a house that is already loud with the news. His father just got home with the groceries, but his sister is already shouting about the test results. The shock hits the room hard as the truth finally lands. A perfect score. The news is so big, the man drops the bags right there on the floor as he finally finds someone to take the credit for his son's brains. Suddenly, Woo-jin is the star of the family, and his dad tackles him in a massive hug while claiming the boy must have inherited his genius from him. Naturally, his mother jumps in to claim the credit for herself, leaving the sister to wonder when it will be her turn for a win. Getting a perfect score on the biggest test of your life is a dream, but for your parents, it's just a reason to go wild. Woo-jin's father can't contain his excitement, shouting that he's paying for everyone to celebrate now that his son pulled off a perfect score on the entrance exams. As the family eats, the parents start a playful fight over who provided the brains, but the bragging only gets louder as the man calls every friend he has. Our protagonist sits in embarrassment while his father pivots to the future, imagining his son as a doctor, a prosecutor, or even an accountant as he maps out a life Woo Jin hasn't even considered. Woo Jin's mother shuts down the pressure and reminds him he can be whoever he wants, but when she asks which university he plans to attend, he simply says he wants a normal school. The room goes silent while his father starts to tear up with pride, and his sister asks about a major only for Woo Jin to admit he hasn't even decided on that yet. Woo Jin's father starts listing off career paths like appraising or accounting. Woo Jin is left alone to sit and weigh the advice. He begins digging into the specifics, studying what a judicial scrivener or a tax officer actually does as a clear pattern starts to emerge from the list. From doctors to prosecutors, every job his father mentioned shares the same core because they all operate strictly within the legal framework. Shin Woo-jin just wants to be a normal guy. He looks at the most successful people in the country and finds the one thing they all have in common. To him, it is the perfect path to an ordinary life, even if his family thinks he has finally lost his mind. Woo-jin sifts through the profiles of top lawyers and doctors to find a pattern. He studies every detail of their careers until he finds a common thread. Most of these high achievers graduated from the same elite school, S University. To a kid who just wants to fit in, This feels like a clear sign. If the most successful people in the country all went there, then it must be the most normal path possible. He brings his big decision to his family. The announcement is sudden. He is going to S University so he can finally be a normal person. This is the moment where his future starts to take a very specific shape. His mother and Bomi are stunned because they know S University is the hardest school in the country to get into. But his father does not let the confusion last long. He agrees that a place like Harvard would not be normal at all and vows to support his son's new goal. Snow falls over the quiet city, burying the stress of the school year as Shin Woo-jin prepares for his first trip as a graduate. He boards a train heading away from Seoul, finally finding a seat where he can settle in and pull out the snack he's been planning to eat for years. As he tries to crack the hard-boiled egg on his head, he realizes the shell is much harder than he expected, but it's still the perfect way to kick off his journey. Despite the sting, he's never been happier. Traveling is always better with the snack, and for Woo Jin, nothing beats the classics. He cracks open a hard-boiled egg and enjoys the snack while the snowy world blurs past, but a cold soda is the only thing that makes this long trip feel right. Once the train reaches the station, Woo Jin catches a bus and heads deep into the quiet countryside. Shin Woo Jin steps off the bus into the quiet, snow-covered hills. He heads for a building he can't run from anymore, signing the visitor papers and following a guard through the hallways until he's stopped at the final door. He steps into the booth to face the thick glass, and only a heavy silence waits for him on the other side. Life at home was never quiet for Hiram, usually defined by her father's screaming rants and the weight of a violent temper. And she watches him with a focus that doesn't break as he wonders if she really came all this way just to see him in handcuffs. She meets his gaze with silence until he remembers her secret and starts mocking the fact that she has to read his lips to understand him. Mister. P starts things off with a cold greeting. The killer loses his cool while the guards try to keep him in check. The fear that used to rule Woo Jing's life is just gone. This is what total freedom feels like. He walks away, leaving the screams behind without even slowing down. The roles are officially reversed, and our protagonist leans in to ask if his nightmare is finally the one who's afraid. Shin Woo-jin sits behind the glass while Mr. P tries to explain away his crimes, claiming his sister-in-law never even cared about the herbs that killed her or the years she spent beating him. Woo-jin offers no pity, only a cold remark about how well the prison uniform fits. That leaves the prisoner stunned to hear him speak, his voice shaking as Woo-jin lists the family members who died one by one until the man finally snaps. As the guards drag the prisoner away, Woo-jin realizes most people only believe what they want to hear, ignoring the truth as long as it makes them feel right. Shin Woo-jin brings up the two men the inmate beat up before landing in here. He lets the facts sink in that both victims died of heart attacks shortly after, making Mr. P realize that he might be the third one on that list. Fear isn't just a feeling anymore as Woo-jin watches the physical collapse begin. He weighs the choice of pushing until the heart actually stops, deciding in this moment exactly how far he's willing to go for the truth. His target finally snaps under the weight of a threat he can't fight or flee. Shin Woo-jin has a dilemma, and after calling the prisoner by his inmate number, he asks if he should carve the man's release date into his skin. Shin brushes the panic off with a calm denial, claiming he's only worried about the man's health while bringing up a secret autobiography that proves no corner of the cell is private. For most people, health advice is a kindness. For a man trapped in a prison cell, hearing it from the person who destroyed his life is a special kind of hell. Shin Woo-jin leans in, offering tips on how to eat and sleep that sound more like a slow-motion death sentence. Shin Woo-jin keeps up his polite act, offering health tips that sound more like a countdown, while the older man watches him, frozen. The knife really twists when Woo-jin mentions the money he's been putting into the inmate's prison account to make the room feel even smaller. A setup to make sure Woo-jin is the only thing the man thinks about every single hour of the day until the pressure finally hits the breaking point. Mr. P snaps, losing all sense of the room. He screams at the guard that the man on the other side is a murderer, begging for someone to believe the truth, while Woo-jin just watches him fall apart. Woo-jin gets what he came for, a man broken by his own thoughts. Behind the glass, Mr. P has finally snapped, screaming at the guards about lackeys and framing, while Woo-jin watches him without saying a single word. To him, the man who once held all the power is now just another boring person. Still, the display is interesting enough to earn a silent promise that they will meet again. Stepping out of the station and into the falling snow, Shin Woo-jin leaves the ruined life behind and heads back into a city that has no idea what's coming. A couple drifts past Shin Woo-jin at the subway exit, laughing off the cold as they pass him, and he catches the snow in his palm, thinking of the cold facts of how it forms, because for most people, this weather is just a reason to find a bit of joy. But his memories pull him back toward a dark window and the room where he spent 12 years shivering alone, proving that the world only looks beautiful when you actually have a warm place to call home. Even when the world turns cold, some things never lose their heat. It's a lesson Woojin has learned well, but for his sister Bomi, it's a lesson that's about to land in the middle of a snowy street. Even on a winter day this bitter, Woojing feels like the cold can't really touch the warmth people find in each other. Across town, his sister Bomi is walking home through the snow when a call from him pulls her away. She tells him she's already heading back and asks where he is, but his answer catches her off guard when he claims to be right in front of her, until she finally spots him waiting there to surprise her. Bomi spots her brother across the street and breaks into a sprint, completely ignoring the ice beneath her feet. As she crashes into him with a hug, our protagonist starts to wonder if he's found real happiness. Bomi spots her brother across the snowy street and starts running, ignoring the slick ground while the protagonist thinks about how much an environment matters and if he is truly happy. She crashes into him with a hug and asks where he's been all day. Bomi's classmates are stunned to see her brother in person, but he's finished with his old life and brushes off his past as a ghost he never needs to see again. He turns his focus back to Bomi and searches his bag until he pulls out a warm, red package. Inside is a box of hot takoyaki, still steaming because he kept it wrapped against the winter air. He saved the treat just for her. It's a small act of kindness that tells Bomi exactly where his heart is as the winter snow eventually fades and the first yellow flowers of spring arrive. The morning starts with students filing off the bus and heading into the heart of the campus. Shin Woojin notices a mock investment contest and scans the details because he knows there is no such thing as a free lunch. He suspects a hidden catch, but he pushes the thought aside and reaches the lecture hall to find a seat right in the middle, only for a sudden greeting to ruin his plan to stay invisible. For most students, the first day of university is just another Tuesday. But for Woojin, this is the start of a life he never thought he'd get to live. His first day takes a social turn when he's approached by Park Jang-wook, a guy he recognizes from the freshman group chat. Woojin tries to be polite, but his formal response leaves the other guy wondering if he's talking to a person or a textbook. They chat briefly about the freshman gathering after class. Jang-wook eventually spots another student named Sang-hee and turns to go greet her. Woojin watches as the lecture hall slowly fills with students finding their seats and realizes he's actually living the university experience he's always wanted. He settles into his chair and waits for the room to go quiet. Then, the professor walks onto the stage to begin the very first lecture of the term. The professor welcomes his new class to the lecture hall. Shin Woojin sits in the audience, absorbing every word of the introduction to business administration. The man starts with a basic question, asking the class to define what business is. But our protagonist intentionally keeps his hand down because showing off isn't what he considers normal. Since the room stays silent, the professor starts picking people out of the crowd, starting with a student who guesses it's about leading a company before another student suggests a more detailed answer about management, pointing to a girl in the back who stammers out an answer about planning. So he speaks up with a single word that stops the lecture, claiming that persuasion is the real key to power. He brings up a recent stock trading contest as a perfect example, explaining how the prize money is just bait used to lure out talented students so the company can recruit them before they have a chance to work for anyone else. The professor explains how winners are bought with scholarships, but the real power lies in the hypnotic state of a simple advertisement. It's a system designed to skip logic and plant a deep urge to own something, creating a cycle of craving that feels like an original thought. John Wook's focus is so intense, it starts drawing strange looks from the students around him, and the lesson lands with one heavy truth. This massive society is built on persuasion. The hall falls silent as the weight of the lecture finally settles over the room. One student finally reaches his limit, interrupting the professor to ask when the actual lecture begins, because he just wants to experience a normal class for once. The lecture hall falls into a heavy silence, broken only when Shin Woojin asks when the actual class is supposed to start. Our protagonist doesn't realize he just covered the entire subject on his own, leaving the professor impressed by the depth of his answer, while the rest of the room starts wondering if the rumors about his perfect exam score are true. This was supposed to be a normal response. Apparently, blending in is going to be much harder than he thought. The professor kicks off the very first class with plenty of energy, and Shin Woojin is locked in, nodding along as the definition of organizational management hits the screen, followed by the four core processes that make up the business foundation. But as the lecture moves into the specific details of planning, the excitement drains out of him, especially as slide after slide flies by with basics he mastered long ago, until it finally sinks in that he's already seen all of this before. College was supposed to be a challenge, not a review session. Shin Woojin snaps back to reality in the middle of a lecture. He worries his daydreaming was obvious while watching Park Jang-wook focusing hard nearby. If he's going to survive university, he really can't afford to let his guard down like that. Luckily, the digital clock hits the hour and the professor wraps things up, dismissing the class for the break as the hall begins to empty. Our MC has been waiting for this moment all morning. He is practically vibrating with excitement to finally try the campus cafeteria's legendary lunch. He leaves the quiet hall and heads across the sunlit courtyard to find the dining center. But once he finally steps inside the cafeteria, the sheer scale of the place and its high-tech kiosks leave him standing there in shock. Woo-jin is just trying to have a normal day, but he handles lunch with an intense focus that leaves his tray spotless and lets him judge the school's lack of seasoning. Detective Kim Tae-hyun texts to see if he's busy, and though Woo-jin tries to brush him off, the phone keeps shaking like this is official business. Shin Woo-jin picks up a call from Detective Kim Tae-hyun, who has a new case and a paycheck waiting, or meets him at cafes to go over video footage until they spot the culprit. The rewards for his help are usually worth it. Whether it's a massive barbecue dinner, Shin Woo-jin is sticking to a side hustle, taking on simple jobs for quick cash. But the routine breaks when Detective Kim Tae-hyun calls and says they need to talk in person. Luckily, his afternoon lecture was just canceled, giving him the perfect window to meet up with the detective right now. While the rest of the campus goes through their normal routine, Kim waits by his car and kills time on his phone until Woo Jin finally arrives at the curb. The older man greets him with a proud look, happy to see him doing so well now that he's a student at such a famous school. Detective Kim Tae-hyun pulls up to get the details on the case and suggests they move the talk into his car. As the detective starts looking through his files, Woo Jin tells him that photos and videos won't be enough. He needs to go to the crime scene himself, a request that leaves the detective stunned. To Woo Jin, life is just a set of patterns based on everything a person has seen, and each new experience builds a memory that becomes more useful over time. Shin Woo-jin makes his case clear. He needs to see the truth for himself rather than just hearing about it. Detective Kim takes a moment but eventually gives in and shifts the car into gear to head toward a neighborhood where their target unit is on the third floor. They head down a narrow hallway toward a door sealed off with yellow tape, and after a quick word with the guard, the detective pulls back the lines so they can finally step inside. The violence of the scene hits immediately as blood spatters the entryway floor. Kim checks to see if Woo-jin can handle the sight, but the young man doesn't hesitate. He came here to find the truth, and no amount of blood is going to change his mind. Woo-jin stands over the body outline with Detective Kim Tae-hyun, focusing on the blood patterns to find what the first reports missed. His focus shifts. The present fades into a mental picture of how the killer entered. In his mind, a man with long blonde hair waits in the hallway, ringing the bell while keeping his face away from the lens until the victim pulls the door open. Then the blade comes out and the trap closes. The attack is sudden and clean, slamming the man against his own door as a single sharp strike follows, leaving the victim to clutch at a wound that will be the end of him. Shin Woo-jin stands in the center of it all. He watches the assailant work through the scene with cold efficiency. He follows the trail across the floor as the victim tries one last desperate crawl. The assailant pins the man down to deliver the finishing blow, and Shin watches the final moments from just a few feet away. And the moment the man stopped breathing, Woo Jin watches the ghostly replay of the killer finishing the job before explaining that they aimed for the throat first. Looking at the blood trail on the floor, he knows the killer brought their own blade for a planned murder. Detective Kim Tae-hyun can't hide his pride. His younger brother has a gift for reading a crime scene just by looking at it. Shin Woo-jin ignores the praise and stays focused on whether the police found any physical clues that he might have missed. Tae-hyun doesn't have much to offer, but he hands over a tablet with their only lead, which Woo-jin scans while confirming that not a single fingerprint was left behind. The CCTV footage shows a man moving through the hallway with a chilling level of confidence. Woo-jin watches how the suspect approaches the door and realizes this wasn't a random hit. They knew each other. The profile starts to take shape as he catalogs the height, the blonde hair, and the plastic bag with the soju bottle. Even the shoe size gets recorded. In a case this clean, these small details are the only way to catch a ghost. Detective Tae-hyun confirms the arrest, but as Woo-jin looks over the file, he finds a hole in the logic that everyone else missed. They have a suspect in custody, but his gut tells him the real killer is still out there. Our protagonist won't let it go that easily. Shin Woo-jin leans in to study the security footage, spotting the way the suspect and the victim seem to know each other before lining up every detail from the blonde hair to the exact shoe size. Detective Kim confirms the report, but our protagonist drops a verdict that shifts the whole case, asking if the suspect was caught only to tell the detective they have the wrong man. The detective freezes, managing only to confirm that an arrest has already been made. Detective Kim Tae-hyun starts by testing the boy's logic, but Shin Woo-jin sees right through the act and forces an admission that the police are stuck. The suspect claims he stayed at a motel, but the cameras were broken, and the owner was too drunk to remember any details. While investigators find a hair strand, our protagonist studies his tablet and recognizes the sashimi knife wounds. Finding a killer is easy if you know what they do for a living. For Shin Woo-jin, the secret is all in the hands. Shin Woo-jin builds a description of the killer by assuming they are good with the chef's knife, knowing that most people will naturally reach for the tools they handle every day because familiar equipment helps them avoid making mistakes. This same thinking explains why the killer didn't leave any fingerprints on the doorbell despite touching it with his bare hands. Though the detective is confused, Woo-jin knows that years of working in water can wear away a person's fingerprints until they vanish, narrowing the list of people they are looking for down to a single job. Woo-jin breaks down the evidence, explaining that the hair found at the crime scene might not actually belong to the killer. It could be animal fur or even fake hair meant to lead them astray. When the detective asks for a straight answer, the boy drops a bomb. The culprit was wearing a wig. The long blonde hair seen on CCTV was just a setup, a disguise used to confuse the police and manipulate the entire investigation from the start. Woo Jin leans over the model and tells the detective to focus on a detail the police missed while they were processing the scene. Most of the weight in these footprints is sitting on the heels, which left the front of the tread faint and uneven compared to the back. Fighters naturally push off their toes to keep their balance, which is the exact opposite of how the suspect moved. Detective Taehan asks what that means, and Woo Jin reveals that the killer was wearing shoes far too large as a planned move to hide their real size. Shin Woo-jin points out a strange imprint from the side of the shoe. He dismisses the detective's idea of a struggle, reminding him the victim died instantly. If a foot really twisted at that sharpened angle, it would have torn a ligament or broken a bone. Detective Kim tries to suggest the killer was using insoles, but the camera shows a suspect walking away with a steady stride. That isn't the only impossible detail on the screen. Woo-jin notes how the hair has shifted since the killer entered the building, proving the entire thing is just a wig. Woo-jin spots a detail that shifts the entire investigation. The killer wore oversized shoes specifically to leave misleading footprints in the blood. Even the hair was a fake wig used to hide their true identity. As the logic finally fits, the realization lands. The culprit had two separate targets to manage at once. They had to handle the victim and the man they wanted the police to arrest, making the physical difference between the two men the core of the strategy. The victim was an easy target, but the man in custody is muscular, the perfect fall guy because he wouldn't be as simple to kill. Shin Woo-jin goes over the data on the man in custody. The suspect stands 184 centimeters tall with a shoe size of 270 millimeters. At the time of the arrest, his hair was black and the police were sure he was hiding something. Detective Kim Tae-hyun realizes now that he might have overreacted. He had cornered the guy in the interrogation room, slamming the table and shouting about hair dye to break him. Standing over the crime scene now, Kim admits he got carried away as Woo Jin reveals the real culprit has much smaller feet. Woo Jin starts to see the shape of the trap and how deep it really goes. The killer wasn't just a random stranger, but someone close to the victim who had a perfect reason to set up a fall guy. This means the mastermind is a ghost who can swap identities like a change of clothes to hide his true face from everyone. He weighs the usual reasons for a betrayal like this, wondering if a huge cash payout was enough to buy a life or if the motive was actually something older, born from years of bitterness that finally boiled over. In a world this dark, trust is a luxury he simply can't afford. Shin starts narrowing the field, wondering if the person he's after is actually a woman. But the physical evidence points to a professional chef with a skin condition that's erased every trace of their fingerprints. He looks at the items left behind and realizes he isn't dealing with an amateur, figuring this killer is highly educated and knows exactly how to hide their tracks. To Shin, a common drunk smashing a bottle in an alleyway is just an impulsive actor with no real plan. That kind of street violence is dangerous, but it lacks the organized logic of a person who treats a murder like a math problem. While a careful planner tracks every detail of the case on a hidden whiteboard, Detective Kim stays on the move, pushing for any new lead he can find until the newest forensic report brings a strange turn. The hair found at the scene isn't human, but synthetic. While Kim processes the update, Woo Jin looks at the financial reality of the case, noting that both the victim and the suspect were broke, and he starts building a physical profile on the fly, using shoe size to estimate the killer's height and age while the detective watches in disbelief. The break finally lands at a sushi restaurant when a witness recognizes a face from weeks ago, prompting Kim to bark the order to close in and catch the man before he can vanish. But Woo Jin's phone won't stop buzzing with the latest update on the case. He asks why the killer did it, only to find out the whole murder started over borrowed money and a few bad rumors. After the detective hangs up, a stranger calls out Wu Jin's name from across the path. Wu Jin scans the guy instantly, noting every detail from his height down to his slightly thick eyebrows. This is the person he was looking for. Kim Mansu just stepped out of the chat room and into the real world. Shin Wu Jin is trying to hide his genius, but he's about to enter a stock trading competition where he plays for keeps. Since standing out is a danger, he listens as Mansu points out a stock trading competition. But as he stands alone in his mind, he thinks of the antlion, a creature that waits in the sand for its prey to stumble in so it can drain them dry and discard what's left. A dead ant lies crushed in the dark. But this kind of fate doesn't only happen to bugs, especially not in the city where the same struggle plays out on stock charts every day. Our retail investor stares at his screen and wonders if he should finally jump in. And once the panic wins, he buys while begging every god he knows to let him win just this once. The numbers on the screen turn red and stay there while a trader watches his life savings vanish. Another man drives his fist through a monitor as the despair pulls others all the way to a bridge ledge at midnight. In the world of the market, the small investors, known as ants, get drained of everything they own. To most, the world is full of normal people just trying to survive like ants, but seeing his family crushed by their own struggle changes everything for our lead. Bomi's brother decides he is done being the victim. He resolves to become the predator who drains the world dry. In the world of money, small players are called ants, who always get drained. And while most people are happy to follow that crowd, he decides right then to flip the script and be the one who takes instead. A dark choice he brushes off as just part of being normal. Later at college, a student named Kim Mansu pulls him back to reality to check on their 10 a.m. class before they head toward the building together. In a room full of people chasing numbers, he's planning a play of his own. The lecture hall hums with the kind of talk only students obsessed with the market can enjoy. And while everyone around him brags about small gains, our lead stays quiet and plans his move. Already deciding that his own operation starts tomorrow morning, just as the room settles and the lecturer steps onto the stage to announce that they have already reached their third session together. The professor wastes no time getting into the mechanics of the market, and he walks the class through how companies grow and the real power behind a brand image. Even a lecture on market strategy sounds like a distant hum, while his professor watches him nodding off with a look of quiet disbelief. It's a total shift from the class before, where Wu Jin acted like a one-man firing squad and hijacked the entire lecture until the teacher was left exhausted. Having him asleep as a gift the lecture isn't about to question, mostly because Wu Jing is already tallying the minutes he lost and promising to work twice as hard. Our protagonist tries to mimic the lazy student habits he sees on TV, but as it turns out, failing to pay attention is harder than it looks for someone who only knows how to work hard. When the professor announces the first assignment, the rest of the room groans. But our boy's eyes light up at the chance to finally do some real work. The lecturer is surprised he's even awake and tells him to start by reading the classics. Yet he just nods along as the list of complex economics topics grows, soaking in every requirement like it's a mission briefing. He interrupts the end of class with a hyper-technical question about reinterpreting the paradox of value, leaving his classmates to realize he's just the weird guy who turns every simple lecture into an academic war zone. Bomi's brother takes over the lecture hall with a strange comparison. He uses the world of mukbang to question the laws of economics. He asks if these broadcasters are an exception to the rule. Then he shifts the debate toward the hormones that control hunger. His classmates are already checking out. They wonder if they accidentally signed up for a medical class instead. The student doesn't slow down. He moves straight from the science of fullness to how hormones drive obesity. The level of detail is a trap the professor never saw coming, as he realizes he's completely out of his depth, but he sees the genuine curiosity in the boy's eyes and knows there is only one way out. He ends class on the spot and makes a run for it, while the other students scramble to find Wu Jing. Wu Jin is suddenly the most popular guy on campus, with classmates crowding his desk for a spot in his group, while even the lecturer watches to see if the boy is worth a spot in his lab. Ultimately, the man decides against it, convinced that someone this influential would only bring more trouble than help. Back in the quiet of his neighborhood, our protagonist clicks the buy button on his trading screen and waits for the order to execute. The price chart shoots upward the moment his trade clears, but looking at the success, Shin Woo-jin feels nothing. He'd hoped a big win would make him feel human again, but normalcy is proving much harder to find than money. Shin Woo-jin stares at the screen as the market crashes, trying to tell himself the collapse isn't actually happening. But the denial is a losing battle against the numbers on his monitor. It was supposed to be a simulation, yet the shock feels very real. He wonders how his subconscious self would react if he finally let it take over. That hidden side of his mind has been collecting every face and voice he ever ignored, building a library of information he was too distracted to notice. He decides it's finally time to stop hiding and observe what he's truly capable of. With a single command, he calls the other side to the surface and lets a colder version of himself take control. Practicing a look that would fit right in on a movie screen. He knows he has the face for it, enough that he could probably coast through life as a celebrity if he really wanted to. But the moment the shirt comes off, the polished image falls apart. A map of old wounds covers his skin, making his joke about acting feel empty. It's a heavy reminder that whatever he was before, he's not that person anymore. Letting his searches fly across the screen as he tracks everything from artificial intelligence to semiconductors. He scrolls through the market data with a focus most people only reserve for survival. Bomi's brother stares at the screen with a resolve that won't break. For 12 years, he was the only one in control while the host slept and the world passed him by. But now that authority is slipping away, the fear of disappearing completely forces him to look at his own scars and find a way to show his worth. Looking at the screen, Shin Woo-jin watches the charts and spots signs of big investors moving in, as he reminds himself the time for playing around is finally over. The market shifts almost instantly. Shin Woo-jin finally sees the truth. Wealth isn't a reward for working hard. He realizes that true fortune comes from using the efforts of others, a cold shift in perspective that turns him from just another player into the house. After 12 years in a cage, Shin Woo-jin finally knows how to hunt. He studies the screen with the focus of a predator, spotting the heavy footprints of big investors moving into the market. With a single click, he launches his first play, executing one buy order after another, while the terminal flickers with his mounting stakes. The heavy scars across his back are a map of the childhood he lost, but right now, his world is limited to the clicking of the mouse and the numbers on the screen. The voice of his captor, Mr. P, echoes in the silence, a cold reminder that real money isn't something you work for, but something you make others earn for you. The logic is simple. Unless you can print your own money, you have to provide value to get any. This rule applies to everyone, from the lowest employee up to the man in charge. Even as a CEO, Shin Woo-jin knows his title doesn't get him out of the hard work. He just has to provide a different kind of service. That often means spending a morning on the golf course, playing the part of a fan while the chairman takes his swing. Once the deal is settled and the car pulls away, he finishes the night with a deep bow, having secured the next step for his company. Building a business is a grind that can drain a man completely. The real trick is hiring employees who will chase the sales while the owner watches from the sidelines. Once that cycle starts, the money flows in on its own, kept moving by workers who toast to a job well done. Most people choose this life because it feels stable, even if they have to kick and scream just to keep their grip on the rope. Woojin sees it differently now. You don't have to be a boss to have workers making you money. Everyone has them. The world looks different to Shin Woojin now. It's all about money. To him, cash isn't just paper, but an employee that works for whoever holds it. It's the fuel that lets people enjoy their hobbies and sit in a theater without a care in the world. Every happy moment is just a chemical reaction triggered by spending. Money controls how active you are and how much you enjoy your life, improving both your physical and mental health at the same time. In his eyes, wealth is a private therapist that massages away all the stress of his inner state. Wu Jing notes that most people miss the simple truth about wealth. He sees money differently. Once the bills and hobbies are settled, the leftovers aren't just paper. They're employees that can be put to work. A smart owner directs those assets toward the right opportunity instead of just letting them sit. When news breaks of a new gold mine, his assets ask if they should start digging like everyone else, but he tells them to sell the pickaxes instead. While the rest of the world breaks their backs and wonders if there's even any gold to find, he intends to profit from their effort. Down in the mines, even the hardest working funds hit a wall when their tools finally snap. But a quick trip to the entrance gets them a new pickaxe for 10,001. Cash changes hands, and the worker is immediately back in the dirt. The employees realize that selling tools is actually more profitable than digging for gold, so they take the quick win and move on to the next opportunity. Wu Jin watches the whole process like a conductor at a railroad switch. These funds are his staff, and he has to decide exactly where to send them. He chooses to invest in Trinity Corporation, a cosmetics company that once led the market before losing its way. This company's stock was dead for 2 years. Now it's about to make everyone rich, or broke. Shin Woojin tracks Trinity Corp back to its stable baseline, noting that 2 years of a long crawl followed a CEO swap. But now the trap is set. News articles flood the feed with planned hype about a miracle cure, making every casual investor feel like they are falling behind if they don't buy now. This is the grand reveal Woojin was waiting for. The upward surge turns a flat chart into a vertical climb. The news hits the public exactly where it hurts, dangling a cure for baldness in front of a crowd that is skeptical but far too curious to ignore it. Skepticism dies the second the price jumps. The market dissolves into a frantic mess of retail traders screaming to buy in. Shin Woo-jin sees a simple truth. Humans are not rational creatures. They chase the same trends and crowd into the same traps, driven by a fear of missing out that wipes out every single ounce of common sense they might have left. But herd mentality is a dangerous game. When the momentum finally breaks, it turns into a deadly freefall that drags every last one of them into the deep. Some people would rather drown than admit they made a mistake, only fueling the fire as the crowd is swallowed by a sea of panic. But Shin Woo-jin doesn't reach down to save them. He sees the frantic reaches for help and uses them as a ladder to stay dry, walking a path built on the very people who couldn't control their own fear. Mr. P checks in on his student, asking how the latest lesson landed as the boy stands there, covered in the marks of his struggle. The session was brutal, but Wu Jin is starting to embrace the edge it's giving him. The light finally fades as his mentor calls an end to the work, cutting the connection for now. Back in reality, those scars are hidden under a denim jacket as Wu Jin brushes off his mother's offer for lunch. He's already halfway down the stairs, focused on the day ahead. Bomi's brother stands on campus, knowing there's no turning back now from the path he's chosen. Meanwhile, Jung-hun is making a scene in the lecture hall by bragging about a 19% profit to anyone who will listen. While the others discuss their problems with the workload, Woo-jin surprises them by revealing he's already finished the heavy economics books and offering to summarize the material while everyone else is still looking for shortcuts. Shin Woo-jin just wanted to blend in, but his classmates are swarming him for group projects, until a student named Jung-hoon interrupts to ask how everyone is doing with their stocks. Our hero brushes off the campus competition by acting like he isn't smart enough for it. Since Imna also admits she is confused, Jung-hun's plan to show off falls flat before he can even start his pitch. Imna detects a sudden heavy shift in the room's atmosphere. While Jung-hun tries to laugh it off by pointing the finger at Woo-jin, his body refuses to play along. Locked in a biological defense mechanism he simply can't hide. A moment ago, he felt a flash of something he couldn't control. Fear. It's an icy, ancient chill that doesn't care about how safe the room should be. It's the same subconscious reaction that hits in a dark alley, the kind that happens when your gut recognizes a predator before your brain even knows why. When Jung-hun spots an attractive woman in the lounge, his eyes wander on instinct. But the second they make eye contact, he snaps his head away and freezes in a state of alarm. This isn't just being shy, it's actual fear. It is a survival instinct that has been buried in his brain for thousands of years. It goes all the way back to the primitive era, when life was ruled by a strict social group where looking at the wrong woman meant a death sentence. That cowering habit became a permanent part of his DNA. In the ancient world, the strongest man always took the lead, leaving everyone else to live in a fear that eventually became part of their nature. Jung-hun is still driven by that same instinct, wearing a fake smile while he puts on a performance for the room. He brags about his recent stock market wins to play the part of a successful provider, but our protagonist sees the actual motive behind the show. This isn't just about ego, it's a primitive display meant to catch the eye of Imna, proving that the old rules of the tribe still apply. Woojin feels the eyes on him like he's standing in front of a dartboard, so he leans into the role and mutters that he's doomed, just loud enough for the room to hear. Jung-hun is on it in a second, smelling a chance to humble the newcomer, and Woo-jin plays it perfectly by claiming he accidentally traded real cash instead of using a simulator, sending the entire classroom into a laughing fit over the kind of mistake only an amateur would make. Once the noise dies down, the punchline lands that he cleared a 30% profit, and the laughter stops instantly as Jung-hun's face goes slack. The kid he was just mocking didn't make a mistake, he just made a fortune. This guy just hit a 30% profit on the stock market, and his classmates are losing their minds. Shin Woo-jin holds out his phone as the proof lands. A 30% profit in a single day has his classmates swarming him, wondering if the quiet kid was a stock genius all along. Jung-hoon can't look away. His mind races to find a single flaw in the guy sitting in front of him. Cheap denim, budget shoes, an outdated phone. Everything about Woo-jin looks poor, yet he somehow just hit the daily trading limit. Woo-jin stays composed, realizing the guy is just hunting for a reason to feel superior. Jung-hun finally snaps, lunging forward to grab the phone and see the stock ticker for himself. Their hands tangle, and the device slips. Time slows down as Woo-jin's mind automatically calculates the weight, the drop speed, and the sharp angle of the stairs. It's obvious it will shatter if it hits the ground, so he dives, snagging the phone just before the impact. Woojin's hand moves before anyone can even blink, snatching the device out of the air before Jang Hun can even finish stammering out an apology. The casual moment disappears the second he notices a brutal wound cut deep into Woojin's waist, pulling a secret he's been hiding right into the center of the room, where Jung Hun tries to break the shock with a joke about our MC being some kind of high-level gangster. The realization hits Woojin that being feared might be his only chance at peace. A group of students corners their classmate in an empty classroom, mocking the boy as he finally breaks down into tears. While on the street, two girls use a passing stranger as a shared punchline, and bullies lean in to laugh at their target's misery. The girls keep their mean energy going with the laugh that Jung Hun understands perfectly. Making someone else small is the fastest way to feel big. Jung Hun lives for the spotlight and never misses a chance to show off. He corners Bomi's brother with mocking questions about a fight, laughing as he asks if the boy was the one loser against 17. This guy is addicted to his own voice and finds a cruel kind of joy in dragging people down for an audience. Because of Jung-hun, life has become a series of alleyway setups, where Bomi's brother is cornered by cowards who only fight when they have the numbers. It's a harsh truth that the people causing the most pain are usually part of the majority. They find safety in numbers, and they never intend for any of this to be a fair fight. To be normal, you have to side with the winners. That's the lesson Bomi's brother is learning the hard way. He sits under the heavy realization that in this world, victims are the minority, and his own suffering has made it impossible for him to be seen as ordinary by the people standing in front of him. When an invite for a bonding drink finally comes, he realizes that being normal is a choice. He decides to stand up, ready to leave the shadows behind, and finally side with the majority. Bomi's brother offers to pay for the group's drinks, using his recent stock profits to play the host. He turns his attention to Jung-hun next and claims he only made his money by luck. He asks to learn from someone who actually knows how the market works. Jung-hun wakes to a blinding flash, a sharp shift from the world he knew into a nightmare where a surgical lamp pins him to a table. He tries to make sense of the room, but the fog in his head hits him first, and reality only registers when he feels the mask over his face. He is trapped in a space designed just for him, and now he is going to find out what it means to be someone's prey. This is the part where it gets ugly. The medical assistant freezes when he realizes the patient on the table is still conscious, but his warning doesn't even make the doctor pause. Bomi's brother doesn't care about the pain Jong-hun might feel, and he coldly calls for a scalpel to start the procedure anyway. This is the part where it gets ugly. As the lecture wraps up, a classmate suggests grabbing drinks, and Jong-hun lingers in the hall while the others head for the door. The student calls back to him, offering to buy since a lucky stock trade just put money in his pocket. And he even asks for advice, assuming Jong-hun is a natural expert who can show them how it's done. He isn't about to let this moment slip. The city's nightlife is in full swing as crowds filter through the neon streets while Bomi's brother takes a call. Someone on the other end is curious about the friends he's made lately, and since he has a second, he promises to check if the group is okay with the visitor before heading into the warm light of the pub. Inside, he finds his classmates already busy joking about a friend who had to skip the gathering to help out his cousin. Ujin joins his classmates for a meal and gets teased for dozing off in class lately. His friend assumes he's obsessed with stock articles, but Ujin ignores him to focus on his food. He waits until the guy demands an answer to play it off as a total fluke, which only leads to a warning about risky pump and dump stocks. That advice might work on a beginner, but then Ujin mentions checking 19 different indexes while tracking gold and oil, even monitoring foreign exchange rates across multiple countries, just to find that one specific lead. The sheer scale of that research hits the table like a hammer. While one classmate plays down his profit at the table, Ujin notices that Jong-hun is privately stewing over the success. He grabs a bottle and masks his irritation by playing the generous host to reclaim the spotlight. He reaches out to Ujin next, but it's just defensive body language, like a cobra trying to look bigger than it is. The girls keep praising the lucky break, and Ujin knows exactly what comes next. This guy is about to start showing off just to feel relevant again. The classmate in the yellow jacket is busy showing off his expensive watch before calling for a toast. This was the one moment Bomi's brother had been looking forward to all night. The group yells out their cheers as he takes his first shot, but the burn hits him hard, and while his friends talk about how sweet it tastes, he sits there frozen. It's an instant identity crisis. If this is what adults actually enjoy, he might still just be a kid in a grown-up's body. The phone buzzes with a call from Lee Hiram, and Bomi's brother doesn't miss his chance to set the bait. He's at a loud restaurant with his classmates, weighing each person in the room like a target, while he puts on a friendly face. The group is happy to welcome a guest, especially once they hear it's a girl, and he gives Hiram the green light to join them. He hangs up, his face going cold the second the line goes dead. He's done being the victim. Whatever they think of him now, he's the one running the show. While the others laugh over drinks and old school stories, he just sits back and waits until the chime at the door signals that his trap is officially set. When you walk into a setup this obvious, you usually know what to expect. Ujin hears the footsteps first as Lee Hiram arrives at the bar, clearly surprised he'd pick a place like this, but she keeps it professional and introduces herself as his friend to a table that welcomes her with a loud burst of energy. Hiram suggests they just stick to soju instead of wine, but Ujin ushers her into a seat, explaining that Jung-hun insisted this was the city's newest hotspot. Jung-hoon doesn't even let her settle in before leading with the heavy-handed compliment that leads right into a question about whether she's Ujin's girlfriend. The line lands like a lead weight. Hiram just stares back in silence. It is obvious she isn't buying anything this guy is trying to sell. Oh Jung-hoon loves the spotlight, but Hiram makes it clear right away that they are strictly friends. She has no interest in social games, and a quick glance at her wrist reveals a watch that costs more than an average person makes in a year. Jung-hun realizes he is out of his depth, yet he still claims the pair looks far too good together to just be friends. And while our hero tries to deny it, Jung-hun just laughs and reaches over to pour Ju-hwan a drink. Jo-hwan is floored by the reveal, but Bomi's brother plays it off like it was nothing more than a lucky guess. It's the perfect hook. Jaehwan is already diving into a list of water sports, desperate to find common ground with someone who finally seems to get him. Before long, Jaehwan is holding court at the table, lecturing the group on snorkeling while everyone leans in. This is what it looks like to control a room. Our protagonist keeps the momentum going, turning the spotlight onto Mina and making her the star for a moment with a few well-placed jokes. By now, the entire table is a blur of side conversations and birthday plans. Everyone feels seen. Everyone except Jung-hun. He sits in the cold center of the noise, drinking alone as the realization lands. He has been completely erased from his own social circle. Jung-hun sits by himself and feels the weight of being left out, but he can't handle the silence and forces a conversation, tapping Jaehwan to ask which stocks he bought. Jaehwan struggles to recall the name, giving Jung-hun the opening he wanted to lecture him about staying focused, while mockingly telling him to just try and get lucky on a mistake like Ujin did. And bitterness finally takes over as he questions why they are even bothering to buy drinks. Alcohol works like a fire in the brain, burning through the filters of common sense until the social masks these students wear start to fall away. For Oh Jung-hun, the act is officially over. He notices the bracelet Lee Joo-han is wearing and asks about it, breaking into a mocking laugh the moment Joo-han mentions he wears the charm for good luck. Apparently, drinks don't change a person. They just remove the mask to reveal a nature that was always there. And Jung-hun immediately launches into an aggressive lecture about hard work. Watching him mock the very idea of luck, Bomi's brother finally sees the man behind the smile. Oh, Jung-hoon thinks he owns the room, but he's actually the only person at the table who doesn't realize the trap is already set. Bomi's brother sees the whole shape of it. Oh, Jung-hun has spent a long time learning how to run a room by making everyone else the punchline. It's a tired game. Apparently, the guy is far too drunk to notice that the audience is already turned on him. He thinks he's still the one in charge. Now, Lee Hiram is baiting him with a question about his luck. In one quiet move, she takes total control of the table. Lee Hiram starts with a soft story about balsam flowers and first love, but it's just a setup for the cruelty she's about to drop. She turns her focus to Oh Jung-hoon and stops him cold. Without a hint of empathy, she lists every fake item he's wearing from his watch to his shoes. She asks him straight up if he thinks these knockoffs can actually hold up his shallow pride, and the humiliation hits home so hard that the only move he has left is to snap back in a defensive rage. Sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one who looks like he belongs there. Bomi's brother pulls the strings while the rest of the world sees an ordinary man having a drink, making sure every move his targets make follows a plan they don't even know exists. Every blow they trade is exactly what he intended. Late at night, Bomi stays up scrolling through her phone while her friends blow up her messages, all of them obsessed with the idea of finally meeting her brother. One of them suggests private tutoring, and Bomi stops to think that after 12 years in the dark, Woo Jin might actually enjoy a normal life. He missed out on childhood trips to the zoo and the beach, but he is curious about everything now, and Bomi knows it is finally time to start asking him what he actually wants for his future. Bomi can't help but worry about her brother being bullied. She vows to tear apart anyone who dares to touch him while her brother calls out to her from the hallway. Later that night at a bar downtown, he proves he is the last person who needs help, cornering Oh Jung-hoon and asking if a fake watch really makes him feel better. Jung-hoon's desperate shouting only makes things worse. Lee Hiram watches the display with nothing but cold boredom. Hiram has seen through the act. She calls out his fake watch in the pathetic way he tries to feel big by putting everyone else down. Jung-hoon tries to play the victim by complaining about the ruined mood. But she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she settles the debt for the evening with a thick stack of bills. If she ruined the night, she's willing to pay for it. It's a move meant to humiliate him, and she makes sure to tell him he looks like he actually needs the cash. With her point made, she tells Woojin she's leaving, walking out of the bar and leaving the rest of the table in silence. Jung-hoon is still desperate for an answer, demanding to know who she is. The reality check Woojin drops is enough to end the night. She isn't just some girl. She's the daughter of one of the biggest CEOs in the country. As Hiram walks away, the table is left in a daze until the name S.H. Shinhwa hits the group like a physical blow, leaving Juan to wonder how our hero knows someone from a corporation that huge. The realization of just how far he has fallen finally sinks in for Jung-hun. It only gets worse as the girls start whispering about how fake he seems, losing all his social ground until the humiliation finally snaps his pride and he storms out. Bomi's brother watches the fallout as the group turns on Oh Jung-hun, feeling the weight of the social tide finally shift in his favor. Now that the crowd is on his side, he knows the boy can't touch him without losing his own status. Jung-hun isn't done yet, chasing after Hiram to demand answers about her family connections until she shuts him down with a look of cold indifference. This realization hits Jung-hun like a physical blow, sending him into a sputtering rage. That rage evaporates the moment Hiram's bodyguard steps into the light and places himself between the boy and the car. The night air stays heavy as Jung-hoon realizes the situation has completely slipped out of his control. Back at school, the pressure of the group project is starting to set in, and our protagonist slams down 3 massive reports, each one thick enough to be a graduation thesis, and his group mates stare at the stacks in disbelief. Liana asks if he really did this alone, while Minsu worries they'll never finish reading it in time. But Woojin's eyes move like high-speed cameras as he flips through the pages at a speed that shouldn't be humanly possible to record every line of data into his memory. Instantly, the final click lands as the document saves, and Shin Woo-jin drops the work in front of his group before they can even ask how he finished so fast, telling them to shorten his notes while he makes a break for the restroom. Behind him, Lee Mina cracks a pun that lands a laugh as he steps into the hallway to find a quiet spot where he can finally think. He thought the drama was over, but some things stick around longer than a bad reputation. Bomi's brother walks through the quiet college hallway until a classmate stops him to ask about their group project, sparking a memory of the drinking party and all the sharp insults from that night that only fades when the classmate realizes he left his laptop behind and rushes away. Our lead watches the elevator doors close and tries to believe his normal life is finally back where it belongs. As a couple of students walk past him debating what to have for dinner, the mere mention of jjajangmyeon hits him like a physical blow. It is a sharp reminder that some parts of that night will be harder to leave behind than he thought. Shin Woo-jin stands frozen in the university hallway as a memory catches him where Captain Ye is offering to buy dinner with a smile meant to keep the team's spirits high. The man was clearly exhausted, and it showed in the way he leaned into his last cigarette while his partner watched the heavy toll of the job. He chose to tease the captain about a failed date just to hide the genuine worry they both felt. Outside the precinct, his partner watches Captain Ye trying to keep his cool and asks if he's doing an impression of Ujin, but Ye can barely hold it together as he defends his foul mood. Between skipping breakfast and dealing with building stress, his day was already ruined when his partner tried to cheer him up with a bird proverb he completely messes up. Ye corrects the idiot before they even start their shift, heading inside and wondering if he's truly losing his edge while the other man laughs about him getting everything wrong. The station is just a busy place today, and they both sprint back out the moment another emergency call comes in, complaining that it feels like a god of death moved into town. They're both exhausted from practically living on the road, but Ye is pushed past his limit and vows to tear through every criminal in the city as they floor the gas and head toward the next fight. The city goes dark as sirens signal another grim discovery in a quiet neighborhood. Captain Ye pushes past the gate, moving into the heart of the scene to check in with the forensics officer on the rooftop. Seeing the camera won't stop flashing, Ye asks why they're taking so many photos, but the investigator only warns him that some things are better left unseen. Captain Ye can barely take in what's in front of him, cursing the person who could do such a thing while he learns from the forensics team that the body belongs to Park Jung-hyuk, the 21-year-old son of this household. Searching for a reason, Ye wonders if this was some kind of grudge. The officer only points him toward the living room. He takes a breath and steps through the door to find two parents broken by the news that their son is never coming back. Captain Ye steps into the house, weighed down by the knowledge that there are no right words for this, and the victim's father instantly grabs his arm to beg for justice. It takes several officers to keep the man upright while he calls out for his son. Nearby, the mother stares into nothing from the middle of the carpet. As our lead stands alone on the balcony, the vibration of his phone pulls him away from the case. The narrow alleyway is a chaotic mix of flashing lights and shouting. The forensics team works slowly to clear the scene without losing any evidence. Captain Ye watches the slow progress from a nearby balcony and presses for any lead, but the investigator below has nothing for him. The man pulls down his mask just to vent, swearing he's never seen such a lunatic, and guessing this isn't the killer's first strike. Ye thinks about the brutal logic of a person who would dismember a body just to ship the pieces away. A sudden vibration breaks his focus as his phone starts buzzing in his hand. It's a call from Shin Woo-jin, and the name stops him cold. Whatever he was thinking about the murder is gone, replaced by the memory of a simple promise to grab a meal. Shin Woo-jin makes the call to Captain Ye as he heads out for the night, passing by classmates who look like they barely survived the day's lab. The captain is happy to hear from him and immediately asks about dinner plans. Back in a dark alleyway, Ye admits a meal isn't happening tonight. This is enough to let Woo Jin know the man is currently standing in the middle of a crime scene. The boy offers to head over and help out if they have the room for him. The response is loud enough to make Woo Jin flinch, and his classmates stop and stare while the detective shouts about how much they need a profiler. In the alley, Ye has to pull himself together and apologize to the forensics team for the sudden noise. Captain Ye warns Shin Woo-jin that the crime scene is a nightmare, but the MC isn't bothered by the gore, and even shuts down a reward with a lecture on economics. Naturally, the captain is lost until Woo-jin starts listing the station's menu, making it clear that our boy is traveling to a murder scene just for the food. On the rooftop, Detective Kichel hears that Woo-jin is coming and immediately offers to pick him up as Ye tells him to move fast before the cafeteria closes. But our hero decides to find his own way there and asks for the address. Below the rooftop, the neighborhood stays quiet while the police prepare for the long night. Shin Woo-jin walks alone through the quiet neighborhood, finding his way to a place most people his age would avoid. Detective Kichel is already waiting for him by the flashing lights. Surprised the boy found the spot so fast, even if he still tries to joke about Woo-jin looking like a regular student. Looking for a way to test his skills, Kichel asks him to guess what he ate earlier that day, and Woo-jin nails it immediately. The man just forgot to brush his teeth. Sirens cut through the night as Detective Kicheo leads Shin Woo-jin through a cramped alleyway toward the crime scene. They head up a set of stairs where Kicheo announces their arrival to his boss. Woo-jin doesn't waste time with small talk, immediately asking where the body is, which gets a weird look from Captain Ye. Most people don't go straight for the corpse before even saying hello, but the body has already been moved for testing. Standing near the empty tape outline on the floor, Woo-jin starts asking the usual questions, wanting to know who found the victim and if the police took pictures of everything in advance. Captain Ye explains that a mother found the body after a shift at work, though the killer is still a ghost. While they talk, a forensics officer nearby watches the exchange and notes that he has never seen Woo-jin's face before. Captain Ye brings Shin Woo-jin to the crime scene and ignores the officer who questions why a kid is even here. Ye begs his colleague to keep the visit a secret and ignores the grumbling as he leads the boy inside. Woo-jin waits with a calm that's a little too perfect. Our protagonist isn't here for a tour. He's here because the captain has photos of a mutilated corpse that even the police find disturbing. Despite the warnings, our hero reaches for the phone and starts swiping through the gore, looking for whatever the detectives missed. Shin Woo-jin is looking for a very specific signature on this body. He zooms in on a blurred crime scene photo, searching for the one detail the police missed, and right now he's cross-referencing that history with the evidence on his screen. He systematically rules out every common blade on the table. Even the power tools are wrong. Nothing here matches the jagged precision of the wounds he's analyzing. Standing by the massive meat saw, Captain Ye realizes the machine is a dead end since the cuts on the body aren't clean enough, which leads him to suspect the killer used a flexible rope-like tool instead. A small clue on the table pulls his focus away from the theory. Kichiao brings over a sample found on the victim, revealing a mess of red threads and fuzz that shouldn't be there. These fibers likely came from the cotton gloves meat handlers wear every day, and the connection puts a very specific type of worker in his sights. Searching for anything the killer might have left behind, Woo-jin eventually lands on several floral ice boxes that look suspiciously clean. Meanwhile, Captain Ye and Detective Kichiao conclude that the killer likely lived nearby and knew the family kept their gate locked, leading Kichiao to spot the suspect's path over the brick wall where a strange trail in the dust reveals a level of calculated precision. This intruder didn't just climb, they moved with a focus that suggests they've done this many times before. Kichio looks at the dust on the wall, noting how the wide smear suggests a clumsy, belly-down crawl by a suspect around 170 centimeters tall. And the lack of athletic skill points toward an older man, Captain Ye believes the profile is correct. He stares up at the building and asks who is inside right now, watching the window from the dark alley as they prepare to move. The scene is already a disaster. With the mother hospitalized, Wu Jin presses the captain to let them in and see what's left. Ye eventually gives in, warning him that this is an active crime scene where every thumbprint counts, though he can't stop wondering why the young man seems so intense today. Inside, they find Kichio trying to get answers from a man who can barely keep his head up, and when Ye offers a moment to look around, Wu Jin confirms it. He's looking for the details the police are going to miss. Kichio checks on the boy's health, but Wu Jin is already scanning the apartment for the tiny details the police always miss. He notices the trophy shelf is empty of family photos, revealing a man obsessed with his own past glory. The kitchen is just as strange, filled with expensive appliances that feel completely out of place in such a modest home, and asks if the man was hiding a secret younger lover. The response is immediate, defensive anger. Wu Jin just hit a nerve, and the mask of the grieving father is finally starting to slip. Shin Wu Jin watches as the man tries to hypnotize everyone with his claims, staring straight ahead to sell his innocence, while his body tells a different story. Even with that steady gaze, the suspect is anchoring himself deep into the sofa behind him. It's a textbook freeze response, the exact moment his confidence breaks and the terror hiding under the mask finally becomes visible. Shin Woo-jin drops two words into the rune that lock the suspect in place, forcing him to beg for the boy to repeat the phrase until he snaps in a violent, screaming outburst that catches the detectives off guard. Through the rage, the name Lee Sung-bum finally surfaces, and the suspect begins to realize that this might be the man who killed his son. So our protagonist presses for the link, demanding to know exactly what this man does at the butcher shop. Our protagonist works through every possibility, watching the father hide his face to block out a truth that is simply too painful to touch. The man finally tells an old rumor about his son that leads straight to Lee Sung-bum, a butcher who spends his days with a knife, and suddenly every peaceful deal they made in the past feels like a setup. The realization turns into a fury that screams for an arrest, and while the detective tries to keep him steady, there is no calming a man who just realized he shook hands with his son's murderer. Most people see a monster. Shin Woo-jin sees a professional. The killer didn't just leave a body. He left a signature that only a meticulous mind could understand. The victim's father is past the point of reason, demanding they bring in the killer immediately. While Detective Kicho tries to calm the man down, Woo-jin is already looking at the bigger picture, and when Kicho asks how he knew the man was a butcher, for Woo-jin, the answer is too simple to even call it a mystery. Leaving a body right on the victim's doorstep is a massive show of confidence from a killer who isn't even slightly afraid of being caught. A man meticulous enough to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Even with the perfect plan, the killer left behind threads and lint from his gloves, a mistake that doesn't sit right with Woo-jin since it seems so out of character. Keitra argues that even organized killers can get sloppy under pressure, but Woo-jin humors him for only a moment, noting that the murderer still managed to learn every daily routine in that house before attacking. Shin Woo-jin looks at the patterns and sees a killer known to the victim, an older person who likely lacked the speed for a messy fight. The cuts on the body tell a story, matching a professional butcher's saw. Butchers spend their lives keeping foreign objects away from their work, making the presence of thread and lint highly unusual. Detective Kichel sees the trap. The killer left those clues behind on purpose to frame a local shop owner. Shin confirms the theory, pointing out that the state of the body has reached a point where the timeline of decay tells the real story. Looking at the remains, the level of decay tells its own story, but it's a story the killer tried to rewrite by using ice packs to poison the timeline of death. And while Kicheol is ready to label the boy a genius for seeing through it, Woojin just shrugs it off by explaining that most people only believe what they want. It's an unsettling bit of logic that leaves the detective wondering what kind of kid he's actually dealing with. Finally, the realization lands. The murderer carefully built a trap specifically to frame the local butcher. Captain Ye explains that the digital trail was meant to be found. Any CCTV footage they track will likely lead straight to the butcher shop as part of the killer's setup. The details remind him of a previous case, but looking closer at the memory, he realizes the vibe here is different. Kichao asks to check the cooler where the victim was hidden, and the captain pulls up the file. They both lean in to study the evidence, searching for any clue they might have missed. It's strangely clean for something used to haul a body, and Kichio points out how perfect the condition is. There isn't a single scratch on the floral pattern, meaning it was likely bought just for the crime. Captain Ye tries to piece it together, wondering if there's a hidden meaning behind picking something that looks like a gift. Standing at the scene, Captain Ye picks apart the details of the crime, noting it took a full team of officers to move the heavy cooler. One killer bringing that massive box inside alone simply doesn't add up. Detective Kicho realizes the lack of scratches on the bricks proves the path was far too clean and likely part of a setup that only begins to clarify when an officer reports a suspicious car spotted on CCTV. A plainclothes officer reports a man in a delivery outfit disappeared from the area, but Shin Woo-jin warns the team that this lead is just a distraction. Lee Seung-bilm's alibi will probably be flawless, so Captain Ye orders his team to track that car through every camera available. As the officer rushes off to follow the lead, Ye watches our lead and asks if Woo-jin can really find the real killer if the suspect is innocent. He answers with absolute certainty that he can. The confidence in his voice leaves the captain stunned. The motive could be a person who wanted to frame Sang-bom or someone who specifically hated the victim, Park Jong-yo. Woo-jin scans the crime scene with a cold focus and tells Captain Ye that the victim's father will be the one to show them the killer. Inside the house, the father is already losing it, shouting and pushing against the detectives until Kicho is forced to physically hold him back. While the police see a man broken by grief, Woo-jin notices a swollen and purple foot and tracks the other signs, the yellowed eyes and the dry, cracking lips, realizing that this man's intense, desperate thirst is the key to finding the real monster. Our boy is playing a different game, and the trap is already closing. Woo-jin stops the man from drinking and begins listing symptoms that suggest a much more serious problem. From his shaky walk to his swollen fingertips, every sign points to a body failing from the inside. The man is suffering from kidney issues caused by diabetes, but he doesn't want to hear it. He explodes in a desperate rage, screaming that they should be catching the killer instead of worrying about his health. Woo-jin ignores the outburst to bring up the man's recent business failure, leaving the father feeling mocked as his world collapses. While Kichio begs for a bit of mercy, our protagonist finally pivots to the evidence that counts, the specific head injury found on the boy. Most fathers would have demanded blood for their children, but the butcher chose to settle. The man snaps into a desperate panic and swears he has never wronged a soul, while Woo-jin stares him down and demands that he remember. Inside the interrogation room, Shin Woo-jin cuts straight to the chase, warning that time is running out for both of them. Our protagonist starts with the brutal facts of the murder, describing a head wound caused by something both blunt and sharp, before detailing how the body was cut into pieces. Standing in the quiet room, he explains that murder usually comes from a deep hatred, and apparently the butcher is an unlikely suspect, because the man chose peace even after his own daughter was attacked. This leaves only one answer. The killer likely holds a personal grudge against the father himself. As the man stammers through a terrified denial, the young man demands he dig into his past and find the truth before their time runs out. Every clock in the room feels like a countdown to a life he's about to lose. Jung-yuk's father is searching for a ghost in his past. He can't find a single name besides Sang-bom, and while the clock on the wall keeps its mocking beat, the detectives at the station stay buried in their late-night grind, while Bomi's brother counts down the final minutes. Jung-hyuk's father is overwhelmed, but Bomi's brother presses him to think back and look for a pattern that might have started years ago. A name from the past finally surfaces, H-World Dream Solution. Bomi's brother pulls up the records on his phone, noting that the world has become a very convenient place for anyone trying to track the past. The screen is full of news reports detailing a past assault involving Jung-hyuk that never went to court. It hits the father all at once. Something similar happened 4 years ago, but back then the adults just ignored it as kids playing around. You can already see the regret starting to set in. The unfairness of that moment finally hits home. It wasn't a joke, and they let a monster walk. The news of a dark history changes the man's entire world. It pulls him back to memories of a time when Jung-hyuk was still just a child and life felt simple. But after the truth came out, he couldn't bring himself to call him son anymore, and he used the boy's name to create a cold distance. It was a defense he used without thinking. Calling him by his name was the only way to separate his own life from the person his boy had become. Bomi's brother pieces the timeline together, confirming that the other party had admitted to the assault. Everything traced back to Jung-hyuk's actions 4 years ago. That one moment really ended the family's business. When he demands to know who the victim was, the father reveals a dark detail. It was the daughter of one of his own workers. He tried to bury the event by offering the man a promotion and a payoff, treating the pain like a business deal. Even now, he views it all as a simple mistake. He never thought that money wouldn't be enough to fix the damage. The weight of the past finally catches up, leaving nothing but blood on the concrete blocks, where the employee's daughter ended her own story. Jung Hyuk's father is still trying to hide his part in it, blaming the media for the tragedy while he keeps his own hands clean. The logic finally clicks, and as the father sees the shape of the trap, he realizes a grieving man is finally coming for him. He treats the death like a simple mistake. It's a cold way to talk, proving he still doesn't feel any real guilt. Bomi's brother keeps the pressure high, demanding at least the daughter's name, while Jung Yuk's father tries to hide by claiming he can't remember anything from 4 years ago. The brother scans the room for clues until he spots the trophies and photos that reveal the man's ego, prompting him to pivot the conversation toward the father's daily walks. The man starts to cracks, demanding to know what his health routine has to do with the interrogation. But the trap is already shut. If he walks these streets every day to stay healthy, there is no way he missed a new neighbor moving in a year ago. Shin Woo-jin has a theory that changes everything. It's a clean explanation for a dirty crime, but the real twist is how fast he takes it all back. He lays out a new possibility. A former employee, whose name was long forgotten, has been nursing a grudge for years, and the theory is that he framed the butcher to settle a score for his daughter's death. This realization hits Jung Hyuk's father like a physical blow until Shin reveals that the man is innocent, a reversal that leaves the father lost and unable to grasp why he's being told about a man who didn't even do it. Shin Woo-jin lays out his logic. The killer knew the area well enough to either live there or visit dozens of times. He turns the heat on Jung Hyuk's father because a man who walks this much should have noticed a stranger. Even with the mask on, humans are naturally wired to sense danger, and Woo-jin argues that the primal brain would always recognize a threat hiding in the crowd. The man stammers through a weak excuse as the weight of the deduction finally lands. He can feel the trap closing, and for the first time, he doesn't have an answer. Captain Ye takes a call that changes the momentum of the case, finding out the unregistered car was spotted right next to the butcher shop he suspected. He orders his team to secure an alibi for the owner immediately, knowing this could be the break they need. As the call ends, the weight of Shin Woo-jin's cold silence starts to grate on him, especially since the kid acts more like an insensitive machine than a partner. His colleague Gisheel is just as shocked by the location, but they don't get a moment to think before Jang Yuk's father starts shouting about Sing Bell. Ye tries to keep the man calm while confirming they've at least tracked the suspect down. While the rest of the room is distracted by the noise, our MC scans the house for the tiny things everyone else missed. The layout reveals the truth. They aren't dealing with a common criminal, but someone who is sharp enough to notice every single detail. This isn't just a simple crime. It's a move by someone who was watching before the investigation even started. Inside the home, Woo Jin watches every move the grieving father makes, until a sudden slip breaks the silence and sends the man scrambling to catch a shelf full of trophies. Even as things are put back, Woo Jin notices they don't quite fit the way they used to. Being ordinary is a difficult act to keep up under pressure. He warns Mr. Park that the killer will only be caught if he gives straight answers, and the father finally gives in, telling him to go ahead and speak. Woo Jin drops a question that feels like a trap. Does he actually tidy that dining table every single day? It is a small detail, but the truth usually hides in the corners. The questioning starts out normal, but the father hits a wall the second the topic shifts to his family's private habits. Shin Woo-jin doesn't back off, listing the man's medical history and the physical toll of raising a son who was nothing but trouble. He points to an old photo of a healthy golfer to contrast it with the shell of a person standing in the kitchen now. Detective Kicho finally catches the drift. Wu Jing is building a profile of the killer in real time, and every detail matches the father perfectly. Then Wu Jing asks a strange question, wondering if the man ever wanted to be an actor. The father explodes, lunging forward with a pointed finger to demand proof that this kid is even a real cop. While the other officers scramble to hold the man back, Wu Jin stays ice cold and asks for the one thing that will end the debate, the luminol spray. Kichio doesn't understand the sudden request, but Wu Jin isn't interested in explaining why they need to move right now. The detective rushes to find the chief for the gear, returning a moment later with the bottle Wu Jing needs to test his theory. Without a word, our hero kills the lights. The sudden dark causes the father to snap, demanding to know what they think they're doing. Wu Jing ignores the noise and lets the first mist fly. He carefully sprays down the furniture as the father stands there frozen. The man knows exactly what that spray is looking for, and in this darkness, there is nowhere left to hide the truth. Jung Hyuk's father locks up as the room suddenly lights up with proof, catching the detectives off guard as the glowing traces lead straight down the table, and Kicheol shouts for the rest of the team. Woo Jin leans in to ask if the man recognizes the blood as his own son's. As the man focuses on the table in stunned silence, the truth starts to sink in. Bomi's brother only presses harder, asking if he recognizes his own son's blood until the weight of a mistake he can't undo hits him all at once. There is no comfort coming, only the cold reminder that the house is full of evidence and he can't hide what he's done. Jung-hyuk's father immediately scrambles to defend himself, claiming the whole situation is just a misunderstanding. But he finally admits the blood belongs to his son, as he spins a story about an argument that got out of hand. He swears the push against the table didn't do real damage, even daring the kid to spray the rest of the floor for more evidence. But his calculated play of wrapping a lie in the truth fails, because the protagonist already knows why the evidence is gone. The trophy was supposed to be a prize, but tonight it's a confession that Shin Woo-jin holds just long enough for Jang Yuk's father to see. One look at the man's face says it all. The secret he's been polishing away for years just came back to haunt him. Shin Woo-jin stands his ground and lets the silence press against Jung Hyuk's father while he explains that the bleeding wasn't the issue. He reaches for a trophy on the shelf and the man's face goes pale. He wants to know why Woo-jin has it, and notes the one corner that is polished, which reveals that someone spent a lot of time cleaning away a stain they couldn't afford to leave behind. The father has no more answers, only a cold realization that the past doesn't stay buried. Jang Yuk's father works at the trophy with a cloth, trying to wipe away something that shouldn't be there. When the silence breaks, it's with a desperate defensive shout as he insists the award is spotless, his voice cracking under the weight of a lie he can't quite sell. Shin Woo-jin ignores the outburst and picks up the award himself, beginning a cold inspection while the older man yells about his hard work and begs to know why he's being targeted. The award is a symbol of a legacy that was never meant to be touched. The weight of the damage finally hits home. Jung Yuk's father stands alone in the middle of the room, waiting in a house that no longer looks like a home. The electronic lock chirps, and the door swings open. The visitor stops dead the moment he sees the thick plastic covering the floor. It is a setup for something grim, and the young man can only stare while he asks what exactly he just walked into. Entering the house, the son finds the living room wrapped in plastic. His father waits in the shadows, looking haunted. He asks what's going on with the vinyl, as the man scrambles to keep the shelf from tipping over. The man drops to his knees to steady the awards and insists he's fine, but the son isn't buying the excuse. He knows his mom is still away on her night shift, and the logic on why the living room is wrapped in plastic just won't add up. Jung Hyuk's father grips a heavy, dark weight, finally deciding his son needs to learn what filial duty actually looks like. The boy is completely clueless, complaining about his plans for the night, until a heavy blow sends him crashing to the floor. He looks up at his own parent, the betrayal refusing to land. Years of hiding scandals and cleaning up messes finally push the old man over the edge, and he rains down strikes while screaming about honor and ignoring the desperate begging for mercy until the room finally goes silent. The visitor finally reaches his limit and stands his ground. He swears that from this moment on, he won't live under the shadow of this guilt. But his father only sees it as an attack, shouting about how much he's provided while the boy stumbles back in fear. He asks what kind of monster he is really looking at, but his vision starts to blur before he can get an answer. Gravity takes over and he falls backward, hitting his head with the sickening cracks that ends the argument for good. The father freezes. The rage is gone, replaced by the cold reality of the blood on the floor and the body that isn't moving. He finally sees the cost of his own temper. The truth hits Jung Hyuk's father like a physical blow. He spent his whole life building a perfect image, but for the first time, he has nothing to say. The evidence wasn't hidden in a shallow grave or a river. Instead, Bomi's brother realizes the man kept it because his ego was too big to let it go. Most killers would burn the weapon, but this man valued his prizes more than his own safety. It was a cold choice where a shiny trophy carried more weight than his son's life. Now that the secret is out, the man's identity starts to fall apart, revealing the hollow core of a person who only ever cared about material things. The father tries to hide behind the idea of parental love, but Shin Woo-jin isn't buying it. The real motive was never about the son, but about business risk and the truth the man thought he'd buried forever. This decision is finally catching up to him. Seeing the father drag a body through his own home changes everything. It fits the description of a parent who only sees their child as a way to feel powerful. Every detail of the cover-up is coming back to haunt him now. The bathroom scrub down didn't hide the fear of being seen. Cornered in front of the neighbors, he screams about his innocence and claims he was the one who called for help. Bomi's brother doesn't flinch. He hasn't even made a formal accusation yet, but his next question cuts through every lie. When exactly did this plan start? The young man lays out the whole strategy. The house chosen for its lack of cameras and the hidden parking. The life insurance policy was the only reason the boy had to die. Jung Yuk's father finally starts to cracks as the weight of the trouble pins him down. and he desperately claims he's innocent even as Captain Ye orders both men to follow him. While his panic turns into a full meltdown where he screams about being the victim and tries to pin the entire crime on Lee Sung-boom. Ye signals his detective to move in and ignores the frantic attempts to sell out an employee just to avoid the arrest, letting the legal warning drown out the shouting as the police lead them to the street until the house is finally left quiet under the night sky. The investigation starts at a dark shelf as forensics search for traces on the family's trophies and photos. Looking at the blood on the furniture, Ji Chael notes the killer likely used the heavy award as the weapon before cleaning the floor with plastic sheets. The trail leads to the bathroom, where chemical reactions reveal the true violence of the assault. Ji Chael still doesn't understand the risks the man took outside. Captain Ye explains the wall climb was a performance meant to confuse the police and satisfy a dark need for an audience. Captain Ye explains that the killer acted like an intruder to mess with witness accounts, pointing out that the flowered icebox stayed clean since the killer packed the body into it while he was still inside the house. As the forensic team wonders if this guy is some top detective, our lead shuts them down by claiming he's just a normal guy. The ticking of the clock catches Woo Jin's attention, pulling a pattern to the front of his mind that changes everything about his plan as he stares at the wall, the rhythm suddenly feeling more like a countdown than a heartbeat. He snaps out of it and shouts for the detective to get Captain Ye's attention. The old man is already panicking and asking what went wrong, but the visitor only warns him that staying is dangerous and promises to explain once they are moving. Bomi's brother bursts in and grabs Mr. P, telling him they need to reach the police station right now. He drags him toward the door and warns him that staying put is no longer an option. While elsewhere in the neighborhood, Captain Ye presses Woo Jin for the truth. He needs to know if there's an accomplice or if they've missed another victim. While the night shift wraps up in the parking lot, Captain Ye is losing his patience. But Woo Jin is far more concerned with his phone, because it turns out the big emergency is actually just a food delivery order. The captain names a number before the boy asks for sweet and sour pork, and Ye is suddenly all for it, insisting they go for the large size, though naturally, the reality of the stakeout eventually kicks back in. Ye starts to worry that the food will arrive right as they're supposed to be catching an accomplice, but Woo Jin knows there won't be one and uses the restaurant across from the station to explain the real threat. Captain Ye finally catches on to the famous restaurant Woo Jin is talking about, but our hero is actually shaken by how fast the place burns through its ingredients and dwells on the threat of nearly missing out on a station meal, calling the early closing time terrifying while the captain just plays along. He finds a rare bit of comfort that makes him see the kid more like a younger brother, as he shifts the car into gear with a renewed energy to get back before the food gets cold, only to feel a sudden stab of guilt for letting the student pay. While the sun dips below the city skyline, Woo Jin and Captain Ye go back and forth over why the dinner order needs to stay as boring as possible. For Woo Jin, keeping things ordinary is the only rule that matters. But once the food actually hits the office desks, the peace vanishes as Woo Jin starts destroying his meal with a hunger that honestly looks a little dangerous. The rest of the detectives can only watch and wonder if the kid has missed his last 3 meals. The reality hits when Captain Ye looks down and realizes his own share of the food is already gone. Kim Tae-hyun bursts back into the police station and ignores the offer of food to ask about the culprit. He stops when he sees the strange kid in the corner. He learns this is actually Woo Jin, and the name lands like a weight. It's been a year since the boy was released from 12 years of imprisonment, but seeing him raiding the station's lunch, Tae-hyun finds him unrecognizable. The detectives explain how he reported a real kidnapping yesterday, which leads Tae-hyun to ask if he has another tip. But as it turns out, Woo Jin only came back for the noodles. Back at the station, the detective tries to play it cool, laughing off the fact that he just dragged Shin Woo Jin along for a free dinner, while Kim Tae-hyun loses his temper over the idea of bringing a civilian into an active investigation. Surprisingly, our protagonist isn't bothered by the shouting at all, since he's too busy giving the department's food a 5-star review and praising the station's strategic location near a top-tier noodle shop. Once his mission of a free meal is complete, the boy heads for the door, giving Captain Ye a perfect chance to dodge his paperwork by insisting on driving the kid home. Taehyun tries to call them back to handle the mountain of work on their desks, but the duo is already halfway out the door while the detective frames their escape as a noble responsibility, leaving his superior completely exhausted by the nonsense. 3 days before the big presentation, Choi-gul and her team are locked in the study room. They move to a classroom by day 2 to run practice rounds, though the stress is clearly starting to wear them down. By the final day, the library lounge becomes their home while the exhaustion finally wins. It's finally D-Day on campus, and Mansu is already flagging down our protagonist, Shin Woojin. Woojin gives a calm greeting, but he can tell his friend is barely holding it together. As it turns out, Mansu hasn't slept a wink, and he's been shaking all night over the thought of their management ethics presentation. This entire meltdown started because of one unlucky game of rock, paper, scissors back in the lounge, where the group had decided that the loser would have to present for everyone. Wu Jin immediately started a psychological game. He claimed he would pick rock while hinting he might actually be bluffing. His classmates were much more predictable, admitting they were honestly sticking with rock. But Wu Jin could see the lie forming on Mansu's face the moment the focus shifted to him. A quick game of rock, paper, scissors settles the score, leaving Mansu stuck with the class presentation, while his classmates joke about his terrible luck. Wu Jin watches the panic set in and realizes this kind of anxiety will burn through the energy Mansu needs for the actual work. To break the cycle, he steps in to change the subject, asking how the family toast shop is doing. Mansu is surprised he even knows about the store, but he admits that things have been rough lately. Making friends as a freshman is hard enough, but Mansu spent his first months turning down every offer to go out just so he could help his cousin run the business. If the shop was busy enough to need a college student's help, there wasn't much room for a social life. Eventually, that started to change as Mansu began carving out real time for his new friends. Looking at how often they hang out now, it is clear he finally found a way to balance work and his new life. With the busy part of the day behind them, Mansu is left trying to figure out how Woojin knew about his favorite toast shop without being told. Shin Woojin gives him a simple answer. His friend often smells like fresh bread. This sends the kid into a minor panic, and he immediately starts sniffing his own clothes to see if the scent is really that obvious. Our protagonist isn't finished yet, casually asking if Mansu's parents happen to be farmers. This second correct guess is too much for Mansu, who begins to wonder if his friend is actually possessed by some kind of spirit, as a police car rolls through the darkness, signaling that the piece is about to end. A lone patrol car rolls down the dark road, cutting through the quiet fields. Inside, the officers are more worried about their dinner than the night around them. They argue over who gets the first bite of soup before it gets cold, never noticing the dark figure already creeping through the tall grass just a few feet away. The creature stays low to the ground and stalks silently through the shadows, watching the cruiser pass without making a sound. On a dark road, two patrol officers argue over directions until their casual talk about dinner cuts short as Shin Woo-jin suddenly appears in their headlights. The passenger screams for the driver to slams on the brakes, and the car stops just inches from his bare feet while the young man stands motionless in the high beams. The officers shout to find out if he's lost his mind, but our boy only stares them down. Two police officers pull over on a dark road when their headlights hit a lone figure. He stands in hollow silence, staring back with eyes that carry a strange, dark weight. Their anger turns to shock when they realize this is the missing kid the whole town has been looking for. Officer Kim freezes when he sees a look he has never seen before. They lead him into the car, desperate to get him away from whatever he found in the dark. The road out of town is empty, and inside the police car, the silence is heavy. Shin Woo-jin sits calmly in the backseat and finally sees that these men are genuinely afraid of him. Finally, Woo-jin understands what their fear really meant. A quiet night is the last thing this officer wants right now. He's driving a lone patrol car down a back road, but his focus isn't on the road ahead. Instead, his eyes keep snapping to the rearview mirror to check his passenger. That passenger is Shin Woo-jin, a boy who was just rescued after 12 years locked away in a basement. The officer can't help but wonder what kind of person survives a decade in a hole. Whatever the answer is, it's sitting right behind him. The capture lands with a blow that sends Wu Jin into the dirt, while his captor towers over him. Mr. P pours his anger into every strike, cursing the boy for trying to leave after 12 years of what he calls shelter. Just feet away, the police lean against their cruiser and chat on their phones, ignoring the violence in their own headlights. They've seen enough and start to drive away. This is the moment Woo Jin realizes nobody is coming to save him. One final kick sends the boy back into the darkness, sealing him away while the door slams shut on 12 years of survival. The world is happy to let him stay hidden. Shin Woo Jin sits alone in a dark room, surrounded by books, but the silence is heavy with the voices he can't escape. The memory of his old captor, Mr. P, rings out with a command never to return empty-handed, clashing with the taunts of the bullies he just left behind. He's free now, but his past is still giving him orders. Meanwhile, in the countryside, a laborer clearing a muddy ditch stops when something unusual catches his eye, and then returns to his routine, raking through the muck while the sun beats down on the hills. While two villagers sit in a pavilion, Woo Jin watches them like test subjects from under his hat, breaking down the mechanics of their joy into even mouth movements and a subtle lean that signals trust. His analysis strips the humanity away, replacing the person with physical tells like rapid speech, pooling saliva, and rhythmic scratching. And as he returns to his work, he knows that every trivial detail is a matter of survival. Shin Woo-jin is focused, certain that survival requires knowing every detail of the world around him. But across campus, Bomi's brother lives by a different rule. Observation reveals truth. He tells a classmate that looking isn't enough and that you have to truly watch people if you want any hope of reading them. His friend is totally lost, but they have to hurry inside to the lecture hall, where two students are already making a scene, cheering for their friend Mansu and shouting that they believe in him. It is plain to see that Mansu is a complete wreck, and things only get worse when the professor calls for the first team to start their presentation. The mention of peer evaluations sends him into a deeper state of dread as he watches the first presenter stumble through slides filled with mistakes, which leaves the professor visibly disappointed. Once the first group finally bows out, Jung-hoon steps onto the stage with a level of confidence that most people in this room could only dream of, looking like he already owns the podium. Jung-hoon steps up to the front of the lecture hall, commanding the room as he begins his team's presentation. He's clearly done his homework, breezing through the material with a level of polish that leaves the rest of the class genuinely impressed. When he finally wraps up and opens the floor for questions, he expects a victory lap, but Shin Woo-jin is already moving. Our protagonist knows exactly how the game is played. This is peer evaluation, and a sharp question at the right time can wreck a team's score in seconds. As the hand goes up, Jung-hoon hesitates, sensing the sudden tension before calling on him to speak. Woo-jin isn't looking for a simple answer. He's looking for blood, standing up with the focus that says he's found the one cracks in Jung-hoon's perfect armor. He stammers for a way out while Woo-jin calmly asks if he agrees that selfish motives can actually benefit a market. Jung-hoon desperately tries to brush the argument off, insisting the idea has nothing to do with the text they're debating. But Woo-jin delivers the finishing blow. The invisible hand, an avatar of Adam Smith himself, appears to back him up, confirming that the pursuit of personal wealth naturally helps everyone else. Completely outmatched, Jung-hoon admits he just hasn't researched the material well enough to compete. Woo-jin isn't just asking questions, he's launching a relentless assault on Jung-hoon's logic. He demands proof for every economic claim until the barrage hits like a physical weight. With one final demand for an answer, Woo-jin dismantles the opposition's framework, leaving Jung-hoon's academic faction reduced to beggars pleading for mercy. The rest of the class watches in stunned silence as the demolition concludes. Back in reality, Jung-hoon stands paralyzed with his confidence stripped away. Even the professor can only watch with a grim look, recognizing the intellectual suffering he likely felt himself. Right before Jung-hoon somehow manages to force out the final words to end the presentation. Jung-hoon leaves the podium in total defeat, leaving the stage open for the professor to call up Team 3, and Mansu jumps to his feet while a classmate hypes him up, taking the podium with enough volume to wake the back row. His teammates are already all in, waving glow sticks and signs to turn the lecture into a concert. But in his head, the room fades away until he's a superstar under the lights. Watching a crowd weep with joy while even the professor breaks down at his greatness, and he stands in the spotlight of his own making to soak in every bit of imaginary glory. As the crowd clears out of the building, Mansu finds himself surrounded by classmates who can't stop praising his performance, though he's quick to tell them that the success really belongs to Woo-jin. The rest of the team is already joking about the top grades they've earned, but Woo-jin isn't thinking about school anymore, suddenly asking if they can visit Mansu's cousin's toast shop together. The request catches Mansu off guard until our protagonist explains that he just wants to gather some ideas, leading Mansu to hope that a genius like Woo-jin can finally diagnose why the family business is struggling, even if they have to wait until tomorrow for the shop to open. Mansu agrees to the plan, but Woo-jin's eyes are already on the bus pulling up to the curb. He shouts a quick goodbye and sprints for the doors, leaving his classmates wondering why he's ditching the after-party. From behind the glass, our protagonist waves while admitting to himself that he really does enjoy bossing people around. He tells himself that helping friends is normal. As the bus pulls away, the performance ends, and his face settles into a cold, distant look. The sun begins to set, painting the city in a warm orange glow as Woo-jin finally steps off the bus and into the evening air. Shin Woo-jin spots a chance to test his skills by practicing some meddling, so he stops a young man pushing his grandfather in a wheelchair to explain why bone broth is a terrible choice for a healing fracture. He walks away feeling like he nailed the timing of his first social intervention, continuing through the sunset city until a sharp shout pulls his attention toward an alley where a group of thugs is busy shaking someone down. This is the part where things get ugly. He doesn't know who these guys are, but he knows exactly what's about to happen. Bomi's brother isn't just walking home. He's looking for a reason to snap. When a couple of street thugs catch him staring and shout a challenge, he ignores the friend telling his buddy to chill out. The lead thug asks if he really wants the medal, but our lead only repeats the question back to him. Apparently, he's totally down for this. Finding an easy fight is exactly what he wanted. Perfect. Bomi's brother walks with purpose, coming to a dead stop the moment he finds what he's looking for, and a thug steps out to warn him that being nosy usually comes with a high price. The young man welcomes the invitation and keeps moving, heading deeper into the quiet streets as the sun dips below the skyline and the city begins to dim. Scanning the area with a look that shows he's actually looking forward to the fight until he finally spots exactly what he needs. A blind spot tucked away from any cameras. Looking up at the buildings, Bomi's brother wonders if the police picked this spot on purpose, as it is a perfect blind spot with zero cameras to catch what happens next, and the lack of eyes is better for what he has planned. He tells the group he doesn't care about their cigarettes, but seeing a group of guys cornering one lone kid just makes his blood boil. Even though they give him one chance to walk away, he doesn't slow down and instead walks right past the threats to check on the student. He's acting like the bullies don't even exist. Bomi's brother looks down at the guy on the ground and asks a question the victim can't process, demanding to know why someone would choose to be a punching bag while he projects his own past resentment onto the situation. He simply can't stand watching people get beaten up anymore. He laughs the thugs off and tells them to move along, but calling them cheap bastards is the final straw, and the biggest of the group finally snaps and swings. These two thugs thought they found an easy target in an alley. They're about to learn that sometimes the guy with the backpack is the last person you want to pick a fight with. Bomi's brother ends the fight before it even starts with a move too fast for the thugs to track. The first man hits the pavement hard, and the realization of his mistake lands right alongside him. He's clutching a snapped arm and screaming while his partner watches in total shock. Our lead looks down with nothing but disgust. He asks if they're actually made of paper. The second thug finally snaps. He trades his fear for a blind rage that doesn't hide how outclassed he is. He charges in with zero plan and meets a counter that shuts him up for good. The strike carries enough weight to send him airborne, and by the time he hits the bricks next to his buddy, the message is clear. They aren't the predators tonight. They're just the latest lesson in why you never judge a guy by his backpack. The thug loses his temper, but Bomi's brother is already moving. He doesn't bother with a punch, instead reaching out to snatch the man's hair in one fluid motion. The reveal is much more embarrassing than a punch to the face. The street tough was hiding a secret under that hair, and the loss of his wig breaks his spirit instantly. He's left crying on the ground over his ruined pride. Standing over him, our protagonist warns this guy to stay away from the kind of trouble he clearly can't handle. He turns toward the victim next, ordering the terrified guy to quit shaking and get up. There's no time for a thank you, so Bomi's brother grabs the kid's arm and marches him out of the alley, while the remaining thugs watch them go. Bomi's brother doesn't seem to care about being polite, and his blunt command to sit down leaves the high schooler with very little choice. They settle onto a bench in the empty park, surrounded by a silence that feels heavier than the shadows. Our protagonist waits for a beat before calling out to get the boy's attention. He asks what it's actually like to be in pain, putting the question forward with a flat curiosity. The kid just stares back, trying to wrap his head around something most people don't even have to name. Sitting on a park bench under the night sky, Bomi's brother starts with a simple question about where people go when they get hurt, catching the student off guard with a premise so obvious it seems like a trick. But he uses that same answer to corner him. He points out that while everyone understands how to seek medical help, this kid just accepts his beatings without ever considering a way to stop them, framing the boy's helplessness as a deliberate choice rather than just bad luck. Even when the student tries to hide behind the fact that he's physically weaker than the bullies who torment him, the older man drops the cold truth that in any fight, the person willing to take things to a darker level is the one who actually wins. One student realizes that if he can't win with his fists, he'll win with whatever is nearby. He swings a dirty mop to drive his bullies back. He later leans on that mop to teach a younger kid the same survival instinct. He explains that the real problem isn't the lack of strength, but the fear that stops him from acting. The older boy tells him to fight back however he can, but warns him not to trade his life for a rash choice that leaves everyone else in pain. The weight of that warning finally lands when the boy stands at his own funeral. The reality of what he's done hits as his parents fall to their knees, their lives broken by a decision he can't take back. The bullying he tried to escape was nothing compared to the agony he left behind. He's backed into a corner, forced to endure the bullying because he simply has no other choice. The advice to not run away just because he's scared feels impossible when there's no one left to help him. He wants to find a paradise where he can finally be safe. Unfortunately, he eventually realizes that place doesn't exist. If he runs, he'll just be taking his problems into a different kind of empty space. Most people are just acting out a script written by the world that raised them. Every move they make is driven by internal gears they didn't choose to install. But once you see the shape of the maze, you can finally start looking for the exit. That realization is what leads to personal growth, and it's the only way to move forward. Those who haven't entered the maze yet are warned to stay away. But for the man on the bench, the trap has already closed. Bomi's brother tells him to change his mindset immediately because waiting any longer will be too late, even if the victim thinks he makes it sound too easy. Sensing the judgment, his savior challenges him to consider what it's like in his shoes and lets the silence stretch until he pulls out his phone, drops it into the man's lap, and tells him to take a long look, revealing news reports of a boy kidnapped and kept as a warehouse slave for 12 years. The headlines finally land. The victim recognizes the news, and the man sitting next to him isn't just a stranger anymore. The boy sitting on the bench is nursing a fresh beating, but the news story on his phone screen is even worse, reminding him of a report he saw once about a child held captive for 12 years. Beside him, Shin Woojin stares into the dark and recites the details of that case, describing a life defined by isolation until he drops the truth. That boy was him. He lost over a decade to a pathetic monster. The realization hits the high schooler like a physical blow. Wu Jing grabs the kid's head and gives it a rough shake to snap him out of his self-pity. He warns the boy that he has far more options than a prisoner ever did. The heavy mood breaks instantly when Wu Jin pulls away with a disgusted face, complaining about finding dandruff on his hands. He starts walking home, leaving the boy with some mundane advice about washing and drying his hair properly before bed. Wu Jin starts walking away, but he isn't done with the lesson yet, offering advice from a man who spent 12 years being locked up and beaten about why the boy can't let helplessness win, and why he has to stop worrying about the opponent and just fight. The person on the other side isn't losing any sleep over him either. That's society, and as Wu Jin leaves the choice to him, the kid sits alone under the park lights, while across town, a couple of college students finish their night and head toward a toast shop owned by one of their uncles to grab a late meal. Shin Woo Jin arrives at the shop with a classmate who is already offering to pay for lunch. It's a quiet moment, but the young man is looking for a chance to test his powers, to see what happens if he starts being nosy again. The city is quiet in the early light, but one man is already struggling with a choice that could change everything as he stands outside a local boxing gym. He tells himself that his inner doubt is the only barrier left, making a final choice to stop making excuses and charging into the building to start the life he is finally ready to lead. Shin Woojin just wants to be a normal student, but keeping a low profile is getting harder by the second once his friend leads him to a local shop for a meal. Inside, Woojin prepares for some practical application while Mansu greets his uncle and brags about their presentation. And even as Woojin introduces himself, Mansu starts hyping up his friend's brains until the uncle laughs and says the kid is almost as handsome as he used to be. Mansu's uncle greets the boys with the loud offer to cook them a meal, telling Wu Jing to pick anything on the menu while our protagonist scans the board for the safest bet before asking for the shop's most popular item. The uncle promises the food will be unbelievable and heads into the kitchen to click the grill to life, sweeping a block of butter across the hot surface before dropping 4 slices of bread to sizzle and laying out the square molds for the eggs. Inside the local toast shop, the grill is never quiet, and today, our boy watching the counter is studying every second of the cook while weighing whether he should speak up. He finally gathers the nerve to ask for that perfect golden brown finish, and Mansu's uncle doesn't miss a beat, happy to find someone who actually likes a proper crunch. He brings the finished tray over to the table, serving it up just as the boy's stomach reminds him exactly why he was staring so hard at the grill. Shin Woo Jin offers a polite thanks before diving in. He takes a big crunchy bite while the shop owner tells him to speak up if he's still hungry. The flavor hits him like a bolt out of the blue and forces him to stop as a single word starts to form in his mind. It turns out the toast is only astounding because it is so completely, painfully ordinary. So while Wu Jin eats with a dark cloud over his head, Mansu watches in a panic, worried the cooking is a total disaster. Wu Jin promises him that it's fine, letting his friend finally breathe as they finish their meal together. This district is a concrete jungle of private academies where every floor is packed with a different chance to get ahead. Wu Jin finishes his meal and decides this competitive atmosphere is the perfect place to start, being nosy, reaching out to Mansu, who is so desperate for a win that he starts begging for a solution. Even after a quick warning from the shop owner to keep the noise down, Wu Jin is finally ready to drop the first real step. They need to change the sign. Mansu is caught off guard by the suggestion, but Wu Jin is already thinking 3 steps ahead by pushing for a new sign that specifically promises brain food, a shift based on the neighborhood that Mansu hasn't quite grasped yet. Our protagonist knows they have to win over the directors first, and by using social media to prove this isn't just fast food, he knows no parent can resist a snack that claims to be healthy. That reward makes the shop as essential to the students as the treats their martial arts coach buys after practice. At a snack shop, a Taekwondo master feeds one of his students with what looks like fatherly care, but the warmth is a total front. He lets a piece of food slip from his grip on purpose so the sauce splats right onto the boy's leg, which gives him the perfect excuse to get close and start wiping the stain away. To make the trap feel like a special bond, he tells the kid this meal is a secret just for them, and June happily promises not to tell a soul. Of course, a secret that big is too much for a kid to keep. Walking home later, June points out the stain to his mother and explains the master bought them a special meal, which seems to spark a new marketing idea for Mansu, until his friend questions if their toast actually has any of the brain-boosting power they're claiming. Shin Woojin doesn't buy the hype, shutting down the claim before searching his bag, a sudden shift in focus that leads to him pulling out a custom document and sliding it over. The sheet reveals every nutrient a brain needs and leaves Mansu wondering if his friend has the whole thing memorized. Woojin is already back to basics, asking for a piece of dropped cabbage. His friend just wonders why a guy with this kind of memory is in business school. Shin Woojin breaks down the business with clinical precision, treating his deep knowledge like common sense, while Mansu struggles to keep up with the bread switch, and the confusion only grows once he's handed a secret recipe for the sauce. The strategy focuses on targeting school directors directly to make the food taste amazing, right down to a spicy signature item that triggers a chemical rush to melt stress away. It's a calculated move to turn a simple sandwich into something addictive. Shin Woojin knows that some sensations are simply too addictive to walk away from. As the student finishes his meal and promises to return soon, he thanks Woojin personally. The young man heads out for the night, leaving our protagonist to focus on the next phase of his plan. Woojin tells him to think things over, then immediately pulls his uncle aside. The real meddling is about to begin, and he needs the older man to listen before the details slip his mind. Outside, the sun is setting over the city, and the student makes his way home through the quiet streets. It's a peaceful walk back through the residential area, but as he passes a darkened alley, he catches a sound that shouldn't be there. A man waits in the shadows, scanning the street until he finally spots his target. Shin Woojin is just about to disappear inside his house when the stranger rushes forward to confirm the name, and though the man calls out, Woojin only pauses on the threshold, already weary enough to guess he's dealing with another reporter. Empty ethics formulation. Omitted. Late at night, while the rest of the neighborhood sleeps, Omi's brother sits alone in his room, finally making a move, as he searches for a certain name until he finds the contact he needs. Reporter Kim Dong-seok, and pulls up a new message to the one man who might be able to help him. He begins to put his story into words, starting with the only truth he has left. Imagine spending 12 years in a cage, only to be thrown back into a world that forgot you ever existed. Shin Woojin was just a kid when he was taken, but now he's an 18-year-old trying to make sense of a life that stood still while everything else moved on. The sun sets over a quiet neighborhood that should feel like home. Yet to Woojin, every rooftop and street lamp looks like it belongs to another planet. Suddenly, a voice from below the balcony cuts through the air, tentatively calling out the name of the boy who was supposed to be gone forever. Finding a stranger at your door is never a good sign, but for Woojin, it's proof that he still matters. Woojin finds a stranger waiting at his gate and asks if he's a reporter, and while Kim Dong-seok confirms he's the man from the email, the meeting starts cold. This level of effort proves his story is in high demand. He never expected a reporter to move this fast, but it means his information is worth more than he thought. He finally has the leverage he needs. Woojin sees his opening and plays the part of a fragile victim to keep the reporter at a distance. He stops the man's questions by claiming he isn't mentally ready to face his past yet. By making a show of being terrified, he forces Dong-seok to back off and apologize for even bringing it up. Once the reporter is feeling guilty enough, Woojin asks him to wait until he's better prepared to talk. Dong-seok has no choice but to agree, completely outplayed by a kid he thought was a simple victim. As our lead turns to leave, the reporter tries to salvage the night with one last question. Woojin shuts him down with a vague promise to explain everything another time. Left alone in the alley, the reporter can only laugh at the realization that he was just completely handled. The sun returns to the kind of quiet home where everyone still greets you at the door. But the family warmth is already clashing with the television as a murder report breaks through the chatter. The details make his mother's simple questions about food feel out of place, especially once the anchor reveals that a father stands accused of killing his own child. It only gets darker when the report shows security footage of the man buying a simple icebox for the crime. The horror of the reveal has her father declaring that some people simply don't deserve to live. Real life evil like this can stain a living room, even from miles away. The constant flood of horrific headlines builds a subconscious weight that eventually forces normal people to imagine themselves in the victim's shoes. Emotional damage builds up even when nothing is actually happening, making people jump at every creak until Bomi hears the same unsettling sound again. Fear changes how people see the world. She's already convinced a ghost is haunting their apartment, but her brother Woo Jin sees something much scarier on the news. He decides his family should only see good things and suddenly erupts into a dramatic performance about the time. Starting his mother and sister, he frantically switches the channel to a ridiculous drama show to keep the real world out. Bomi's brother keeps the frantic performance going as he rushes away, leaving his sister so exhausted she just wants to retreat to her room. Back in his room, Shin Woo Jin waits for the call he knows is coming. He picks up to hear that the rebrand is already moving, which was exactly what he planned. Everything is lined up for our protagonist's next phase, especially with the store reopening in just a week. He drops a secret about Mansu's personal life to lock in his leverage, making it clear that from here on out, he's the one calling the shots. Back in the city, Woo Jin finds the perfect opening to help a friend. At the shop, Mansu and the staff greet him with open arms after having cleared the room just like he advised, which lets Woo Jin dive straight into the business math. He breaks down the rent and bills, explaining that a 30% profit margin is the only way to survive, and Mansu is humbled by the effort, asking why he would go this far only for Woo Jin to remind him they're friends. Overcome with gratitude, Mansu grabs hold of him and promises to repay the favor one day. While the owner and Mansu joke about wages and raises, Woo Jin stays on mission and orders the new ciabatta. The owner is more than ready to deliver, promising a meal that lives up to a full week of hard training. Mansu asks about Woo Jin's mysterious connections, wondering if he's from a powerful family, but the MC keeps his cards close as the food finally arrives. The service is fast, hitting the table in just 3 minutes. But speed isn't everything. As Woo Jin prepares for the first bite, his imagination turns the room into a high-stakes kitchen, where stern judges wait for his verdict. Shin Woo Jin starts the tasting with a single crunch before taking a massive mouthful, letting the flavor settle while he breaks down the mix. The chefs wait with everything on the line, watching our lead chew through the results with a face that gives them nothing until he swallows and the room goes silent. The verdict is coming. Woo Jin wears a satisfied smirk, watching as the shop owner shouts his approval to the Mansu brothers and sends Kim Mansu into a bowing fit. When the owner tries to turn the counselor away for being too early, Woo Jin steps in to claim the man as his guest, leading him inside for a follow-up interview and telling him he is finally mentally ready for the next move. Kim Dong-seok walks through the door right on cue, asking for whoever reported the confinement case. It was supposed to be a secret meeting, a one-on-one scoop that would change everything. Instead, the door opens and the whole plan falls apart. Reporter Jung raises his hand to claim the meeting, but the intruder is actually Han Jun-soo, and he's not alone. Their greetings die once they realize they are staring at a rival, meaning staying under the radar was never an option. It turns out the exclusive scoop is officially dead. Passing students watch the growing swarm of media outside and assume the shop has just gone viral. The recorders are out as the reporter asks him to take the story back to the beginning. He starts there, remembering how every crime report built the stress he couldn't just shake off. Looking at his family, he knew they weren't built for a world this ugly. For their sake, he made a promise that they would only ever know the peaceful side of life, even if it meant meeting the roots of that darkness in the alleys and crushing them himself. Standing over the bodies at his feet, he decides his current methods aren't enough. He's been playing it too safe, and now he has to go much further to keep that rot away from his door. He has to be more. The moment finally lands for Bomi's brother. He's done letting life just happen to him. He makes a hard promise to himself that from this moment on, he will be the one shaping the world around him, instead of just living in it. This one decision changes the entire course of his life. Reporters bury the table under recording devices as they demand he start from the beginning. He is physically in the room, his mind drifting away from the crowd until all he can see is the phone in his hand. 12 years in captivity changed the boy who went missing at age 6. He stares at the missed call from Kim Tae-hyun. It's a name he hasn't seen in a lifetime. When the reporter asks about his time locked away, Woo Jin confirms he lived in a warehouse where thousands of books were his only window to the world. He studied behavioral psychology to understand his captor's compulsive need to hoard. Meanwhile, the village chief rants about his own wasted potential and shouts that he could have been the president if he had only focused on his studies. Bomi's brother realizes the chief has a hollow heart, wanting status without the work, much like a woman in an alley who lures a stray cat before carrying it away while he watches from the shadows. Once she gets home, the mask slips to reveal an animal hoarder who collects living things only to let them rot, caught in a cycle of neglect that mirrors the chief's life. Shin Woo-jin survived 12 years in hell. Now he's turning the world that ignored him into his own puppet show. Reporters crowd the table, asking if his kidnapper was just a hoarder with a broken mind, and Shin gives them the answer they want. Once you understand a person's hunger, they are easy to lead. These people are starving for the details of his trauma, so he feeds them a story that fits their cameras as they push for the truth of what he went through. He describes the years of backbreaking labor, tending rice fields and plowing farms inside his prison. Woo Jin keeps up the act, describing a life of hard labor that supposedly involved long hours just to survive, listing every odd job he can think of until the reporter starts to sigh in sympathy. Then she drops the one question he wasn't ready for. How exactly did the police manage to find him? And he freezes, his mind racing to frame a lie that won't tear his whole story apart. Woo Jin weighs his words carefully, crafting a lie that makes it look like he's only trying to protect other victims. He tells the reporters he can't share his methods because the culprit might adapt, pretending the police simply reached out to him first. When they ask if he knows the mysterious informant who actually started the whole thing, he shuts them down with a single, flat denial. The second he feels the crowd getting too close to the truth, he pulls the plug. He ends the interview exactly at the 30-minute mark, ignoring their confusion by claiming a sudden emergency. Our protagonist moves through the room with a level of control that catches everyone off guard, slipping past the reporters like he's dribbling through a defense before they can even realize he's gone. He's handled them so well that the reporters are left wondering if they just finished talking to a student or a professional idol. The media hits a dead end, trying to track down the survivor at the center of the headlines, while back at the cafe, the lunch rush is so heavy that Mansu's coworker has to warn people away from his distracted service. A call finally comes through that pulls Mansu out of his trance, and after agreeing to meet in a nearby alleyway, he leaves the crowded shop behind to find his friend waiting in the shadows. Mansu is ready to scream about the news reports, but Wu Jin stops him with the simple question about whether he looks different. He lists their shared lunches and the hours spent studying together, grounding his identity in their history as classmates instead of a survival story. To the rest of the world, he is a headline, but here, he just wants to be a normal guy. For a moment, the chaos of the gate disappears, replaced by the simple reality of being seen for who he is. Mansu is deeply worried that his friend is risking way too much for him, but Wu Jin brushes the concern aside by playing the part of the loyal buddy perfectly. He isn't actually worried about his privacy because he has a contact who can scrub any leaks off the internet instantly. After a quick hug, he tells Mansu to target local students with coupons. It's a clean win, and before the gratitude gets loud enough to attract attention, our hero makes a quick exit for his next emergency. Mansu waves goodbye and promises to call soon, and as Wu Jing walks away, he feels like he scored a genuine win because checking a secret off his bucket list is a major step toward his goal. Having a friend means everything to him. Back on the sidewalk, Mansu overhears people talking about the busy lunch hour, which causes him to stop cold as the pieces start to fit together. He watches Wu Jin walk away and starts to wonder if the entire meeting was timed perfectly to attract a crowd. The city skyline remains the same, but for Mansu, the world just got a little more complicated. Down by a sports court, Detective Kim Tae-hyun and Shin Woo-jin settle in, pulling up the security footage they've gathered on a tablet. A loud growl from the boy's stomach makes Tae-hyun feel guilty, but our MC points out a file for them to search through starting with today's date, and the investigation finally begins. Everything about his future is a game of pieces and parts, including the empty uniform he needs to fill, because power is the only way to protect his family. To get that power, he needs the secrets people take to their graves, where a woman can no longer hide what she knows. He isn't here to mourn. In his world, the living only use their voices to hide the truth, but the dead speak a language that cannot be faked. A ghostly echo of her final moments rises before him, and Wu Jin finally prepares to listen to the only story that actually matters. Shin Woo-jin stands locked in the grip of a memory that should have stayed buried. He doesn't pull away, instead listening to the silence of a ghost that has no right to be this close. But as he looks closer, he spots the one detail that shatters the entire illusion. The woman isn't wearing any makeup, and that single mistake confirms that everything in this room is a lie. Shin Woo-jin examines the victim's neck and finds a fatal flaw in the killer's setup. There is only one bruise. Captain Ye notes they used a curtain to stage the scene, but the silhouette of a real struggle leaves a specific mark. If you strangle someone while they're still alive, one bruise forms, and adding a rope to fake a suicide should create a second one. Of course, seeing both marks is rare in actual suicide cases. Usually, the moment a body hangs, consciousness fades and the limbs stiffen. Captain Ye stands over the scene with the gut feeling that this death wasn't an accident. The timing of the morning incident makes every detail feel forced. He tries to reconstruct her final moments, imagining how her medication might have slowed her down as she sat there alone and defenseless. The physical evidence is the final proof that suicide victims don't end up with bruises on the back of their necks. Captain Ye goes over the details of the victim's final night, trying to make sense of her sudden shift in behavior. To keep things professional, our MC addresses him as detective, but the older man tells him to drop the formal titles and just call him Young. Wu Jin watches the detective and drops a heavy theory. It was suicide. Back at the crime scene, forensic techs are already reaching that same conclusion while they go over the girl's medications and wonder why someone so young would give up. The detective is stunned that the kid saw the truth so easily, but our protagonist immediately backtracks. He claims he only almost said it, leaving Captain Ye completely baffled by the sudden change in tone. To anyone else, this looks like a textbook suicide, with the blood pooling and the neck bruise almost convincing Shin Woo-jin until he thinks through the struggle and notices where the logic of the scene starts to fail. The remaining nails are just too perfect, and since a woman fighting for her life would have damaged the rest of her polish, it's clear this entire room was staged. Captain Ye guesses the timing of the woman's death doesn't add up, but Shin Woo-jin is focused on a different set of clues. Her fresh manicure acts as a quiet sign she still planned on a future, even if she struggled with her mental health, and her flawless skin only confirms she was still taking care of herself. Now, two specific details change everything. Captain Ye points out the bruises on the victim's shoulders, but the officer dismisses the detail, explaining that she had just come from a massage parlor and confirms he personally verified the alibi. When Ye asks about the missing necklace, the officer fumbles, unable to explain why her earrings and rings are still in place while the skin around her neck is completely bare. Captain Ye isn't buying the simple story of a suicide. Looking around the apartment, he decides they need a much deeper look into her final hours. The night started with drinks and a friend, but the timeline says the guest went to bed and left the woman alone. Morning brought the horrific discovery of the body hanging in the bathroom, leaving her friend frozen in the doorway. Captain Ye starts with the basics by asking where the victim was sitting, and while his partner points out a spot on the sofa, the captain catches something that doesn't fit, leaving the younger officer laughing nervously. Ye confirms the victim's name is Park Haiwa and notes that while a host usually makes guests comfortable, these snacks were all pushed toward Haiwa along with the window view. This relationship wasn't what it seemed. Captain Ye walks through the apartment and finds only a single toothbrush in the bathroom, noting that she never bothered to keep a spare for guests. Park Haiwa lived for the spotlight, and her phone confirmed the obsession. It was packed with thousands of glamorous selfies, with not a single photo of anyone else in the gallery. She was her own world. Park Haewa spends most of her time alone, convinced she is better than everyone else. Her victim complex has slowly destroyed every deep relationship she ever tried to build. While she sits lost in her own world, a single eye watches her through the cracks of her apartment door. The lock clicks open as the medical verdict lands. Hyewa has histrionic personality disorder, and she is about to find out that the world does not actually revolve around her. Park Haewa was likely struggling with a complex mix of disorders, and back at her apartment, Captain Ye stands on the balcony to look over the scene where her life finally hit a wall. Ye asks if the curtain was really the tool she used, but as the officer confirms the window was locked, the three puzzle pieces finally start clicking for Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin starts to piece the night together. He looks past the bottles and the body to see the intruder move through the room like a shadow. The man wasn't there to steal anything, but to stage a lie with the stool he dragged toward the center of the room. High above the city lights, he worked in total silence to turn a murder into a choice. The staging had to be perfect, or the whole plan would fall apart before morning. The intruder stands in Park Haewa's apartment, a dark shape against the morning sun. He prepares a cloth with a quiet and terrifying focus. He looms over her body on the floor to confirm she's still deeply out, checking that the dinner she thought was safe finally did its job. A figure stands over Park Hae while she sleeps, draping a heavy cloth around her neck. The intruder pulls it tight, turning a quiet apartment into a trap. But then, Hyewa's eyes drift open. The world is just a blur of shadows, and for a second she doesn't even realize the weight on her throat is meant to kill her. The intruder freezes. This was supposed to be a silent job, but now they're locked in a stare that neither of them was prepared for. He isn't a hero, and he isn't a bystander. He's a student, and tonight he's getting a front row seat to a murder. It only takes a second for Park Hoya to realize she isn't alone before the intruder lunges from the dark to make sure the trap is closed. Shin Woo-jin only watches the murder with a cold, clinical focus. Realizing that the hyoid bone must have broken to make the kill this quiet, an intruder crouches over the sleeping woman with a length of white cloth, waiting for the right moment while she lies unaware on her bedroom floor. But she stirs just as the noose descends and catches him off guard, forcing a moment of panic before her mind can even register the danger. The man recovers and yanks the cloth tight to drown out her scream, holding it until her struggle finally ends, and the room goes quiet. Locked in a struggle, our lead starts to see the world through the cold eyes of a predator, realizing the exact point of physical failure is the small hyoid bone in the throat. That part has to snap to make a kill final, and the truth finally sinks in. The bone is already broken. Kim Tae-hyun finally realizes the killer used the victim's own body weight to snap her neck, leaving Captain Ye impressed that his junior's intuition led them straight to the truth, as he crowns Tae-hyun the team's official intuition expert. Though the young detective tries to brush it off as a lucky hunch, the captain isn't having it and lets his praise echo across the sports court while the real work begins. A slow crawl through the victim's life to find the one detail that doesn't fit. Captain Ye is searching for a reason for the victim's death. While he wonders if she got into a fight that day, her files show that fighting with people was just part of her daily routine. It's too much noise for a normal detective to cut through. Most investigators spend weeks digging through every small detail of a victim's life just to find a single lead. But Woo Jin is different. He doesn't guess or wait for witnesses to tell him what happened. He simply looks at the room and sees the invisible threads of the crime scene, pulling the history of the apartment into focus until every object tells him its own story. Woo Jin can piece together a person's life just by looking at what they left behind. Watching him work, Captain Ye compares the kid to a psychic hero and mutters his thoughts aloud until the boy catches him. Woo Jin stays locked on his tablet, scanning a photo of a fake nail before swiping past the plastic stool. A body hanging in a shower looks like an open and shut suicide, but the science behind the blood tells a different story. Captain Ye scans the mat of evidence and finds a glaring hole where the most important piece should be. He confirms the time of death was 3:20 a.m., but staring at the victim's photo, the physical logistics of the murder don't add up. A lone woman wouldn't have the strength to lift a dead body and stage a hanging, and since the blood hadn't pooled in the victim's back yet, she had to be moved the moment her heart stopped. Kichio explains a mistake in the fake suicide, noting that the blood pooled in her hands and feet because she was already dead before the killer hung her up, which suggests the murderer was strong enough to move her alone. Captain Ye is still processing the evidence when his partner points out that the delivery bags are still sitting there without a single receipt, as if someone deliberately hid the paper trail. Captain Ye notices something missing from the trash. Usually, delivery comes with the receipt, but they can't find one anywhere in the house. Aside from the responding officers, the only tracks on the floor are mop marks and a single woman's footprints. Kichio mentions the friend's story about a spilled drink and a quick cleanup, which seem to explain the wet floor, until the captain sees a major flaw. He looks closer at the glowing marks and realizes the footprints aren't just similar, they are all exactly the same. If the friend's story were true, there should be two different sets of tracks. It makes no sense for the friend to mop the entire room while the victim just sits still. The truth finally lands. The friend was scrubbing a murder scene while the body hung right behind her. Captain Ye studies the floor, suspecting the mop streaks were done on purpose to hide the killer's tracks. But when he asks about possible grudges, the friend admits that Heiwa's fiery temper kept her alone. She lived in a constant cycle of pushing people away. Usually, only family can handle that kind of stress, and being an emotional dumping ground is the kind of weight that eventually breaks a person. But there is always another way to look at the evidence. Captain Ye starts to break down the victim's life, noting how Park Hae-wha lived as if the world revolved around her, expecting everyone to cater to her even if she never physically harmed anyone. When Detective Ki Chel asks for the name of her friend, the answer lands, Lee Soo-jung, as Ye lays out a theory that the friend actually planned the murder with a secret partner. In this version of the night, Soo-jung hides herself away to coordinate the strike, sending a text to confirm her friend is finally drunk and asleep while the intruder waits in the hallway for that exact signal. The final message comes back in seconds. He's there, and the trap is officially closed. Lee Soo-jung peeks through the cracks of the door, confirming her victim is finally out cold on the floor before she moves to unlatch the front door and let the killer inside. The investigator explains that the man couldn't have entered right away. A sudden noise caught Soo-jung off guard, forcing her to play the part of a surprised guest as the food left on the table revealed the killer had to hand over the bags and step back to avoid being seen. It turns out the woman woke up in the middle of the delivery, leaving Soo-jung to watch the door and pray their entire plan wasn't falling apart. Most people feel safe in their own homes, especially when they're expecting a guest. But sometimes the person you let in is the last one you'll ever see. This is exactly how a simple night in turns into a cold-blooded crime scene. The intruder lingers in the hallway as a soft clack marks his exit. And inside, the woman is only just waking up to ask if her guest is staying for another drink while he disappears down the hall. But back at the crime scene, Captain Ye is certain this wasn't a random attack, since the killer was likely someone she knew who made sure to remove the missing receipt before the police ever arrived. Captain Ye believes the killer was trying to create confusion about his location. Piece by piece, he works it out from just a single missing receipt. While the police talk, the accomplice moves through the shadows of an apartment building, climbing the stairs toward his target with measured steps. He waited for the victim to fall asleep before striking. Ye's profile of this man is strangely specific. He is likely a highly educated dropout who now functions as the precise muscle of the operation. Captain Ye breaks down the killer's mind, noting that he stole a necklace even though his main goal was murder. That one impulsive move shows a lack of control. He is the type of smart person who throws away a future without thinking twice. The captain suspects the killer even planned ahead to hide the struggle, instructing a woman named Lee Soo-jung to take the victim for a massage beforehand. He predicts the accomplice is an agile man with a violent record, likely a lover to Soo-jung. Shin Woo-jin recalls the exact brand names of the delivery food from the trash, catching small details that the detectives managed to overlook. Kichel suspects the captain saw the whole truth the second he stepped into that living room. The older man only offers a cryptic answer. He points to the delivery apps instead, tracking exactly where the victim's last meal came from to prove both shops share the same building nearby. Their last orders went out just after 1 in the morning, providing a perfect setup for the killer to wear a helmet, hand over a bag, and simply blend in as a driver. He didn't leave after the delivery, but waited in the dark stairwell for the victim to fall back asleep. Once the apartment went silent, he moved back to the door to finish the job. The math is solid. The time of death lands right at 3:20 in the morning. Shin Woo-jin stares down the facts, realizing the culprit was a mastermind who carefully designed this entire scene. Every mark on the bathroom stool was part of a plan to fake a suicide. The officer realizes they aren't dealing with a common criminal, but a mastermind who carefully staged every inch of the crime scene. This killer was thorough, moving nail art between rooms and planting fingerprints on furniture to mimic a suicide. Even the marks on the bathroom stool were part of a plan to mislead the police. Captain Ye recognizes the suspect's intelligence. They need to move now before he goes into hiding and becomes impossible to find. Woo-jin has seen enough to know this killer is playing a dangerous game. The setup is amateur to a mind like his. As far as he's concerned, the games are officially over. It's hunting time. Back at the court, Detective Kicho sifts through the details of a perp who managed to strangle his victims without leaving marks, even using a massage to hide the bruises, while Captain Ye realizes this was planned with meticulous care. Kichiao suggests checking the security cameras, and Woo-jin is already on his feet and moving out before the detective can even flinch. He's not just helping anymore, he's taking the lead. Shin Woo-jin checks the time on his phone to see if his theory actually holds up. Detective Kichiao is quick to agree, certain that a delivery without a receipt is proof enough for anyone. But a simple hunch isn't enough for our protagonist. He needs to feel the heat and smell of the crime scene for himself, leaving the detective confused but ready to start searching. As they head for the car, Woo-jin considers the connection between the victim and the killer. He buckles his seatbelt, certain that if they were working together, their bond would go much deeper than a simple deal. Captain Ye takes the wheel and agrees that the logic seems likely, but Woo-jin sees something darker, a twisted partnership rooted in trust. The search for a suspect is narrow. Shin Woo-jin needs to find someone Lee Soo-jung was close enough to commit murder with. That search leads straight back to the nightlife district, following her routine as she walks in for another shift at the bar where the victims worked. It was a job where she had to fake a smile for nosy questions while holding back her annoyance. Though a waiter might have offered comfort, the odds of an employee being her partner are low. Even the shop owner seems like an unlikely choice, leaving the question of who actually stood by her side. Shin Woo-jin begins to peel back the layers of the suspect's identity, realizing that a man who actually loved Lee Soo-jung would have forced her to quit this line of work. Instead, she found someone who truly understood her world. She found a person she trusted enough to help her take a life. The stolen necklace reveals even more about the killer's state of mind. This wasn't a professional hit. He is either struggling for money or he just lacks the self-control to walk away from a quick payday. It all points back to her own circle, to a coworker in a profession where keeping ugly secrets for each other is just another part of the job. For Lee Soo-jung, life was a long series of moments where she was always the one being judged. This dark bar finally flipped the script for her. It was the only place where she could let out the stress she had built up from the outside world. In this room, she was finally the one in charge. She had the authority to pick and choose exactly who she wanted. That environment led to a specific kind of connection, a twisted bond born out of shared secrets and a deep understanding of how this industry worked. When the shift ended, she leaned on the only person who truly got it, her coworker and lover. They traded stories about the worst clients they'd handled that night, finding comfort in the fact that they were in this business together. Meanwhile, back on the case, Shin Woo-jin lays out his theory for Detective Kichio. He's convinced the killer has to be someone from that same lifestyle. The murderer is likely a male host, a professional who knew exactly how to manipulate the victims before he took their lives. The search for a lead brings Captain Ye to a small tekbaki shop late at night, where the clerk remembers a specific phone order from 1 in the morning. Security footage shows a man entering in a motorcycle helmet, a disguise so common the staff just assumed he was another delivery driver until he claimed a takeout order for himself. Ye narrows in on how the man handled the transaction, finding that he paid in cash with exact change to keep the interaction as fast as possible. When the captain asks to copy the footage, the clerk's first thought is a health inspection, but Ye reassures him just enough to get the evidence he needs. The trail continues next door at a chicken restaurant, where the owner confirms the same man was his very last customer of the night. Even as the owner asks if the man caused trouble, the captain stays vague, keeping the details of the case under wraps while he processes the suspect's routine. This wasn't a random stop. The man timed his orders perfectly to pick them both up at once and deliberately skipped the receipts to stay off the radar. Ye is convinced they finally found their guy, but when he turns to check in with his partner, he realizes Woo-jin has already slipped away. Inside the kitchen, Woo-jin loses himself in the sound of the fryer while his hunger finally wins out, keeping him glued to the piles of freshly fried chicken until Captain Ye calls his name to get him moving. Once they're outside, Ye calls the station to announce a major breakthrough, and while Detective Kicho asks if the case is officially a murder, his partner confirms his original hunch about the man disguised as a delivery driver. In this city, if Shin Woo-jin points a finger, the police don't ask for proof. They just ask how fast he needs the arrest made. Captain Ye rattles off the description of the suspect, but Kichio only stops questioning the blurry footage once he realizes who actually made the call. If Woojin says someone is guilty, the case is as good as closed. Ye hangs up to meet his secret weapon in person. On the street, the captain glows with pride while Woojin brushes off the thanks, accepting a bag of takeout for now as if he didn't just solve a murder case with a single look. Imagine a guy who turns every simple task into a high-stakes imaginary adventure. Our lead, Shin Woojin, treats his life like a video game, even when he is just out picking up dinner. After finishing his latest task, he is ready to move on to the next level, but the real world finally catches up. Inside Woojin's head, the fight for his next meal is a legendary battle, and he stands over his prize as the winner, collecting rewards for a hunt that finally brings him some peace. While he is already looking for his next quest, the captain stops him at the police tape to explain that the rest of the job is for the pros, knowing that while the suspect is found, the real problem is what comes next. Woo Jin admits it is a shame he cannot help more, but he decides to head off and eat before his food gets cold, accepting the bus fare the captain forces into his hands to make sure he gets home safe. Captain Ye tells Woo Jin to get home safe, but the boy stops him with a sudden shout to ask if he can watch the police question Lee Soo-jung and her partner. The request lands, and after a few seconds of silence, the detective finally agrees to call him as the two men head home and the city traffic comes along in the dark. The bus rolls through the city at night, while Shin Woo-jin sits inside holding his prize, a fresh bag of takeout chicken. It's a crowded ride. As the scent of fried food fills the air, every eye in the bus begins to follow that bag. One passenger can't take it anymore, pulling out his phone to place his own order right then and there. It turns out the smell was just too much. By the time the bus hits the next stop, the scent has broken everyone's will, and the rest of the passengers are giving in to order their own dinner on the spot. Woo Jin is heading home on the bus when his phone starts buzzing with a call from Lee Hyerim, where she was busy turning down the chance to study abroad. She made it clear she wasn't going anywhere, and as he hits his stop, he remembers that besides the detective, Hiram is also a top target for a major promotion. Woo Jin makes his next move under the city lights. He places a call to the person he's been watching, picking Lee Hiram as the most critical target he needs to level if he wants to gain any real ground. He walks off with his dinner in hand, keeping the tone casual as he invites her out and draws her into his game. Inside a quiet cafe, Lee Hiram drops a bomb that most heirs in her position would never even say. She refuses to study abroad, despite it being a standard rite of passage for children of corporate families. Woo Jin asks her why, suspecting she knows that leaving is just a way for her siblings to consolidate their power. Wu Jin looks closer, wondering if she even owns enough shares to back up this kind of defiance. To her family, marriage is the ultimate business deal, and they are already scouting the son of GHY Construction to be her future husband. Hiram sees the trap clearly. While she's out of the country, her life is being sold off piece by piece. Hiram sees the board moving without her, watching as her siblings take over her shares until her position is worthless. The realization hits like cold water. She isn't family, just another asset for her grandfather to use in a merger where even her marriage is just another gear in the machine. She's finally starting to see there is no way out. Woo Jin presses the stop button as the bus nears his destination. He steps out into the night and starts a phone call. When Hiram asks what he's up to, he tells her he was out hunting for food. Back in her room, Hiram pauses at his choice of words. Hunting is a strange way to describe getting a meal, and it's a clear sign that after 12 years away, he still doesn't quite fit in. He ignores her confusion and mentions his plan to eat chicken alone by the river. Catching a glimpse of a live broadcast, he decides this kind of ordinary outing is exactly what he needs to practice. Lee Hiram sorts through her wardrobe while chatting on her phone, caught up in the romantic mood of a meeting until she finishes the call, surrounded by the mess of clothes she's rejected. Across the city, the night lights of Seoul stretch across the Han River toward the quiet parks where the water stays still. Our protagonist, Shin Woo-jin, sits alone on a picnic blanket to enjoy the view until a sudden splash out in the darkness pulls his focus toward the water. Down by the Han River, the park settles into a quiet night. The peace breaks when someone approaches Woo Jin with a playful offer for cold drinks. He brushes them off without looking up, assuming it's just another street vendor, until the sound of metal cans clinking makes him turn to see Hiram standing over him with a full bag. She mocks the idea of eating chicken without beer. The sight sends our MC into a state of total worship as he holds the drinks up like a prize and praises her for knowing how to set a romantic mood. Hiram just watches him with a flat look, realizing she's definitely playing second fiddle to a six-pack. Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hiram settle in for the night. They chat by the Han River while getting comfortable under the city lights. The main event finally arrives in a box. While Woo-jin treats the fried chicken like a prize, Hiram tries to act like this was never a big deal. They cracks open cold beers and toast to the evening as the sound of the tabs popping starts their short escape from reality. Woo-jin carefully divides the pieces with his own brand of fairness, then dives in with wild joy. The world stops the moment Hiram takes her first bite. She didn't expect much, but the flavor hits her hard. It takes a second, but then she realizes this is exactly what she needed. Out at the park, Shin Woo-jin is making the most of their picnic, though his survival habits are a little rough for a date. Lee Hyerem watches in confusion as he crunches straight through the bone, but he just explains it as good for his joints. From a distance, the other parkgoers see nothing but a romantic couple sharing a quiet night over drinks and chicken. After Hiram takes a long sip of her beer, Woojin asks if she wants to go into business for herself. The question catches her off guard. She has never mentioned her secret plans to anyone. It turns out Hiram has always wanted to join the family trade, but her relatives treat her like an outsider. They refuse to let her manage even one small part of their empire. Hiram's father treats her more like an afterthought, so back at the park, Woo Jin breaks the silence by asking her which things have always been in high demand, catching her off guard, until she guesses money. Our lead is looking for the services that people will always pay for, and since she's a few drinks in, he agrees to use simpler terms before revealing the ultimate steady demand: exercise. Shin Woo Jin starts breaking down the world of profit, comparing the hidden value of education to the massive scale of bottled water and the endless demand for high-end dining. Hiram grants him the logic, but the pivot is completely out of nowhere, and Woojin is too locked into his own head to notice as he challenges her to guess which of these makes the most money. The answer lands as they look out over the river. Water. Shin Woojin breaks down the market for Lee Hyerim, starting with the simplest play: selling water, but she isn't impressed yet, assuming he's just pushing her toward the liquor business until he reveals he has something much more stable in mind: cosmetics. Beauty products carry massive margins, with demand that never goes away. And as Hiram begins to follow his logic, her grandfather, the chairman, who is building a legacy he wants to outlast his own life. Hiram has to admit the kid has done his homework, and then Woojin drops the hook. There is one specific thing her grandfather is looking for. Woojin explains that real power doesn't come from a knack for studying or being a smooth talker. It comes from an aptitude for management that Hiram feels is useless in her position, since she believes she will never get the chance to prove she has it. It lets the conversation die, leaving them both alone with the stars. Overlooking the city lights, Shin Woo-jin asks Hiram if she knows what it takes to get a reaction that people can't control. And though she doesn't quite understand what he means, the look he gives her is enough to make her freeze. The shift in the air is immediate and heavy as he finally names the one weapon he plans to use: fear. It is the only thing that ignores logic and forces the body to react before the mind can even catch up. Night in the city is rarely quiet, but inside the black car weaving through traffic, the silence is heavy with a plan already in motion. Lee Hiram stares out the window, listening to the voice that claims fear is the only thing that shows who a person really is. As the timer hits 10 minutes, the window for her next move finally opens. Everything she's been waiting for is about to start. Shin Woo-jin explains that fear is everywhere, even in the simple panic of missing a deadline or a morning alarm. Hiram doesn't quite see the connection yet, but he explains that isolation is another branch of that fear, where being pushed aside forces a person to shrink until they break. Once the logic starts to click, he argues that being left out is as sharp as any physical threat. And since everyone constantly drops clues about who they are, every public photo becomes a lead. Shin Woo-jin watches how people trade their privacy for attention, noticing that most aren't even listening because they're too busy waiting for their turn to talk. To him, a monk who understands the world uses silence to see things clearly. And while he isn't a temple goer, he admires the strength it takes to choose isolation. Regular people are the complete opposite, chasing every trend they see on their screens. They rush into stores just to have what everyone else has in their lives. The city stays cold as he compares that feeling to death, planning to use it to make people feel invisible if they don't buy the product. Hiram asks if they need better ingredients or a big celebrity for the campaign. Woo Jin is already looking toward influencers instead. They are the new objects of envy, giving regular people a sense of importance through simple interactions that feel as big as a reply from a movie star. With the strategy set, the two of them look toward the next phase, building a brand that can actually live up to the promise. Woojin explains that once a product satisfies a basic need, the branding has to target a deeper desire. So he uses a dark visual to show how the right image can make a customer confuse their imagination with reality. The goal is to make the audience dream of something as impossible as immortal skin. This leads Hiram to suggest naming the brand Vampire. Woojin likes the concept, but he warns against using direct fear about aging or wrinkles. People see through those tired cliches instantly, so they have to paint a picture the audience actually wants to live in. Woojin explains a harsh truth about how people work, noting that the strongest way to sell anything is to use the fear of being left out. Real marketing seeps into the mind to trigger a reaction based on instinct, offering people a way to break free from the weight of being alone. Back then, Hiram didn't care about business strategy. She just wanted to talk to the boy who turned out to be Shin Woojin. Empty due to lack of story content. The man in the sharp suit is here for a specific target, catching Captain Ye off guard with a wave of high praise. He skips the small talk to pitch a job that requires the mind of a master profiler. While the work is ordinary, it requires an irreplaceable person, and Shin Woo-jin decides it's finally time to move to the next step. The game is on. Under the quiet night sky, Woo-jin watches a food video and wishes he could have a taste. He texts Bomi's brother right away, using the meal to keep their friendship going. While the boy relaxes, Captain Ye is shocked by a call from his chief, yelling about a special promotion he never expected to earn. It's a massive win for the officer, but back at home, Woo Jin watches the growing crowds and knows his franchise plan is working exactly as he intended. Down by the river, Hiram is very excited about their new plan. She promises Woo Jin a cut of the business if their cosmetics sell well, but he isn't letting it slide. He wants her promise on record. It's all part of a long game to reach the highest level, building a system that connects his whole family into a network that grows with every move. With his team taken care of, the young man starts looking for the next step in his own growth. He reaches out to start the next upgrade and push past his current level. The feed never ends, a blur of school lunch hacks and weird viral dolphin men that definitely aren't real. And Shin Woojin forces himself to watch every second because he's not just killing time. He's studying. To him, these viral videos are a textbook for blending in, a way to learn the rhythms of a modern world he still doesn't understand, so he can finally become ordinary. Across town, the night settles over the city as the barbecue spots fill up with the dinner rush. And inside one of them, Captain Ye and a junior officer who handled the boy's case share a meal. The younger officer admits he hasn't seen him in a while and asks if Woo Jin is doing okay. He just wants to know if the kid has finally moved past the weight that's been hanging over him since everything went down. The officer watches the boy across the table and realizes just how much he's changed. He still thinks back to the night a strange sound pulled the house out of bed. Back then, Woojin was only trying to be useful the only way he knew how, a memory that makes the man feel a little dizzy as he celebrates the kid's perfect score on his college exams. Over drinks at a local barbecue joint, Wu Jin's father is busy taking full credit for his son's brains, but the mood shifts the second his friend asks how the boy is really doing at school. The question catches the father off guard as his friend warns him that Wu Jin is like a sharpened tool that will eventually tear through any bag he's hidden in. It's the kind of talent that looks more like a dangerous climb up a cliff than a seat in a classroom. While the old man finally drops the act, he knows his son is already carving out a path through the kind of effort most people never have to face. Standing by the lighthouse, Wu Jin strips down to leave his old life behind, thinking back to the day a hand reached out to pull him from the dark while the stars looked down on his quiet house, until a clip makes him pause and he spots the fear marketing immediately. Sometimes, the most dangerous person in the world is the one using your name. Shin Woo-jin watches his phone vibrate with the call from himself, and suddenly, the ghosts in his head aren't his only problem. Shin Woo-jin lies in the dark and stares at his phone, his mind drifting back to the heroes as he decides their team composition was lacking, but a scarred version of his past self is waiting in the shadows. The vision sits up to mock his pride and reminds him they're exactly the same, until his phone lights up with his own name on the screen. Someone else is out there using his identity. Hiram is finally winding down for the night when Bomi's brother calls to check in, skipping the small talk to ask if she can help him find a tutoring gig. She's immediately on edge, wondering if he's broke or if he's finally caused the kind of trouble he can't walk away from. In reality, he's just worried about his parents, who are both starting to show the physical toll of years of hard work. He's decided they need better medical attention, but when Hiram offers to just lend him the cash, he turns her down. He doesn't want a loan. He wants to tutor a doctor's child specifically. It is an oddly specific request that leaves her completely confused, but as the sun rises over the city, the first move of his new plan is already in motion. Hiram checks in to see if Wu Jin liked the latest designs, and he's eager to see the physical samples, while navigating the city streets on his way to an interview for a tutoring job she helped him land. As they talk, a man walking with a limp catches his eye because something about the stranger's movement doesn't sit right. His center of gravity is completely off. The suspicion is confirmed a second later when the man's cane slips and sends him tumbling to the pavement, and Wu Jin watches the fall with a cold, calculating look before telling Hiram he'll have to call her back later. Just off to the side, a hidden lens is already filming a man as he falls and drops his papers across the street. But Shin Woo Jin sees the whole shape of it. Another YouTuber hunting for a viral hit. The actor groans for help, but his target doesn't wait around as she sprints away past RMC, who watches the men stand up and start limping after her with a fake walk that wouldn't fool anyone who actually knows what an injury looks like. Of course, he could just walk away, but instead he calls out to stop the girl and leaves her completely confused about why a total stranger is suddenly talking to her. Woo Jin catches up to the girl, but her first reaction isn't curiosity. It's fear as she scans him for danger and backs away in small, hesitant steps. It's a look he knows well. She's naturally afraid of adults, and after seeing her panic at a minor street accident earlier, he can see the physical injury she's trying to hide. To look less like a threat, he drops to one knee and pulls out a notebook before tearing the page out and offering it to her so she can read it for herself. Shin Woo-jin hands over a lifeline in the form of a yellow notepad. It's a bold move, promising help and police connections to a complete stranger. She takes it, her eyes fixed on the handwritten number. This is her chance to finally get out of whatever shadow is following her. The girl stares at the yellow paper as if she can't believe what she's holding, gripping the note as the weight of the promise finally sinks in, while Shin Woo-jin keeps his voice steady to make sure she understands. She gives him a deep bow and disappears down the street, making her escape. Our MC stands alone until a commotion pulls his attention toward a group of school kids rushing over to help a stranger gather his scattered things in a simple moment of kindness. Shin Woo-jin takes one look at the flyer and stops the boys before they can get closer, putting himself between the kids and the stranger to block their path. He isn't just trying to act tough. Woo-jin is delivering a grim warning. Adults never ask children for help, even as the stranger hits the pavement and starts playing the victim. Our protagonist just looms over him. He tells the man to listen carefully because he knows exactly what kind of game is being played here. Bomi's brother steps in with the hard truth, telling the kids that a real adult never asks a child for help. And even though the man on the ground tries to keep the act alive by begging for his papers, the protagonist isn't buying it. He crumbles the documents into a ball and delivers a sharp kick that sends the swindler tumbling. The man erupts in fake outrage, screaming that this is insane, but our hero just looks down with cold eyes. He's done playing along, and he's about to expose the whole disgusting scam. The swindler screams about his unfair treatment, but Shin Woo-jin isn't buying the performance, knowing that while the internet sees a heartwarming moment of pure kindness, our lead sees the danger in trusting a script over reality. Woo-jin shuts down the act immediately. He warns the man that these fake stories invite real tragedies, like when a stranger fakes an accident with a white van and waits for a helpful kid to fall for the trap. The mood shifts the second the kid realizes every box he's picking up is completely empty. The man plays it perfectly, acting like a neighbor in need when he asks the boy to help load boxes into his van. But the trap snaps shut the moment he reaches the door. He's shoved inside with a sudden force that leaves the street empty once more as the van pulls away. A few blocks away, the crosswalk timer ticks down as a different kind of trap opens up. An elderly woman sits in a wheelchair, pretending to be in pain to catch the attention of the next helpful soul. A schoolgirl stops to help, and the woman acts humble while she hooks her with a small favor that leads her straight into a quiet alley. It starts as a simple act of kindness, guiding the older woman through the neighborhood until they reach a quiet alleyway outside her home. The girl offers a polite goodbye and turns to leave, but a sudden call for her attention stops her cold as the grandmother stands up from the wheelchair and suggests they start living together. The realization of what she just walked into hits the girl like a physical blow. This is the part where it gets ugly. You can already see the shape of the trap. A wheelchair sitting empty in the shadows is a quiet reminder that kidnappings can happen anywhere. Inside a warehouse, Shin Woo-jin corners a content creator to deliver a blunt, cold warning. He tells the man his videos aren't just giving ideas to criminals. They are also reaching children, tricking them into doing dangerous things because they want to be heroes. This kind of influence is dangerous. Over 70,000 children go missing or run away every single year, and many of them never see their families again. There are 1,118 children missing for over a year, and Shin Woo-jin has no time for anyone using them to get views. He stands over a man on the street and tells him that kids shouldn't be helping adults. The man tries to fight back, but Woo-jin tells him to shut up and delete every video he's posted. If the man refuses, this kid will make sure he never makes another cent of money from them again. Woo-jin just turns and walks away, leaving the stranger in the dirt to process the threat. Watching him go, the man can only mutter that Woo-jin is a complete crazy person. Bomi's brother is heading into his first tutoring interview, but for some reason the nerves won't kick in, so he decides to work hard and play the part of a normal student. He walks through the hospital lobby to find the office and knocks once before a voice calls him in. He steps through the door and greets the professor, who is busy on the phone. Shin Woo-jin arrives at the professor's office only to find him tied up on an urgent call, so he agrees to wait while the man handles the crisis. Our protagonist takes the quiet moment to scan the room. He looks past the packed bookshelves and the ordinary desk supplies to the plants by the window, zeroing in on a single orchid that has been cared for with an extreme level of detail. Woo-jin catches himself before he touches anything he shouldn't, watching the doctor carefully handle a phone call that sounds more like a demand than a conversation. The plant isn't just a piece of office decor. The man's attachment to it feels heavy, almost scary. The call ends with a sharp click. The doctor shifts gears, apologizing for the wait because of an upcoming surgery. He offers a drink while playing the part of a polite host, but the cold silence of the hospital room feels a little too quiet. The doctor acts friendly and hands over a drink, but Shin Woo-jin spots a detail that doesn't fit. A wedding ring with no scratches that the man keeps touching despite his professional job. Looking at his records, the doctor notes how Woo-jin skipped school to enter a university with a perfect score, and he presses for the reason behind the early testing. Woo-jin stops the question cold, recognizing the man's nervous tic as a clear sign of self-soothing. The professor freezes when something in the conversation triggers a memory, and for a second, he's lost in sounds and feelings he spent years trying to bury. He finally pulls himself back and apologizes for prying into Woo-jin's life, while our MC notes the man's gaze, drifting toward the orchid on his desk. Woo-jin knows the man's wife is gone, so seeing him slumped over his work confirms exactly where his grief is centered. Historically, men with this much wealth and prestige have a strong drive to leave a legacy, and the doctor is clearly no exception. Woo-jin starts piecing together the family tree, noting that a man in his late 50s likely has more than just a high school freshman for a son. But the doctor cuts through the theory with a warning that his boy is difficult. And it turns out Woo-jin is actually the seventh person to try his luck. Every previous tutor reported the same wall. The boy refuses to talk and won't leave his room. The doctor heard this hopeless feedback directly from the professionals themselves. This is the part where it gets ugly, and you can already see the shape of the challenge Woo-jin is walking into. Woo-jin found the shape of the truth hidden in the professor's busy schedule and his refusal to meet at home. His son was alone in the world, like a boy trapped in a box with no one else left to look after him. Standing before the university hospital, Woo-jin asks about the accident that changed everything. He isn't here to get a job anymore. He's here to take charge. The professor is shocked, tripping over his words as he asks how a kid could possibly know his private secrets. Woo-jin just sits there, knowing he finally has the power he needs to win. Shin Wujing needs to check the facts for himself. That turns out to be an assembly manual for the professor's youngest son. Wu Jin confronts the man directly and asks for the date and the details of the accident that left the professor frozen. This is the part where the secret finally catches up to him. Shin Wujin opens the assembly guide and corners the professor with a question about his son that he can't possibly run from. The scale of the secret is massive, and Wujin demands to know exactly when the accident happened and what it did to the boy. The academy director freezes as the grim reality of the moment lands. Shin Woo-jin offers no comfort, warning that following the manual to the letter might leave their subject in a state that is impossible to reassemble. Shifting the topic to safer ground, the director asks about the contact who first recommended Woo-jin for this tutoring gig. The academy director wastes no time asking Shin Woo-jin if he knows the truth about his family. Woo-jin recalls his contact saying she didn't have the full picture, so he keeps his answer vague and says he has heard a few things. The director finally lets out the truth that 5 years ago, a car accident on the way home shattered his life. Woo-jin presses for a specific detail, asking where they were coming from, and the director hesitates before naming an amusement park. He's suspicious now, wondering why Woo-jin is digging into his past. Bomi's brother starts with a soft apology, worried that asking about Shin Woo-jin's situation might have overstepped, but his polite manner disarms the doctor. He finds the young man unusually considerate for his age. There aren't many rules to follow, but the doctor gives a firm warning never to bring up family matters before agreeing to let the visit start today. Sunset begins to bleed across the sky over the university hospital, casting long shadows through the residential streets as Bomi's brother walks toward his destination with a quiet sense of purpose, ready to finally see the boy he's here to help. A quiet street at dusk is usually where the day ends, but for Shin Woo-jin, the real work is only beginning. He stops at a gated house, a man followed by a history the world hasn't seen yet. After losing his wife and son in an accident, he has had to learn how to play whatever part the situation requires. The buzzer rings out across the quiet neighborhood, and he identifies himself as the new tutor to the voice on the other end. The invitation to come inside follows immediately, and Woo Jin steps into the courtyard, ready to walk into a house that has no idea what he is really after. Woo Jin arrives at the house and meets a housekeeper who already knows his name thanks to a referral from the professor, while he maintains a polite tutor act as they walk through the upscale living room. He takes in the layout of the house while following her up the stairs to the second floor. When they reach the bedroom, the woman knocks to announce that the new tutor has arrived, but the lack of an answer makes her pause before she figures the kid is just lost in the game and lets him inside. A boy sits glued to his screen in the quiet room, noticing someone has entered only when he catches a shadow behind him. Shin Woo-jin assesses the scene in a single look, noting the thin frame of a kid who skips meals and hides from the world in a game long past its prime. There is no wariness here, just a total lack of movement. Yet the small mirror on the desk hints that he still cares about how he looks. After politely turning down the drink, Woo Jin waits for the door to close before introducing himself as the new tutor to a student who won't even look his way. The teenager barely acknowledges him, pointing toward a chair while his eyes stay fixed on the monitor. Woo Jin steps inside and looks around, finding the room strangely empty for a high schooler. The shelves hold no posters or hobbies to give the space any life, and as he takes his seat to ask when they should start, Dongmin keeps his back turned and claims he's already listening. Shin Woo-jin realizes the situation matches the warning he was given, but he still needs to check the boy's level with the math test that makes Dongmin shut down and beg for the answer, leading the tutor to wonder what the kid sees in the mirror. He isn't just seeing a student, he's seeing a boy haunted by a past full of violence and a future that feels like a dead end. This is a heavy weight for a teenager to carry. Shin Woo-jin decides to wrap up the first session, wishing the student a good evening as he gets ready to leave. The boy is too absorbed in his game to look up. A defeat screen flashes on the monitor, and the kid barely mumbles a goodbye. Out in the living room, the housekeeper stops her work in surprise, watching as Woo Jing asks if there are any specific house rules he should follow for his future visits. The housekeeper hesitates with a warning that sounds more like a plea, while insisting that specific room is strictly off limits. Woo Jin is already piecing it together, asking if this was the older brother's space. The confirmation comes with a layer of fear. As it turns out, the housekeeper isn't even allowed in to clean. A name like that is exactly the weak spot Woo Jin needed to find. He's managed to uncover information Dongmin never intended to share, and that extra leverage wasn't even part of the original deal. Shin Woo-jin knows that human desire is the ultimate lever. If he can make someone truly rely on him, he owns the board. Dongmin is the perfect target for this kind of play, a guy so buried in his digital world that he's completely lost to the world outside his headset. Out in the city, That influence is already spreading through the screens of total strangers who follow Dongmin's every move as he clears levels and secures digital ground. His live stream is a masterclass in multitasking, showing off the kind of elite skill that draws a massive crowd to watch his wins from the palms of their hands. Shin Woo-jin needs a way to win, and it starts with a game that's actually older than he is. Somewhere in the city, Dongmin is already dominating his matches and laughing as his opponents quit in frustration. While inside the dim light of a PC cafe, Shin Woo-jin settles on the strategy to hide in a corner and build up his defenses like a beginner. He is relieved to find a lobby full of people at his level, and after selecting the Protoss race, he locks in with intense focus to manage his units exactly as Dongmin taught him. Shin Woo-jin sends out his Prince of the Skies units to hunt down enemy workers. A total financial collapse will end the war faster than any direct fight, and he wants to force one. His focus breaks when he gets a phone call from a familiar voice. The student from earlier that afternoon has actually tracked him down. The kid isn't ready to let their meeting go just yet. A stranger flags down a student on a dark street, dropping to one knee to hand her a yellow note while acting like he has a desperate secret to share. The paper claims he has police connections and wants to help. It's a classic hook designed to lower her guard. Back at his desk, Shin Woo-jin starts his own introduction by dropping basic facts about his name and school. He knows that staying mysterious only breeds suspicion, so he gets the other side to relax by offering up his own information first. This is a calculated, psychological play, and in his world, it works on humans and monsters alike. Instead of a straight answer, Woo-jin asks if he even owns a cell phone. The boy admits he doesn't, which earns him a surprisingly positive response. Woo-jin explains that staying off the grid prevents false information and the need for comparison. Isolation isn't just a lifestyle for our protagonist. It's a tactical advantage that makes his environment easier to control. Shin Woo-jin starts checking for weak spots, asking if she even has a cell phone or anyone else in her life who might get in his way. She admits she doesn't have a single friend left, which is exactly what he wants to hear. To him, it's the perfect setup. She walks through the night crowd completely unaware that her loneliness has just made her the easiest target in the city. The girl is finished with people walking away when she needs them most. She makes a clever choice to set the terms for her next move, leading the man toward a street she knows by heart. To her, this is the safest place to handle a situation that might go wrong. Shin Woo-jin walks the street, checking the layout of this high patrol area. Cameras cover the main road and emergency bells sit on every corner. The busking performances keep the sidewalk packed, with dozens of phones filming from every angle to make sure vision overlaps and cuts out every blind spot. A young girl lingers near expensive sound gear and guitars. When a busker tells her to move, our MC realizes her strategy. She is forcing the adults to look at her so she's never truly alone. A young girl finally works up the courage to approach our protagonist on the crowded street, looking like she's ready to bolt, until Woo-jin recognizes her as the third grader Lee Hyuna. He notes that she was smart enough to pick a public meeting spot, knowing that for a kid this terrified of adults to seek help, her world must be falling apart. He leans down, dropping the formal tone to let her know he's actually listening. Woo-jin promises to keep her secret, but as he gets close, he catches the heavy smell of cigarette smoke on her clothes. The details of her life are even worse than he imagined. She explains that her mother hits her and forces her to skip school by pretending to be sick. When he asks about her father, Hyuna remembers a day from a few years ago when a stranger just walked right into their home. The man claimed to be a friend of her father. She was confused, but she was too young to stop a determined adult from entering. He insisted he had urgent news that her dad needed to hear immediately. Trusting the stranger, she points the way, unknowingly letting two men hunt for her father in the one place he should have been safe. Hyuna innocently points out the hiding spot, leading the police straight to her father, Lee Jing-yu, who lashes out at his daughter for giving him up, as he's taken away for selling drugs. The girl stands frozen as the weight of what she's done finally lands, and while her mother blames her for the arrest and demands she find a way to earn money, the night sky settles over the city, and she leaves Hyuna behind with orders to clean the house and take out the trash. The sounds coming from the apartment tell the whole story, while the clock ticks past midnight, and Hyuna's mother begins her nightly ritual of blame, screaming that their struggle is only happening because the girl called the police on her father. To her mother, Hyuna is just a burden who forces her to work late nights, and the child has lived in this terror so long she actually believes she is the one at fault, until Shin Woo-jin reminds her that the adults are the ones who failed, knowing how easily a brain can start to blur the line between a nightmare and the reality of staying alive. Woo-jin notices something strange as Lee Hyuna relives being hit again and again. She isn't crying. Her eyes stay dry, as if she was forced to swallow her grief until it became a reflex. This habit explains why she asks a stranger for help instead of calling the police. A uniform might just bring back the pain of Lee Jingyu's arrest. He asks if her mother is close with a police officer, and Hyuna's quiet answer confirms a dark reality. She spent her nights behind a closed door, hiding from visitors she was never supposed to know about. This is exactly why she never went to the station for help. She knew the police would only lead her right back home to the person she was afraid of. Looking for a better way out, the MC asks if she has any other family, and the second she mentions her grandmother, the stress leaves her body for the first time. That memory provides a sudden sense of safety. It's a reminder that there is still one person left in the world she can trust. Woo Jin leans in, his voice soft as he asks the question most adults ignore, while Hyuna freezes, her nervous habits showing how much she expects to be punished until she finally admits that her hip and waist are the reason she's limping. When he pushes for more, the pattern becomes clear. Her injuries are all hidden in places where the rest of the world wouldn't notice. Seeing her struggle brings back his own scarred past, and he decides right then that Hyuna will have the chance at the normal life he never got to have. Shin Woo-jin stands at the threshold of his own isolation and decides he can't stay here, allowing a hand to reach in and pull him back toward reality because he knows he can give Hyuna back the years that were stolen from him. He reaches out to help her find her way out of the dark, leading her to the police station where he finally proves to the girl that she's safe. Detective Kim tries to break the ice with snacks, but Hyuna stays small on the couch while the officer tries to find the lead on her mother. Woo-jin kept his promise to get the girl to safety, but the dead end in the search hits Hyuna hard. So the officer shoos the detective away to keep the kid calm. Kim calls his partner, Gicheo, to check on the apartment and hears that the situation is bad, with the place filled with thick cigarette smoke and every drawer torn open. Detective Kim isn't wasting any time, ordering his team to fan out and find Hyuna's mother before she can disappear into the city. The stakes are high because Woo Jin is the one who reported the case, making this a top priority for everyone on the force. While the city settles into the night, the quiet streets hide the fact that a massive manhunt is already closing in. Hyun's mother is already on the move when the warning comes through. The news lands hard. The police are looking for her, and they aren't being quiet about it. Her contact on the other end of the line is spiraling, asking if she's finally gotten involved in something as heavy as drugs. She has no answers for him, only a growing sense of panic. It takes less than a minute for the bridge to burn completely. Her associate curses the day he met her, and all she has left is a desperate, angry insult to throw back as her last safety net disappears. The voice on the other end is done with her, telling Hyuna's mother to hide for a week and wait for word, but the orders get even stranger when the caller warns her about cameras and tells her to smashes her phone before hanging up and leaving her with no way to ask what comes next. Left alone in the dark alley, she tries to make sense of the sudden silence while fumbling to turn her phone off, still too worried about the cost to actually break it. Then the silence breaks. Someone is standing right behind her, a stranger in a dark hood watching her from the shadows as he starts to close the distance and she realizes she's in real trouble. A voice cuts through the dark alley, stopping Hyuna's mother in her tracks to ask where she thinks she's going, and he doesn't hold back as he labels her a heartless mother for the way she's abandoned her child. The shock hits her instantly, and she struggles to understand how a total stranger could know her secrets. He offers no name, only a cold silence that makes his hatred clear as he looms over her to tell her that criminal is a better label for someone who takes their frustration out on a young girl. The woman panics, screaming and asking if he's a detective. A hooded figure steps out of the shadows, noting how friendly the cop was for suggesting the CCTV-free route. Before she can make another sound, he moves in and signals for her to be quiet. Cornered in the darkness, Hyuna's mother asks if the man is a detective, but he only mocks her by mentioning the friendly policeman she's been working with. The advice to avoid the street cameras was actually a setup. She stands frozen, realizing her only ally sold her out, as the stranger closes the distance, and admits he's been waiting to finally get her alone. Hyuna's mother tries to scream her way out of the corner, but the stranger stays still and watches her with a coldness that cuts through her act before he raises a finger to demand silence. He laughs as she threatens to call for help, daring her to do it until her act snaps and she spills everything about the drugs and the manager she's ready to betray. She'll do anything just to survive. The hooded stranger stands over his target, mocking the long list of secrets she's been keeping before he moves in to silence her with a chemical-soaked rag. The reality of the trap lands for only a second as he holds her through the brief struggle, waiting for the drug to work and for her body to finally go limp. He hauls her over his shoulder, walking deeper into the shadows with his prize. Hyuna's mother is gone. The city just keeps moving, unaware of the life that just disappeared from the map. Waking up is a slow process, the shadows slowly sharpening into the dark interior of a vehicle until Shin Woo-jin blinks through the fog and realizes he is sitting in a car. He has no idea how he got here. The steady hum of the road is the only sound, and right now, Nothing in his head is making sense. Imagine waking up in the back of a moving car, your head spinning from a long night of drinking, only to realize the person driving isn't a friend. Inside the dark car, a man in a cap keeps his eyes on the road while Huna's mother starts to piece it together through the haze. The drinking, the car, and the terrifying fact that she has no idea who is driving. The thought finally lands with enough force to wake her. She's been kidnapped, but before she can even gasp, the driver notices her eyes open and tells her she's had too much to drink, calmly ordering her to go back to sleep. Huna's mother wakes up in a blur, finding that her captor has no intention of letting her go. Trapped in the back of the car, the stranger warns her that the trip is far from over as she slips back into a forced sleep. Outside, the city doesn't notice a thing, and the traffic flows normally under the street lamps. A lone white taxi cuts through the late night traffic, moving with a sense of purpose until it pulls up to the gates of the local police station. The guard signals it through, and once the car is parked among the squad cars, the man steps out carrying Yuna's mother on his back as he heads for the entrance to get her the help she needs. A hooded figure moves through the shadows of a back alley with Yuna's mother slung over his shoulder like a piece of cargo, stopping for a quick smoke before he dumps her weight against the brick and flicks the cigarette into the dark. He begins searching her with a cold, efficient routine until he finds exactly what he was looking for. A small bottle that makes every part of this kidnapping feel justified in his head. The hooded stranger grinds his cigarette into the pavement and stops. He flinches as a voice cuts through the dark to demand what he's doing, but Bomi's brother only stares him down. He reminds the man that he wasn't hired to take things this far, though the stranger only asks what else he was expected to do. Our protagonist watches from the shadows as the hooded stranger crouches over the woman. The man dismisses the idea of warnings, claiming trash like this just needs to be burned away. It makes the boy see that he stepped into something much darker than a simple rescue once the stranger suggests that making the mother weaker than her daughter is the only way to finally end this cycle. He shuts the man down immediately, refusing to leave Huna with yet another scar when he only came here to help her. He won't become the monster she's already running from. The hooded stranger looms over Huna's mother, twisting the cap off a bottle before pouring the liquid directly over her head. He cruelly calls Shin Woojin too soft. He's happy to remind the boy it took 12 years to escape his hell. Back at the academy, the director is hit by the sharp smell of alcohol the second Wu Jin walks through the door with the woman on his back. Our protagonist just calls it a delivery, making the academy office look more like a shelter for strangers. Wu Jin walks into the station with a heavy load on his back, telling the officers he found Huna's mom passed out during his morning run, and the news hits Captain Ye hard. His team has been searching for her for days, but our lead keeps a perfect poker face while insisting the whole thing was a stroke of luck. So even though the captain is skeptical, he calls for an officer to take her in a cell until she sobers up. Woojin's mind is a mess of competing voices as he remembers prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong arguing for a more lawful path. But his darker self stands right there in the mist and mocks the idea as a childish story. Back at the station, that voice demands to be let out more often, as Captain Ye confirms that Huna is safe at her grandmother's house. And even though she wasn't seriously hurt, she's still been torn away from her mother. Walking through the city at night, Shin Woojin asks Huna a simple question about her dreams, and her answer is focused on one thing: money. She isn't being greedy though. She just wants enough to buy her grandmother better food and a nicer house, a selfless goal that stays with our MC even as Captain Ye presses him for the truth back at the station. While Wu Jin is too busy watching the clock to answer, across town the academy director has reached his limit. He trembles in his trashed office as the fallout of his choices finally lands. Night falls over the quiet, dark police station. Inside, Huna's mother snaps awake on the floor of a holding cell, her breath hitched as the reality of her situation lands. She scans the small room, but the terror is immediate. Looking up, she finds herself being watched by a hooded stranger whose eyes are fixed on her from the dark. Whatever she expected to find on the other side of these bars, this isn't it. The panic hits all at once, and she scrambles to the gate to rattle the bars with everything she has left. Falling to her knees, she screams for mercy and claims she only used what she was given. She promises never to do it again, but her cries don't move the person standing in the shadows. Reality finally sets in for Huna's mother, and it's louder than she expected. She isn't taking her situation quietly, making enough noise to snap the patience of the woman in the next cell. Her cellmates are already done with her, treating her like just another arrogant rookie who hasn't learned how to act yet. The realization finally lands as she looks around her cage and understands that she isn't in control anymore. She spent her whole life looking down on people, and now the view from the bottom doesn't make any sense at all. Meanwhile, the city wakes up far away from the station walls as life continues through the quiet morning streets. Bomi's brother is catching it today with the summer sun bearing down. hauling heavy bags up a flight of stairs where every step is a struggle against the heat. By the time he hits the landing, he's huffing and complaining about the weather. He has to stop and peel off his jacket just to get some air. He continues the long walk through the quiet neighborhood. Dragging those bags along the pavement, Woojin stops by the gate and calls out to see if anyone is home, before realizing how much calmer she sounds when he identifies himself. The girl is thrilled to see him, looking far brighter than when they first met. Our MC notices how much her spirit has recovered before she catches her breath and invites him in for a snack. Wu Jing knows his limits. If he steps inside that house now, he might never find the strength to leave again. He stays outside and offers Hyuna a gift that he promises will help her reach her dreams. This is her new start, a way for her to walk away from everything she has been through. The shadows of her past are over. It is finally time to build a world that can hold everything she wants to be. Wu Jin holds out a heavy brown bag and asks if Hyuna can take it, pulling her out of the doorway to see the gift. He promises the contents will make her dreams come true, giving her a chance to leave her old life behind and find a new way of thinking that will overturn her world. Hyuna is super excited about the gift, and Wu Jin shows her he's brought a set of history comic books to pass the time, something she can't believe is actually for her. After he confirms the gift, she gives a formal bow of thanks that earns a quick thumbs up from our MC. Apparently, the gift landed at the perfect time, because she immediately launches into a long, rambling story. It turns out she has a habit of oversharing, and even when she offers him a drink, Wu Jin decides he's done enough for today and starts to leave. Wu Jin is internally begging for a way out as Hyuna slips into the house. She tells him to stay in the courtyard while she gets organized, leaving him to wait in the heavy heat while her grandmother is away. He manages to drag a small table into the shade just to make the weight bearable, finally sitting down once she returns. Hyuna eventually comes back with a single yogurt drink, admitting it's the only gift she has to offer. The humble gesture catches him off guard, so he decides to flip the dynamic by launching into a massive technical lecture on the benefits of yogurt until the girl is actually scared. After finishing his long-winded thanks, he offers her a history comic to read while he finishes his drink, which she accepts with a huge smile. Woojin hands a comic book over to Hyuna, who's immediately hooked by the bright colors on the cover. It's more than just a story, it's a look at the founding idea of ancient Korea, a simple belief that life is better when we work for the good of everyone, whether that means sharing a home-cooked meal with a neighbor or helping someone learn to walk again. Later that night, Woojin asks if she still wants to be rich, and it turns out her dream is mostly about taking care of her grandmother with good food and a warm house. Woojin starts laying out his new plan, a goal built on serving others while making sure they both get paid for their trouble. But Hyuna is already lost in her book, so he hands her another volume and waits for a quiet moment to test her with a riddle. He asks if she thinks people from the distant past ever dreamed of building airplanes, and when she rejects the idea as impossible, he presses her for the specific reason why. He wants to know exactly why they couldn't imagine it, and whether their own world has limits they just haven't found yet. Shin Woo-jin explains that people stayed on the ground for ages simply because they never thought of leaving it. But that changed the moment someone dared to picture a machine in the clouds. It started with a simple wish to outrun the fastest animals or soar through the sky like a bird. Progress begins with wanting what you don't have, and Shin Woo-jin asks if Yona understands the next logical step, the power of imitation. Shin Woo-jin believes making money starts with learning how to imitate the world around you. It's about solving small problems or giving people exactly what they've been dreaming of. Sitting on a bench, he has Hyuna repeat his favorite rule: treat imagination as if it's real. Nature's best designs lead directly to our most useful tools, turning child's play into science. To build that kind of vision, he says she needs hobbies like comics and movies so that stories can help her grow and keep her head clear. The lesson ends sooner than she'd like. As Woojin prepares to head out, he leaves her with one final job: finish every book before his next visit. An influential woman takes a call that catches her off guard with a request for a personal sponsorship, questioning why she should suddenly start doing charity work on her own. Her acquaintance suggests she should try it just to see what happens, taking a casual tone despite her reminding him her group already gives enough, until the idea sticks and she finally asks who he wants her to back. Shin Woo-jin is on a mission, pitching a way to support a smart kid living in poverty, and he spams Lee Hyreem so much she finally snaps and gives in. She's currently at a high-end party for celebrities, but the fake compliments from the crowd make her want to leave once Woo-jin hangs up to go to his tutoring session. This whole situation makes her feel more like a private investigator than herself, and as she tries to make sense of the kid's random requests, a nearby actress recognizes her as the granddaughter of the chairman of S Group. Hiram stands alone at the gala and lets Woojin's advice finally sink in. thinking back to the quiet night at the riverfront where he explained how people use simple gifts just to get others to like them. But he pointed out that for someone like Hiram, things are different. He told her that her very existence is something people openly desire, and as the actress in front of her gushes over her beauty, the lesson finally lands. She needs to use that desire in reverse by leading them right to her new cosmetics line. Influencers know exactly how to work their audience. They perform a fake friendship that thousands of people buy into instantly, using the new cosmetics as a prop for their latest broadcast. They swear the product is a life changer, and they highlight every detail just to hide the fact that the whole thing is a script. This is how he builds his empire, one fake recommendation at a time. The buzz is exactly what he planned for, because every fake smile is just a ladder for someone trying to climb into a higher social circle. Efficiency is the only goal here. Wu Jin watches the crowd from above, understanding that greed is just another tool he can aim. Lee Hiram joins him, acknowledging his talent for seeing what people actually want. She warns him that a man who is never wrong can never be ordinary, but in a room full of people desperate to be noticed, being ordinary is the last thing Wu Jin wants. It starts with a casual comment about a movie, but things turn strange when the young actress has to admit her debut hasn't even happened. Later that evening, the scene shifts to a wealthy neighborhood. Wu Jin arrives for his tutoring shift and is met at the door by the housekeeper. She warns him that his student is back to playing video games instead of studying. He heads upstairs to start the lesson. Shin ignores the secret to fixing the broken Dongmin is locked away. He reaches for the handle. He finally reaches the threshold of the secret he's been hunting, breathing out a single word of shock as the truth in the dark hits with enough force to stop him in his tracks. The housekeeper's warning had been clear about this room being strictly off limits, but Wu Jin is convinced the secret to putting Dongmin back together is hidden right here. He reaches for the handle to find out for himself. Everything depends on what's inside. The door swings open, and the world changes. He's finally face to face with the truth Dongmin was hiding. This is the moment he can't walk back from. Walking into a dark room is usually scary, but for Shin Woo-jin, it's just another chance to play pretend. The door hangs open to a room lost in shadow, leading past a quiet desk where family photos sit untouched. Woo-jin tries to play along with the spooky mood by acting like a horror movie lead, but the heartbeat sounds are just him making noise with his mouth. He can't actually feel the fear. His own heart isn't racing at all, so he has to fake the thrill just to feel something as he creeps further into the house, trying his best to make the boredom go away. The rhythmic click of a keyboard is the only sound in the house. Dongmin steps into the dark room, fully expecting his brother to be glued to the screen, just like any other night. He reaches out to flip the light on, but the room is empty. The realization hits him all over again. There is no one here, and there hasn't been for a long time. The silence in the doorway tells him everything he needs to know about what he lost. It turns out he's kept the room exactly as it was, with every book and trophy left in the same spot where his brother placed them. Shin Woo-jin stands in the middle of a life frozen in time. Walking through the room, he sees how much his brother loved gaming and even kept a separate desk just for his setup. But Dongmin wasn't just a gamer. Woo-jin's eyes moved to the old family photos, stopping on a picture from the amusement park taken right before the accident. Seeing his brother's face, he realizes the family went just for the kid, because Dongmin is the only person in the frame who looks truly happy. Shin Woo-jin looks back at a life that doesn't belong to him anymore, forced to face the memory of the crashes that took everything. He asks for the one detail he can't let go of, the exact moment his family's path turned toward ruin. The answer is a cruel contrast to the life they had planned, a trip home from an amusement park. Everything changed for his brother Dongmin after that day. Now, all Woo-jin can do is keep the memory clean, honoring the mother and brother who aren't here to see what he's become. Shin Woo-jin keeps the housekeeper out of this room so he can handle the cleaning on his own. This isn't just about privacy. It's a ritual, a way to touch a past that still brings him heavy guilt. Secrets rarely stay hidden for long, and Dongmin finally ignores the warnings as he steps into the one place he was never supposed to see, only to find Woo-jin waiting in the dark. The discovery hits like a physical blow. The sanctuary is broken. The silence says everything. Bomi's brother catches him in the hallway and goes on the attack, demanding to know if he's been snooping around his brother's room. Dongmin tries to play it off as a simple mix-up. He pretends he just mistook the door for the bathroom, but the boy isn't having it. Something is clearly wrong here. This bathroom is a shared space, yet the boy protects it with a strange kind of worry. He screams that the room is off limits and tells Dongmin to stay away. It's a loud warning for someone who left the door wide open, especially when it was this easy to slip inside without being noticed. Dongmin stands in the dark hallway, searching for any sign of his brother behind the door, but Wu Jin watches him from the shadows and warns him that his brother has already left. He mutters the one word that explains everything, claustrophobia, and that truth stops Dongmin mid-step, pulling him back around in shock as he asks what Wu Jin just said. Wu Jin brushes off the offer for a break with a casual excuse, letting a heavy silence settle between them while he studies the boy's reaction. Dongmin pauses for a heartbeat before finally stepping into the room he's been avoiding. Wu Jin is already looking past him, building a picture of a math genius who couldn't stand small spaces. That brother likely shaped every part of what Dongmin is today. It's time to find out if the kid actually knows his basics. Dongmin spends his nights lost in old strategy games. Shin Woo-jin watches him lose at an old game and realizes the kid didn't choose this life on his own. He's just a hollow shell with a void that Woo-jin is finally ready to fill. Dongmin walks into the room and immediately questions what he's seeing. And while our protagonist doesn't even turn around, he announces a major shift in their approach to learning. The boy is skeptical the second he realizes his teacher is staring at a game. Still, Woo-jin insists the boy's recent loss to hacks was really just a failure to understand math, and to him, every move in a folk game is an equation that would stun even a genius like Isaac Newton. Woo-jin makes it clear that mastering the game means starting at the base, pulling Dongmin back to a memory buried for years of childhood nights spent watching his father play in the dark while wondering why a simple game needed a master of math. Hearing the exact same words now, he can only watch as Woo-jin prepares for the round, and the theory finally goes to the test as the battle between Protoss and Terran begins. As the match begins, Woo-jin knows the starting line is a lie because his race can build and mine at the same time. While his opponent's workers are tied up with construction, his own economy never stops growing. This creates a massive advantage from the very first minute. Dongmin freezes as the logic finally clicks, pulling him back to a childhood memory of his father explaining how production rates work. It was just a math lesson back then. Now he sees it as the core of his opponent's entire strategy. The realization lands like a physical blow, pulling his shoulders back as he sees the shape of the trap his opponent has been building since the start. Dongmin's father breaks the game down into pure math, explaining how reaction times and values shift as the match goes on while he walks the boy through the efficiency of resource mining. He proves that the game is won or lost on these invisible margins before the first battle even starts. Back in the present, Shin Woo-jin stares at the screen until the pieces finally click into place. The missing piece lands. Every move and every reaction finally has a clear source. This isn't just a strategy, it's her brother's influence. The way his opponent plays traces back to the person who taught them, revealing the psychological root of the entire match. Dongmin's older brother used to talk about the game like it was a math problem, explaining how some races lose their speed while his stayed steady. Back then, the kid was completely lost in all the talk of functions and slopes. But watching the match today, the point of those lessons finally starts to land. His brother had eventually made it simple. Every second an opponent spends building is a second they aren't making money, creating a lead that Woo-jin is currently taking for free. An old lesson comes back to him about how a steady growth can never keep up with an enemy that gets stronger and stronger with every passing second. At the desk, Woo-jin breaks the game down into simple numbers. He counts exactly how long he has to wait before his energy is full enough to stall the next attack. Dongmin tries to speak up and gets a quick answer. Shin Woo-jin tells the investigator to go ahead and ask his questions, but the offer is a trap. Whether it's the lie he needs or the truth he fears, our protagonist will simply reflect whatever answer Dongmin is desperate to hear. In this room, the suspect is the one in control. He finally manages to approach, tripping over his words while he searches for a way to break the silence. Woo-jin doesn't even look away from his computer, giving the man permission to talk, while his focus stays on the game. The pressure is hitting Dongmin hard enough that he loses his nerve completely. Our protagonist sees the shift in the room immediately. He knows a real question is coming from someone who is finally curious about him. Woo-jin knows he's just a mirror right now, giving back exactly what Dongmin expects to hear. The sun sets over a quiet neighborhood as they head inside the empty house carrying a weight neither of them wants to name. He watches the boy struggle, noting that most people just want to be told they're right. And as Dongmin finally cracks, he asks if the teacher knows anything about his brother. The fear suddenly turns into a sharp edge as Dongmin snaps, demanding to know if Woo-jin entered the bedroom. He's too busy tracking the slip. The word just changed from our to my. In that one syllable, the boy claimed the brother that used to belong to both of them, and the whole shape of the secret begins to shift. Shin Woo-jin decides to lean into the boy's suspicions and presses the trap further by telling a shocked Dongmin they already met at the funeral home. It's a total lie since he wasn't actually there, but he's counting on a brain trick called confabulation to rewrite the past. This usually only happens to patients with memory loss, but Dongmin was so exhausted by grief back then that his mind was a total blank. Shin Woo-jin knows the kid has no way to remember who really showed up to pay their respects. Woo-jin targets a gap in Dongmin's history, revisiting a funeral where a young boy was told to stay strong while his world fell apart. He asks if Dongmin remembers him from the university hospital, or the place where his father passed away. Dongmin is paralyzed by the claim, forced to sift through fragments of his life for a face that was never there until he begins inventing new memories to fill the gaps. Dongmin's mind is doing the heavy lifting for Woojin, filling in the missing pieces of a story that never happened until it finds a face for the funeral, and sees Woojin standing there. A hand on his head cements the lie as the realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. He asks if Woojin was the one who told him to stay strong, wondering why his brother's friend didn't mention it sooner, while the man lets him apologize for being out of it back then. The dynamic with Dongmin has shifted from the days when the guy ignored him, and now Wu Jing is savoring the leverage as the man apologizes for a history that never existed. Back at the house, Wu Jin continues his act with Bomi. He pivots by claiming he was just a junior at the academy and lets her fill in the rest of the lie herself. Watching another loss in the academy computer lab, Dongmin sees that a friend's old advice finally makes sense as he reaches back into his memory to find the exact words Bomi's brother used. The lesson comes back to him through the reflection in the screen. This isn't just a game about gathering units. It's about gathering choices. Wu Jian locks onto the theory with a focus that goes far beyond a simple match. Knowing to win isn't just about what you build or summon in a short window, but how those split-second choices pile up until they change the result of the fight. The game screen flashes a victory, but it only triggers a memory for Dongmin that doesn't quite fit. He remembers watching his brother Dong Jun and feeling the gap between what he was shown and the real secrets being hidden. His brother promised the real answers would only come once he was older. Dongmin thinks he could have handled it back then, but the memory reminds him that winning isn't about the math so much as the habit of making the right choice, moment by moment. Dong Jun starts a lesson with the strange idea that the moment they're living in is already the past. Dongmin is confused, but his friend uses the mirror to show him that they are always looking at a version of themselves that is already gone. The idea finally clicks for Dongmin, who realizes that every second becomes a memory the moment it happens, and as Dongjun confirms the point, Dongmin starts to think about the true value of the recent past. Dongmin reaches back into his past, ready to hear the words his brother never got to say out loud. To Dongjun, life was just a game where every second required a choice, and he wanted his brother to live with total focus so he could master the real world like a difficult level. Those lessons were meant for when Dongmin grew up, but they never got that chance, and now the weight of that loss is almost too much to carry. Gaming isn't a hobby anymore. He is just looking through every digital world, desperate for any sign of the brother he lost. Dongmin remembers how it all started, back when he was the one pushing for the trip, and refusing to go unless Dongjun joined them. His brother only gave in after their mother pleaded for one last family outing. The weight of that memory hits him now. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, then maybe he wouldn't have made the choice to go or asked to visit the amusement park in the first place. Everything starts with one decision that Dongmin has thought about every single day since it happened. It was a normal family trip until he saw the truck coming through the car window. The glass shatters. A massive truck T-bones the car right in the middle of a busy intersection while people watch. When he wakes up, the silence in the car is far worse than the impact. He stares through the broken glasses. The truth finally lands. His mother and brother are gone. He will spend the rest of his life believing he is the reason they died, and that one decision will stay with him forever. Shin Woo-jin keeps up the soft act, hammering home the idea that the accident was out of Dongmin's hands while promising him that his dead family wouldn't blame him for what happened. And though Dongjun sees the breakdown from deep within the memory, he can only watch the choices being made to survive the present and wonder if these are really the right judgments or just a desperate escape. This is where Dongmin finally breaks. He has no idea what the right path is anymore and admits that the fear has become too much to handle. Woo Jin tells the boy he doesn't need to decide anything yet, explaining that a person is only truly gone once there is nobody left to remember them. And when Dongmin finally breaks and admits he is completely lost, Woo Jin just holds him and promises to wait as long as it takes. However, the counselor shows up with her own plan and steps into the room to help him find the right path. Bomi's mother is still haunted by her missing son. Outside, the house stays quiet as Shin Woo-jin calls it a night, knowing his real mission is to fix this broken family and help their youngest son. Our protagonist has a hidden goal tonight that goes far beyond a simple tutoring session. He's looking to plant an idea deep in someone's mind, and he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Dongmin heads home as the sun sets. He thinks about how exhausting it is to comfort a single child compared to leading a group. Our MC's stomach reminds him he's past due for a meal. He decides his next side gig better come with free food included. Across town, a woman looks over her evening schedule. She checks on a tutoring session followed by a dinner date. This is exactly what Dongmin wanted. He has a very specific idea he's planning to plant in her mind while they eat. Bomi's brother finishes his tutoring session at a high-end house and makes his exit. The parent sees him off politely, but the mental toll of managing a crying kid is already starting to drain him. Apparently, controlling a group is much easier than this. His hunger kicks in as he realizes he should have looked for a part-time job that provided a free meal. Meanwhile, a woman on her phone sounds skeptical about a tutoring offer until the caller suggests getting food afterward. A mysterious figure watches the city from a rooftop edge, knowing it's finally time for a leveling check, while far below in a skyscraper, a man wonders why his partner is late and who could have possibly woken her up. When he asks about her schedule for the day, she brushes him off and says that part of her day ended a long time ago. The scene shifts as night settles over the city, and a young man named Dongmin stops in front of a sandwich shop called Brain Food to grab a meal before his night truly starts. The kitchen sizzles with the exact same rhythm the staff at Brain Food have worked to master ever since Dongmin showed them the ropes. And when one of the workers slides a tray over, he's eager for the man who taught him to see that he hasn't let the quality slip. Dongmin takes a bite, hit by a wave of flavor that confirms the kid's pride is well earned. And he gives a thumbs up while admitting the food is actually crazy good, before the worker beams and promises that his brother is going to treat Dongmin big time very soon. It was meant to be a simple thank you, but for Dongmin, those two words changed the entire shape of the afternoon. Mansu presses for an answer, eager to see what kind of high-end celebration our protagonist has in mind. He deflects with a nervous laugh, promising to think it over slowly while Mansu watches him, confused by the intense internal debate he's witnessing. There's a layer of guilt to the whole thing, since Mansu's brother is already working overtime at the grill to save up every penny for this promised treat. As they wrap up the meal and head out of the shop, Mansu mentions that business is booming enough to attract franchise inquiries. People are desperate to get a piece of the Brain Food brand. Woo Jin shuts the idea down immediately as being too early. Even so, Mansu reminds him that the shop is already a massive hit with local parents and academies. Mansu is excited about the flood of delivery inquiries, but our MC immediately shuts him down and orders him to clear the requests away. He sets up a private briefing to drill some business sense into the kid. A franchise only survives if the owners stay happy for the long haul. Mansu argues that he would never pull a quick scam. Still, Woojin warns that chasing profit at the expense of partners is a death sentence. He paints a grim picture of a future where greed turns their office into a target for the public and the press. The warning lands like a hammer. Mansu panics while saying they haven't made any final decisions about the business yet. Woojing isn't just guessing, he's making a threat. To build something that lasts, he has to teach his partner how to actually treat people right. Shin Woojin gives his target a choice that feels like a death sentence, forcing Mansu to fold and promise he'll start the search right away before waving him off. Despite the begging, Woojin refuses to remove the collar, knowing that a threat hanging over someone's head is the only way to keep some people focused as the scene shifts to a local sandwich shop. There, Mansu snaps into his professional face just as a young woman named Hiram walks through the door and follows a voice calling her over to a table. Hiram walks into the shop with a casual greeting, catching Dongmin and the worker, Mansu, off guard as her name registers immediately and the legends about her old crowd come flooding back. She scans the faces in the room, trying to place whether these are the same kids from her past, while Mansu spirals internally over why a high-status heir is in a place this rundown. His polite act falls apart the second she asks if they've actually met. He stammers through a welcome and pulls out a chair for her, desperate to stay professional while Dongmin watches the cold realization land. It wasn't just a gap in her memory. Hiram never cared enough to notice ordinary people in the first place. Mansu starts losing his grip on what actually happened, and the confusion only grows as Dongmin watches the mental static set in. Later, at a busy shop called Brain Food, Hiram looks around at the crowd and wonders why she was dragged all the way here for a meal, while she tries to find Dongmin's real plan. Mansu is eager to serve, but Hiram politely brushes the offer off until Dongmin reveals that every recipe in the shop is his own creation, diving into the specifics of his custom sauce and toasted bread until Hiram is impressed enough to change her mind about being full. Dongmin officially calls out the order as she takes in the sight of the packed room, and when she asks why he doesn't get a cut of the profits, our hero reveals he's happy just being paid in food. At the kiosk, a girl orders extra food just to keep her brother from stealing her clothes. A couple nearby bickers over movie ads while one of them obsesses over a promotional poster. These tiny debates happen everywhere, even over whether one last coffee is worth losing a night of sleep. Shin Woo-jin watches it all, reminding Hiram that her world has always been filtered by the elite. He wants her to pay attention to the stories most people ignore. If she stacks these ordinary images in her mind, she'll eventually gain a perspective her dazzling life could never offer. Woo-jing explains that one day gathering ordinary people into a single group will finally make sense to her. Seeing them as a collective is the only way to truly understand the public. He insists on filling her mind with these everyday images because 100 formal lectures are useless compared to the slow process of natural understanding. Stuck in the middle of a packed morning commute, Hiram can barely breathe as she wonders how anyone survives doing this every single day. Out on the street, the crushing reality of a new work week settles onto an exhausted office worker, proving the point that being ordinary is actually the hardest thing of all. Dongmin asks how she's feeling about her new lifestyle. Hiram reflects on all the time she's spent with influencers and celebrities lately, admitting that the events she once hated have actually started to become fun. Dongmin takes the opening to give her a hard lesson about how to treat people. He tells her she shouldn't just use anyone, but only those trying to use her to satisfy their own selfish desires. Hiram takes the advice in instantly, picturing the crowd as puppets she can control however she wants. To her, there is a real thrill in the idea of being the one pulling the strings. The follow-up investigation has hit a serious wall, since telling the prosecutor feels like a risk. Prosecutor Kim Chol-won looks over files that have taken much longer than he expected, noting that while Detective Kim usually closes cases quickly, his work here has suddenly slowed to a crawl. The detective laughs it off while wondering if he should finally mention Woo-jin, but when the prosecutor asks what is wrong, he decides the secret is too big to share and keeps his mouth shut. Detective Kim starts to speak, but immediately loses his nerve, pulling back and claiming it's nothing at all, which makes the prosecutor think the detective just doesn't want to work with him. The detective jumps into a frantic denial, but the prosecutor just brushes it off, assuming his own difficult reputation is the problem. Of course, the real issue isn't personality, it's survival. Detective Kim realizes that if anything goes wrong with Woo-jin, he's the one who will take the fall. A mental battle breaks out as he weighs the cost of being honest against the safety of a lie. In the end, he decides that some secrets are better kept, flicking away his guilt for the sake of the help he desperately needs. Detective Kim finally decides to come clean, telling Prosecutor Cheo Wong that he isn't the one who deserves credit for his recent wins, while the prosecutor assumes this is just about a minor fight. Kim shuts that idea down fast, making the room even more tense as he searches for the right words, and Cheo Wong starts to lose his patience while telling the man to stop acting like a kid. The prosecutor starts guessing the worst, wondering if Kim has been taking dirty money, but the detective drops a bomb by admitting he wasn't the one who solved those cases overnight. Cheo-woong struggles to process the confession, asking if the detective is really saying he had nothing to do with them, and Kim only gives a silent, heavy nod to confirm the lie. There is only one question left. If the lead investigator didn't crack those cases, then who actually did? Cheo-woong tries to find a logical path, asking if there is a junior on the team with some insane talent, and Kim admits someone special is helping him, while the prosecutor wishes they could have all gone for drinks. Prosecutor Kim Chil-lung suspects the detective is keeping a secret asset all to himself and pushes for an introduction, leading Detective Kim to finally admit his source is just a civilian kid with a strange instinct for police work. The boy is more than just an amateur. He is a profiler who puts the professionals to shame. He leaves a chilling impression, often quoting the Bible about falling stars and bottomless pits while standing over a defeated criminal. Cheo-woong can't understand how a random kid could solve cases that stumped the entire force, but the detective knows the truth, because every piece of the puzzle fits together a little too well. Detective Kim needs an exit before things get too deep, so he fakes a stomachache and runs off while Kim Chil-woong chases him until the door slams shut and leaves the prosecutor feeling played. A phone rings through the quiet hallway as Shin Woo-jin wonders if his contact is too busy to talk. But the detective finally answers to weigh the value of a legal connection Woo-jin is finishing up for the night when Detective Kim calls. Kim is with a prosecutor, and Woo-jin remembers him perfectly, marking the moment they cross paths. Kim is playing a long game here, finding a way for the law to ask Woo-jin for help while keeping him close. This kind of planning earned Kim a promotion, but now his boss is noticing a slump and wondering where his old skills went. Detective Kim knows exactly how much power he holds in this office. He is betting that no one can fill the gap he would leave behind, and soon enough, his bosses will realize they have no choice but to come looking for him. He puts the next phase in motion by offering Woo-jin a meeting with the prosecutor. The bait lands perfectly at first, but Woojin isn't just going to follow orders and agrees only after setting a condition of his own. This is the first sign that Kim might have misjudged the kid. Detective Kim kicks the door shut and announces his arrival to a room buried in files. It's a hard sell. So the detective mentions a friend from the station before admitting the genius behind the work is just a college student who is only free for a meeting tomorrow evening. It's a strict deadline with no other options, and Kim confirms the student really is the one behind it all. Prosecutor Kim Chol-wong checks his schedule and confirms he's free for a meeting tomorrow evening. But as he asks Detective Kim to lock it in, the detective admits there is a condition. The prosecutor is immediately suspicious that he's being asked for a bribe or a shady favor, but the detective assures him it's nothing illegal before revealing the truth. The man will only show up if the prosecutor covers the bill for a high-end dinner course, a request so simple it leaves the prosecutor completely baffled. Shin Woo-jin isn't interested in any cheap options, making it clear he expects the full dinner course or there's no deal. Back at the office, Prosecutor Kim shakes his head while wondering if the informant is actually hungry or just testing how far he can push them. Even navigating the booking site is a chore, and Kim begins to suspect that this supposedly timid guy is just putting on an act. He confirms the 7 o'clock slot for 3 before the total price lands and makes him rub his eyes in shock. Prosecutor Kim Cho-wong pulls his glasses up, staring at his screen as the true cost of his situation sinks in, and eventually he double-checks the dinner plans while the sun sets over the city. The address brings him to a luxury restaurant that looks far out of his price range, where he confirms his reservation and follows an attendant through the dining room to find Detective Kim already waiting. The man looks entirely too happy for someone who just picked the most expensive place in the city, and he greets Cho Wum with a grin that says he's been looking forward to this meal all day. A memory of the old office life comes back where a colleague once warned the detective to keep moving and worry about the risks later. Back in the present, Shin Woo-jin waits in a high-end restaurant, skipping the small talk to praise Woo-jin's looks. Detective Kim greets his old friend as the prosecutor admits the face is finally starting to look familiar, while Woo-jin offers a polite bow and the older man waves him into a seat. He admits he's heard many stories, noting that a master profiler should have a much sharper look than this. Inside a dimly lit lounge, Prosecutor Kim Chol-wong starts the meeting with heavy flattery, laughing as he admits he expected a world-class profiler to look much more thin and sharp than the student sitting in front of him. Dong-jun doesn't take the bait and asks exactly why the meeting was called, but Kim only tries to slow him down by asking to drop the formal speech, and decides to match it, agreeing that if the honorifics are coming off, they're coming off for both sides of the table. Prosecutor Kim Chol-wong leans in with a mocking tone to test the kid's nerves, but Shin Woo-jin is already several moves ahead, having picked a restaurant where dinner alone costs nearly $1,000,000. He wants to see if the prosecutor's sense of duty can survive a direct hit to his wallet. Prosecutor Kim Cho-lung weighs the situation. Why would a stranger burn through his only survival tool just to get in the room? Shin Woo-jin introduces himself with a polite bow, and that level of respect confirms the suspicion that this meeting goes far beyond simple curiosity. He takes the boy's hand and waits for the biology to kick in, knowing the handshake is just a trick of the body to lower his guard and force a sense of trust. A simple handshake can tell you everything you need to know about a man's intentions. When prosecutor Kim Cheol-woong reaches out, it isn't just a greeting. It's a direct challenge for control. Shin Woo-jin feels the pressure immediately, a physical force meant to pull him into the prosecutor's world. This isn't about being polite, it's about who holds the power before the first word is even spoken. Woo-jin feels the greeting turn into a test of strength, acting like an invitation to a home turf, where Kim Cheol-woong holds all the weapons and uses them freely. It is a raw declaration of the man's internal need to dominate that he suddenly tries to hide behind a loud laugh, calling the pressure a simple reflex. The dinner continues, but the mask has already slipped. Woo-jin watches the prosecutor across the table and listens to him push for a quick, close relationship, but the act is transparent. Every word from Kim is a calculation of his own social power and a desire for success, mirroring the reaching towers of the city skyline. It all leads to one conclusion. Woo-jin isn't being offered a seat at the table, but is being recruited as the ladder Kim intends to climb to reach the top. The realization lands he is nothing more than leverage to this man. Deciding it's time to stop playing defense, Woo-jin breaks the flow of the dinner to ask a direct question. Kim welcomes the challenge with the lazy confidence of a man who thinks he's already won the room by watching his every move. He catches the defensive shift in body language as the man tries to stay in charge of the conversation, for he knows his opponent relies on keeping people away. Kim can't believe a kid is talking to him like an equal, but he humors Woo-jin and listens to his theory about the law being easy to bend while he weighs the insult. The prosecutor tries to regain control by lecturing the boy on how deep the legal system really goes. Woo Jin has already memorized every law in the books, and he drops that claim with zero hesitation. This isn't a guess, it is a statement of fact that resets the power at the table. Kim finds the boast hilarious and mocks the kid by testing him on Article 25 of the Criminal Act. But Woo Jin just recites the exact words of the code, catching the man off guard. Woo Jin isn't just answering questions, he's reciting the legal code word for word. When a desperate prosecutor Kim throws out Article 32 to find a gap, Woo Jin doesn't even blink, and Kim's next attempt fails just as hard when the boy recites the text on false accusations. The prosecutor is completely shaken. Woo Jin's companion only smirks, recognizing the same shock he felt when he first saw this mind in action. It gets even worse when Woo Jin starts dropping revision dates down to the exact day. Finally, our hero declares a reversal and takes total control of the room. He leans in and asks Kim for a specific revision date, cornering a veteran lawyer with the very law he's supposed to master. What do you do when a college kid knows the law better than a veteran prosecutor? You panic. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-woon snaps, claiming he'd need a law book to answer the question, before quickly shouting at a waiter about the food just to hide his embarrassment. He tries to pull himself together, but the damage is done. Watching the kid closely, Kim asks if he's planning on law school, but Woo Jin only claims he's an ordinary student living an ordinary life. That word hangs in the air for a second. Nothing about Woo Jin's talent feels ordinary to a professional. The truth finally lands that he's actually a business major, leaving Kim to wonder what kind of person spends their free time doing hardcore legal work. Looking for a deeper answer, the table turns the conversation toward what the law actually means. A waiter interrupts the table to drop off the starter, and the sight of the pre-meal bread hits Shin Woo-jin like a huge deal. He sees the chance immediately, freshly baked slices and low-sodium butter that melts perfectly into every bite. While Prosecutor Kim tries to lecture the group on the law, the table's focus is entirely on the art of even buttering. Woo-jin is so locked in that he actually starts shaking. The prosecutor tries to save the dinner talk, but our lead cuts him off with a look of world-class seriousness. Now is the best timing. Kim braces for a big secret, only for Woo Jin to explain that the reservation price is only worth it if they eat the bread before it gets cold. At the dinner table, the companion continues his strange talk, linking the law to the very bread they're eating, until Prosecutor Kim finds himself agreeing before snapping out of it. Kim wonders why he's even listening to such a weird idea. He's already falling into the same rhythm that makes everyone else lose their minds around Woo Jin. Kim tries to blame his mistake on a long day at the office, but the man warns that everything the prosecutor has seen so far isn't even 1/100th of Woo Jin's true self. While the boy is busy liking how good the forks taste, the warning lands. Kim shouldn't even try to understand his behavior. The prosecutor is too busy wondering how much a single piece of bread costs to really listen to the advice from someone who's already been there. No matter what anyone imagines, Woo Jin will always be a step ahead, and the only way to stay sane is to just give up. Suddenly, the companion calls him back to reality. The tension at the dinner table spikes as Kim Cheo-woon watches Woo Jin with growing dread. Woo Jin contrasts the long prison sentences given to starving people for stealing ramen against the light punishment given to a corrupt military official who pocketed billions. The truth lands hard. Cheo-woon stays quiet, unable to find an answer. That doesn't sound like a lie. A waiter eventually interrupts the heavy silence with their crab ravioli. Cheo-woon uses the break to hide behind a canned response about following legal fairness. Shin Woo-jin is at the moment more interested in his dinner than the talk across the table. Prosecutor Kim Chao-leung reaches his limit, pressing for an answer while our protagonist waves him off between bites. Woo-jin's friend can only sigh at the display in front of him. This routine is nothing new, but it is still tiring to watch him ignore the weight of the meeting in such a high-end setting. While the rest of the restaurant carries on, Woo Jin finally wipes his mouth and shifts his tone, bringing up a past case that might change the whole shape of their talk. The game has finally begun in earnest for both of them. A man and a woman meet in a running club, but a single text message changes everything by describing a secret fantasy and sharing her home address. The message asks him to make the act feel real. He is told to ignore any screams because it is all just acting. He has feelings for her, so he follows the instructions and carries out the violent request. The next morning, the woman reports the assault and the police arrest him as the case begins to unfold. Then the truth finally registers. A jealous member of the same crew had hacked the woman's phone and sent those messages herself, using the man's feelings to ruin both of their lives at the same time. Now the court has to decide where the weight of the law should actually fall. And since his choice is made, he just wants to focus on his meal. Prosecutor Kim Cho-woon asks if the verdict is final. But Shin Woo-jin doesn't have time for a long explanation, since in his mind, the case is already settled. Kim tries to buy a moment to think while wondering why his expensive meal is being rushed, but as it turns out, the urgent matter is just the next course of food. Woo-jin wants the legal talk finished before the steak arrives. Kim Chul-woong is losing the thread, his mind going hazy as the conversation drifts into a dense thicket of legal gray areas. The protagonist keeps the pressure high, laying out a case where a hacker frames an innocent man and the actual criminal walks free because the court sees them as a tool. He asks the prosecutor if that person is still a victim from a moral point of view. Shin watches the prosecutor wrestle with the outcome, a moral puzzle where the law and justice no longer seem to align. Shin Woo-jin is testing prosecutor Kim Cheol-dong by bringing up a case that only saw justice after a massive public outcry. But the prosecutor is far more interested in the stake than he is in the law. Kim's entire mood shifts the second the food arrives. It makes our protagonist wonder if he's dealing with a genuine weirdo, but he eventually decides it's just the strange habit of a genius. The man is eager to start eating, clearly impressed by the quality of such an expensive meal. He digs in, praising the steak for having just the right amount of blood coming out. Shin kills the mood with the clinical correction, explaining that it isn't blood at all, as that would only spoil the meat. It's a cold fact that stops Kim mid-bite, leaving the prosecutor completely caught off guard. Woo Jin breaks down the science behind the red juice on the plate. It isn't actually blood, but a protein that changes color as it cooks. The scientific lecture lands heavy on the prosecutor, who starts to regret even bringing it up. Meanwhile, Mansu ignores the chemistry lesson to take a bite and falls into a trance the second the flavor hits. He gets so caught up in the steak that he tries to claim Woo Jin's share before quickly backing down once the prosecutor's judgment finally registers. Kim has spent a lifetime looking at dangerous men. He's dealt with criminals who scream in his face, but Shin Woo-jin is a different kind of mystery, treating a dessert tray with a focus that the veteran can't read. He finds himself inviting the kid back in a move that catches the unpredictable boy off guard. The meal is finally over, and while prosecutor Kim Chul-woong relaxes, Shin Woo-jin pushes him to get straight to the point. Kim's first instinct is to snap at the kid for interrupting, but he forces himself to swallow his pride. He has a bigger mission to worry about. He needs help tracking down criminals who have outsmarted the standard legal system. When Woo Jin asks for a reason to join him, the prosecutor frames the work as a side gig. He leans on Detective Kim's praise, hoping that a few compliments will be enough to close the deal. Woo Jin doesn't buy into the flattery and insists that he is as plain and unremarkable as the water in his glass. Kim ignores the humble act and offers any payment rate the young man wants. The prosecutor is officially putting a blank check on the table. The bill for a single meal lands at nearly $750,000 won, and Woo Jin realizes the pressure is being dialed up by a prosecutor who enjoys watching him squirm. Kim discusses massive wealth like it's pocket change, continuing his mockery while Woo Jin realizes the man is only trying to buy him as an investment. But our lead has his own agenda and something he wants to try. So he settles back in and flips the script by telling the prosecutor plainly that money is the one thing he doesn't need. Prosecutor Kim thinks he has the boy figured out and expects a big payday, but Woo Jin surprises him by asking for a tour of the office instead, as the boy claims he just wants to see how the place is structured. Since the deal costs nothing, the prosecutor tries to lock it in before the kid can change his mind. He agrees to listen as long as it doesn't cost him money. That's when Woo Jin reveals his real play. If his clues solve the case, Detective Kim Tae-hyun must get all the credit. Woo Jin isn't just looking for power, he's building a network of people he can actually trust. Prosecutor Kim is genuinely impressed by how much Woo Jin cares for his friend. They seal the deal with a handshake, locking in a connection that the detective couldn't have made on his own. Once they leave the prosecutor's office, Woo Jin gets back to teaching his newest student. He's been helping a girl from the neighborhood, and her drive to learn is already exceeding his expectations. She didn't just read the history book he provided. She went to the library to research the Japanese occupation on her own. Watching her plan a trip to the museum, our MC realizes he found exactly what he wanted. He needs people who show initiative instead of just following orders. Shin Woo-jin asks the girl if she is still serious about earning a fortune. Hyuna doesn't hesitate. She wants to take care of her grandmother, and she wants to start right away. Woo-jin challenges her to think of a way to bring in money immediately, and she decides her best bet is collecting cardboard from the neighborhood stores. Woo-jin watches her and realizes how narrow her vision really is. Cardboard is the only path she sees because she lacks the information to look higher, unaware of the harsh world waiting for her. He knows that most people are not forgiving. In reality, especially with things people put in their bodies, a small misunderstanding can turn a regular customer into a total nightmare. Shin Woo-jin watches the world and sees a cycle he can't ignore. People hide behind digital masks to vent their anger, constantly hunting for the next quick hit of dopamine. Everyone is doing it, huddled on trains while they scroll for anything that makes them feel alive. To our hero, it's a trap that turns people into slaves. This constant stream leads to a deep exhaustion as they feed on videos designed to make them angry. He believes they should be just as careful with what goes into their brains as they are with the food they eat. Looking at Hyuna, he sees a completely different path. He watches her excitement over something as simple as finding cardboard stores for their work. She represents the childhood he never got to enjoy, and he makes a quiet vow to protect her. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a silver coin and asks if she understands that every flip is a perfect 50-50 chance. Shin Woo-jin decides it's time for a practical lesson, letting Hyuna pick a side before setting up a bet where she wins 81 on a lucky guess, but only loses 20 on a bad one. He sends the coin into the air and snaps it shut, but one loss on tails doesn't change the odds, so he keeps flipping 9 more times until the results start to show her how the math really works. Woo-jin starts with the question about the coin game, to see if Hyuna can figure out if she actually came out ahead, especially once the math reveals she made a profit despite more losses than wins. He then promises to help her without picking up cardboard while explaining that he'll teach her the truth step by step. Most people don't even want to know the truth. But back at the academy, Woojin is moving past the basic education standing among the tall buildings. Woojin starts a conversation that feels more like a test than a question. He asks Hyuna if she knows the meaning of being immature or what it really looks like to be ignorant of how the world actually works. Shin Woojin knows there's a massive gap between a classroom and the real world, a space filled with truths most people avoid because they'd rather stay comfortable in the dark. Society hides these secrets behind complicated words, making the truth feel impossible for the public to grasp. Shin Woojin stands at the front of the classroom, looking like a professional teacher, while his students pay close attention. He understands that most people only want to hear the easy parts of the truth, but he's already looking at the bigger picture. He's ready to show them what they've been missing. Later, walking through the neighborhood, our MC asks Hyuna if she knows what the word cheolbuji actually means. She wonders if it just describes someone who plays around instead of growing up. Back at home, she guesses it's a label for a kid who doesn't study, but Woojin warns her there is a much deeper layer to the definition. Shin Woojin starts with a simple lesson on the word cheolbuji, breaking it down into 2 parts, season and ignorance. Hyuna catches the logic quickly, so he asks what happens if a farmer plants seeds in the frozen winter ground. The answer is obvious. The entire farm would fail. Real success requires following a cycle, putting seeds in the dirt during spring to harvest them by fall. Surprisingly, he explains that money works the exact same way, moving on its own while looking for the right time to be planted like a seed. This is the part where the lesson shifts to the real world of investment. He knows most smart kids don't have anyone to teach them this, but since she already understands the seasons, he's confident she isn't as ignorant as she thinks. But Woojin doesn't blame her for not knowing. He knows it's natural to be lost when schools avoid teaching the one subject that could actually change a person's life. Hyuna starts to see the hole in her education, questioning why she spent so much time in a classroom without ever learning how to make money. The logic of her whole world just changed. If school isn't teaching her how to actually live, she isn't sure what it's for anymore. Woojin hesitates to answer her, knowing the real reason the system works this way might be a little too dark for her to hear. Instead of ruining her day, he pivots to a simple lesson on how interest works. Using a choice between 2 imaginary banks, he shows her that money can grow on its own if she knows where to put it, and she follows the math straight to the better deal. Woojin tests Hyuna's logic by flipping the script. He asks what happens if the milk bank offers 10% while the snack bank drops to 5. Hyuna doesn't hesitate. She's heading straight for the higher return. He calls this the interest rate phenomenon, showing how a simple number can move an entire crowd. It clicks for her, but Woojin explains that whether it happens by choice or by force, money is always hunting for a place where it can grow. This isn't just a game. It's the law that moves trillions of dollars every day. The same rule applies to the stock market, where money never stays in one place because it has to keep flowing. Woojin shifts to a new example, asking her which toys would sell best if a store was doing well. Hyuna shouts out Barbie dolls, but he warns her not to judge a market by just a few shelves, when she needs to see the whole picture. Shin Woojin expands their view beyond the toy section and tells Hyuna to think of the store as a livestock market, where a food set currently leads the ranks. It's a subtle flex of his expertise. He explains that toy sales are actually skyrocketing in the US as he prepares to break the information down by sector. Shin Woojin begins breaking down the list, explaining how toys are quietly swallowing the rest of the board. He points out one remote control drone that is standing out from the pack, outpacing the market leaders by nearly 20% in a single day. This is what Wu Jin calls the leading stock of the leading sector, a term Huna tries to process as she sees the real engine behind the trend. This choice to follow the data is what changes everything for them later. Wu Jin sets a new standard for Huna, challenging her to find the leading stocks, the specific places where money actually gathers. Building wealth starts small, like a ball of money formed in a storm. It gathers more value with every careful turn through the right market conditions. Trying to force a profit where there is no money to be found is just a fast way to exhaust herself. Growing wealth starts like rolling a snowball. Shin Woojin knows most people follow the crowd, flocking to big companies where the money is already piled up. Looking at the steep climb ahead with Huna, he shares his core belief that true investment doesn't leave room for failure. The trick to staying in the game is simple. If he limits every loss to 2%, he can fail 10 times and still keep 80% of his money. He enters every trade with an exit already decided, ready to cut the line the second the market moves against him. When the market moves exactly as he planned, Shin Woojin orchestrates every swing and shift like a conductor leading a silent symphony, pushing his total returns past that critical 2% mark by selling off small pieces at the right time. Most traders lose their edge just by chasing the obvious news on the front page. But our boy is training himself to see the world like an economist, tracking the massive flow of money before it ever hits a chart. This isn't just about reckless guessing. It's about watching where the money flows so Huna can start thinking like a pro. Shin Woo Jin wants her to make moves based on trends rather than luck. He pulls out his phone and shows her the proof of what he can do in just 1 hour of trading a day. Since he buys and sells so quickly, the market direction doesn't matter. There is always a way to get paid. It sounds like a cheat code, but Huna still wonders if a kid can really handle a world with stakes this high. To get their plan moving, Shin Woojin explains that Huna's grandmother can act as her legal guardian, and while the girl worries about lacking a computer or phone, our protagonist has already thought ahead by securing a reliable magician to sponsor her equipment. Meanwhile, across town, a popular streamer kicks off a fresh live broadcast for their dedicated mukbang audience. Woo Jin is watching a mukbang stream when a notification from Lee Dongmin pulls his focus away. And back in his own room, the boy is finally finding some clarity by deciding to treat his real-life struggles like a strategy game. It's a massive shift in mindset that Woo Jin realizes is the exact advice he gave the kid earlier, leading him to think about cryptomnesia, the way someone can hear an idea and eventually believe it was their own original thought. But since it means the lesson finally landed, he just wishes the kid luck after turning down an invite for a match. Soon enough, Wu Jing is back in the rhythm of his own world, slicing through rolls in the kitchen until something catches his attention. Huna starts applying her lesson right away, noticing that everyone in the shop is eating kimbap, and this leads Wu Jin to test her by asking what the leading stock is. She answers with total confidence. After the laugh, he explains that a market leader never stays on top forever. It's a rainy night in the city, but inside the office, Wu Jin is finally looking at the gear his sponsor pulled together, finding a pro-level laptop that's way beyond what he expected. When she asks if it'll actually do the job, he tells her it's more than enough. He even tries to joke about keeping the new laptop for himself and giving his old one to Huna, but she isn't having it, so he drops the act and promises to deliver everything while thanking her for the phone too. Since he's heading out, he invites her to come meet the kid, but she's swamped with a big project and claims she looks too messy to be seen. He just tells her she looks pretty. The compliment lands, and for the first time, the professional mask slips. Life for Shin Woo-jin starts with the daily grind of tutoring. His student is already hitting a wall with the math, but a break for snacks from the boy's mother takes the edge off and gives our boy a breather before he heads out to campus. Back at the university, he shifts roles. He raises his hand to ask a follow-up question while the professor finishes up the class. As the sun sets over the city, the world he's built for himself doesn't slow down. A delivery driver drops off a late-night meal, but back at the house, things are far from quiet. His father is passed out on the sofa, snoring loud enough to drown out the TV. His mother tries to drag him toward a real bed, while his sister sits there, annoyed that she can't even hear her show. Soon, the night turns into a new day as the sun starts to peek over the neighborhood rooftops. Bomi's uncle stands over her bed and bangs a frying pan with a spoon until she finally gives in. She hides under the blankets, but the noise never stops. She eventually wakes up just to get some peace. Near the city center, Shin Woo-jin stands in a park and looks up at the wide sky, taking a long breath of the morning air. He welcomes the spring, knowing that whatever season comes his way, he is ready to reap the rewards. This is his new beginning, built on the kind of hard work that finally pays off. deep in the city, hiding the fast-paced world of corporate strategy. Past the elevators and the quiet break room, a steady tapping echo leads straight into the Strategic Planning Academy, where the staff stays focused on the high-stakes work that keeps the city moving. On the third day of the launch, the office is a mess of coffee cups and scribbled notes, but the CEO can't bring herself to click through the sales data. She stays locked on the screen, reminding herself that she used only the best ingredients and cut her margins to the bone. But then an interruption nearly sends her out of her chair, and it's the team leader with the latest update and a shout of congratulations. The scale of the success starts to hit the CEO, and her team leader confirms the impossible. Despite a 50% increase in stock, they sold out of everything in only 3 days, sparking a viral surge where celebrities and influencers flood social media and ask if vampires have been keeping these secrets to themselves all along. She checks the data herself to see the proof, and with every single product line sold out, she can only wonder how Shin Woo-jin managed this while the public treats him like a legend. She considers calling him but hesitates, wondering if he'd even answer her now until the screen lights up with his name and proves the timing is perfect. Woo-jin calls the office, but the mood shifts when a rushing sound comes through the phone. She asks if he's being rude, and Woo-jin stays quiet before dropping a blunt demand for a treat that leaves her silent until she realizes he's just asking for a meal for the massive success he's watching on his screen. Business is finally booming, and the CEO is losing her mind over the sudden surge in orders, while our employees watch from the sidelines. They're convinced she's on the phone with the boyfriend, but the real shock is that she's only 20, a fact that doesn't stop her from promising to buy her guest the most expensive dinner in the city. However, her dream of a luxury night falls apart the second she actually meets him and realizes the evening has taken a turn for the worse as she stares at a stack of cheap steamers in a quiet alley. Our CEO prepared for an expensive dinner, but she's about to learn that in this alleyway, her money doesn't mean a thing. The team leader explains that this plain local restaurant is his real goal, leading her into a huge line to show her how ordinary people actually live. She feels out of place under the stares of the locals, watching the raw tension of the crowd until her competitive side takes over. Even though she had prepared for a meal that matched her fancy dress, when he mentions he's already tried that expensive menu, the shock hits her instantly. Suddenly, the food doesn't matter. She needs to know exactly who bought that dinner for him. The team leader drops a cheeky confession about the bill. He funded the meal by selling off a sponsored laptop. The CEO is baffled by the logic, wondering how he could actually be that reckless until he brushes it off as a joke. While the nearby food stalls serve up fresh dumplings, he changes the subject to congratulate her on her recent success. Selling out an entire warehouse in 3 days is a major win. He is genuinely impressed by the numbers she put up. She plays it cool, claiming her employees did the work while she just handed out business cards to anyone who would listen. The strategy works exactly how Shin Woo-jin predicted. The woman realizes that people don't just buy a product, they buy a connection to her. It's a simple transfer of desire where everyone feels they have to try it because an influencer does. Not being able to join in creates a crushing sense of being left out. To escape that feeling, the drive to buy only grows more intense, turning into a desperate reach for anything that makes them feel included. The door creaks open. When Shin Woo-jin finally leaves the dark, the world outside looks more like a system of programmed people following a script than actual freedom. And though the woman next to him mocks his strange way of thinking, he isn't trying to be funny, even as the sun begins to set. Our protagonist is struggling to eat food that's so hot it's actually painful, and his friend watches him with total exhaustion as he tries to argue that a burnt mouth is just the price of admission for a meal this good. He angles for her leftovers, but she shuts him down with an elbow and ignores his weak sob, and she even offers a trade for the truth, since his story about the prosecutor doesn't make sense. Life slows down in the park as the sun sets, giving the joggers light while Hiram relaxes into the breeze. But her mind is still on the dinner she first planned for this talk. She brings Woo Jing's attention to her cosmetics brand to remind him of her promise about the shares and then drops the actual number, 50%. That is half the business. Woo Jin tries to talk, but she shuts him down before he can say no to such a large offer. She reminds him she did what he wanted all day, and now it is finally his turn to listen. Hiram is past the point of being reasonable, refusing to let him turn down the reward when he basically handed her a fortune. The MC stops her by catching her hands and standing over her to finally get a word in. The silence is heavy as he leans in close, and for a second, the look in his eyes makes it feel like he's about to make a confession. Then the mood dies. This isn't a confession. It's a collection. Our guy shouts about hitting the jackpot and grabs his phone, demanding she repeat the promise so he has the deal on record. Hiram finds herself cornered, forced to record a message she clearly hates every second of. She keeps it cold and fast, technically offering her thanks for some leftover dumplings before telling her boss to just eat and scram. She fulfilled her word, but she made sure her spite was the only thing anyone heard. As the sun dips below the horizon, the scene shifts to a high-end home in a quiet neighborhood. Inside, a man sits staring at a report card that seems to belong to a total stranger. The kid who usually just messed around in the back of the class is suddenly third in the whole school for math. It's the kind of turnaround that leaves a parent wondering who exactly is living under their roof. It is a miracle on paper. Dongmin's father can hardly believe the improvement, praising his son while the boy credits teacher Wu Jin, who makes things so simple that even a wrong answer leads to a laugh. Seeing how much his son has cheered up, the man suggests inviting the teacher over for dinner. Dongmin sends the text and gets a reply within seconds. The sun sets over a quiet neighborhood. Shin Woo-jin sits down for a massive home-cooked meal, playing the part of the perfect guest while the man credits him for Dongmin's success at school. The father is clearly impressed with how fast the boy's grades went up and laughs off Woo-jin's modesty, crediting both the tutor's skill and his own family genes, eventually offering to raise the tutoring fee as a reward for his hard work. And the father gladly accepts, ready to help with whatever he needs. It starts with a simple favor, but for Shin Woo-jin, it's just another move on the board. Shin Woo-jin mentions his parents' health, knowing exactly where the conversation will lead, and Dongmin's father jumps at the chance to help by insisting on covering every cost to settle the debt he feels he owes. Apparently, the plan worked perfectly, and in Woo-jin's mind, the pieces are coming together like a completed quest that finally ends with a win, allowing him to play the part of the grateful tutor who will follow up once they pick a date. However, a sudden call from a prosecutor interrupts the quiet dinner, and because the name on the screen is a warning that this isn't a social call, Woo Jin immediately asks to be excused to handle the situation in private. The quiet night is cut short by a call from prosecutor Kim Cheo-woo, who isn't just calling to see if Woo Jin is still living a normal life. The man has a long memory, and he hasn't forgotten that Woo Jin was supposed to stay in touch. From a table at a quiet restaurant, the prosecutor explains that he was only waiting for the perfect moment to reach out. Now, everything is finally ready. Wu Jin hears the pressure in his voice and agrees to visit the office tomorrow morning. He walks out into the sunlight of a new day, ready to start over and cultivate a better future. Empty output, the quiet night is interrupted by a voice Wu Jing hasn't heard in a while, belonging to an anxious prosecutor, Kim Chil-won. Our MC claims he's finally settled into a happy life, but the prosecutor is on edge because their mutual contact has gone silent. Kim's dining partner can see the man is losing his patience, but after a bit of back and forth, Woo-jin agrees to drop by the office the very next morning. He arrives at the government building the next day, riding the elevator up to the ninth floor, where Kim is already waiting to see if anything unusual has cropped up lately. Walking through the halls, Woo-jin sees that this is just another workplace, when they're stopped by a fellow prosecutor, who wonders where Kim disappeared to. The colleague immediately notices Woo-jin and comments on his looks. To cover for him, Kim spins a quick lie about him being a friend's nephew visiting the office. The man warns our hero that the legal profession is a boring, low-paying grind. It's a negative view, but our protagonist is more interested in how the man pushes his own opinions without listening. He even suggests that a good-looking kid should just go become a model instead. It's a strange moment of peace for Woo Jin, seeing these ordinary lives clashing in a hallway, until Kim finally tells the man to mind his own business. Moving past the hallway tension, Prosecutor Kim opens his door and invites Woo Jin inside, apologizing for the stacks of files and the messy state of the room, then leads the boy deeper into the office to point out his own workspace while explaining that his job is mostly about deciding who goes to trial. The prosecutor tries to act like a regular office worker and asks what the boy thinks, but Woo Jin cuts the tour short, thanking him before asking to see the interrogation room, leaving Kim shocked that the teenager is already finished looking around. He expected a lot more curiosity, but Woo Jin is clearly after something specific. Staying up late to scrub the office and setting out incense sticks, Kim put in way too much work for this meeting, and when the delivery scooters pull up, he knows the effort is misplaced. Woo Jin doesn't wait for an invitation, diving into the beef bone kanji as if he's clearing a checklist. The thought hits Kim all at once. This kid didn't come for the case, he just timed the whole visit for a free lunch. Finishing his meal, Woo Jin asks if he should clear the table, making light of how much better food tastes when you're sitting in a police interrogation room. And after packing away the empty container, he looks across at the prosecutor to drop the act, suggesting it's finally time to talk business. The memory of his parents' promise lands that he can do whatever he wants as long as it's legal, and he's ready to hold them to that word. He knows exactly where the line is. Now he just has to walk it. Woo Jin is done playing along. He decides to turn the tables, reframing the man across from him as nothing more than a criminal stealing his time. Prosecutor Kim Cho-wong tries to keep up his superior act, but the atmosphere in the room has already shifted. The boy's gaze goes cold, and the man's casual confidence breaks as he wonders why he is being looked at with such sudden intensity. Woo Jin breaks down the prosecutor's legal authority before calling out his real motive, knowing Kim didn't bring an 18-year-old here just to resolve a case legally. The colleague admits that Woo Jin is as sharp as everyone said, skipping the offer for coffee to lay it all out right here in the office, starting with his younger brother, whose life fell apart right before his wedding when his fiancée walked away. Heartbreak happens, and everyone assumed it was just one of those unexpected things life throws at you until the real trouble began at the brother's shop, which went from a success to a ghost town in a matter of weeks. He thought his brother was just too sad to run the business, but then he noticed the shop across the street launching a massive promotion to undercut his prices for a year and a half. Prosecutor Kim explains that his brother didn't give up after the first disaster and moved to a new area to open a pork belly restaurant. Woo Jin listens while already seeing the pattern. It happened again when a similar shop opened across the street and ran a massive sale for an entire year until the brothers shut down. Woo Jin suspects a targeted attack, but the prosecutor found that the owners were different every time. They all used the same strategy, and they all shared one thing in common. Prosecutor Kim is certain this pattern is no accident. Woo Jin goes a step further by guessing that the lawman suspects the threat is actually aimed at him. The accuracy of the boy's guess is unsettling. Kim wonders if his thoughts are an open book as he sits with the weight of his career, weighing the long list of criminals he sent to prison over the years. He's completely out of his depth when the kid uses a term from quantum mechanics to explain why the culprit is still hidden. Shin Woo Jin explains a cold rule. Just watching something can change it. He pictures a predator whose gaze turns a whole city to ash, and he's sure this same focus is what destroyed the prosecutor's brother. Woo Jin doesn't give the man room to think, demanding he cooperate fully if he wants to catch the shadow behind the mess. They're on the hook now. Kim Cheo-lung finally pivots, offering a list of criminals he's sent to prison as a place to start looking for a connection, knowing they have to trace the bad luck back to the very beginning. The day the wedding plans fell apart is the key. His brother might have offended someone powerful without even realizing it. Finding a single name is hard enough, especially when the rain is washing away every lead. Inside the prosecutor's office, a printer spits out the 46 names that finally made the cut. Every one of them belongs to a man Kim Chel-wong personally buried under the heaviest sentences the law would allow. He's convinced one of them is holding a grudge and coming for his brother to settle the score. He asks Shin Woo-jin for his take, but the boy dismisses the entire list as looking pretty ordinary. He isn't joking. To Woo-jin, these criminals truly don't look like a threat. Kim can only laugh at the reaction, reading off charges of murder and assault that would leave anyone else terrified. Prosecutor Kim vents about the repeat criminals they're tracking, while Woo Jin points out that for people like this, the cycle of crime is just their everyday life. Kim has cast a wide net with his research, yet after looking through the files, our boy realizes none of these people match the threat. Most thugs likely hold grudges against anyone who catches them, not the prosecutor specifically. Still, Kim isn't satisfied. As the rain picks up over the city buildings, he moves to a quiet cafe. Bomi's brother is already waiting there. The young man remembers the advice to stay honest as the formal questioning begins. The man finds it hard to begin his testimony until Woo Jin gives him a soft prompt asking for the exact date the engagement fell apart. There was no real warning. She simply changed her mind one day and walked out. It's a painful admission to make out loud, but the truth was that she had already found another man while they were still together. When Woo Jin asks for a name, the man can only offer a vague description of someone rich and handsome, eventually admitting that he's done digging into a past that only causes him pain. Woo Jin sips his coffee while weighing the facts of a broken marriage followed by 2 failed businesses. It all happened much too fast to be a simple coincidence. Digging for the truth, he asks a man in a quiet cafe about any run-ins he had right before his life fell apart, but the man can't remember a thing after 3 years of silence. It's a dead end. Hypnosis wouldn't even be enough to drag the truth out of him now. Inside a quiet cafe, Shin Woo-jin drops a proposal that catches the man across from him completely off guard. He isn't asking for permission, he's giving an order to open a new shop. Outside, as the rain comes down, he makes it clear that he will handle every preparation himself. If he's going to help, he needs to know the plan actually works. Across town, Lee Hiram walks through the city with a laptop case tucked under her arm. She runs an errand service that handles the jobs other people won't touch. When her phone rings, she answers with a professional tone, already knowing the caller's name before he can speak. Standing on a rainy street corner, Woo Jin calls her service legendary and confirms he's found the right person for his next move. Hiram answers the phone to find Shin Woo-jin asking about her lunch plans, but she initially brushes it off as some awkward roleplay before asking what he really wants. As it turns out, our MC is dead serious, explaining that he needs her service to borrow some people to help him set a trap for a perverted stalker, and he's already on his way. Dongjun is calling in favors, but he isn't looking for cash. Our protagonist needs manpower for a hunt that sounds much smaller than it actually is. Hiram is caught off guard by the request, mostly because Dongjun isn't asking for a payday. He needs people to help him catch a peeping Tom. Hiram admits she can't wrap her head around his logic, but she decides to provide the muscle as Dongmin gets his final orders in the rain. That'll do for now. Dongjun doubles down on his offer to fund the business. His father wonders if this is payback for a favor involving his prosecutor brother. The man tries to wave the offer off, but his son insists that if he's going to help, he's going to do it right. This isn't just about the money. He wants to overwhelm his family with a level of kindness they can't fight. He has the cash from his trading and the money he took from Lee Hiram. And he even has a plan for a noodle shop where the profits are high enough to keep his father on his feet. Bomi's father weighs the plan with doubt. He knows his way around a knife, but making noodles from scratch is a different story. He worries about being a burden until his son cuts the thought short, and while the older man senses a change he can't name, the boy is already focused on whoever upset his father. Maybe he was just hurt by chance, the target of a stone tossed by someone who didn't care where it landed. Domi's father is walking down the street, distracted until he bumps straight into a suited man. He offers a quick apology for a trivial mistake anyone could make and keeps going. But for the man he hit, the accidental contact is the final straw. Everyone gets angry for different reasons, but most people never notice when someone is withering away inside, until the rage finally boils over. To Dongjun, people are simple, seeing only what they want while focusing on their own desires. He watches Kim Young-hung sitting alone, looking small and beaten down as he begins to recognize that same hunger inside himself. A cold plan takes shape, and he orders the man to announce a new shop across every social media profile he owns. The trap is set. Dongjun gives a direct order to reach out to everyone available, demanding that the message find its way back to him as the sun sets over the city and the hunt begins, and recognizes her as Kim Young-hung's ex-girlfriend right before he steps in to stop her. Dongjun approaches a stranger and asks if she has a boyfriend, leaving this woman to fumble through her words until she admits she's currently single. He keeps the act going, leaning in as if he's about to ask for her number, but as she reaches for her phone, he simply wishes her luck in finding someone. Grade A bystander laughs at her public embarrassment, leaving her to wonder if she just became the target of a YouTube prank. As it turns out, this was an ex of Kim Young-hung who had already dated and dumped someone else since their breakup. The plan is simple. Use a man to win her trust and then break her heart. Kim Young-hung catches a ride to check on his newest project, finally reaching the neighborhood after looking for weeks for the perfect spot. He took over a failing restaurant to build Young-hung's noodle house as part of a fake story about a long-term lease to make the playland. The sun sets on a city that doesn't know it's being watched. High up in a fancy office, a young executive is taking in the view of a world he thinks he owns. He isn't just looking at the skyline, though. He's busy enjoying a different kind of scenery on his phone. To him, someone else's pain is the best kind of fun, and as he laughs at the woman crying on his screen, he's already getting bored. She's broken, her life is tanking, and she isn't fun to play with anymore. He calls his scout with new orders to move on to the next target. He wants video of Kim Young-hung while he's still smiling, because watching a man's face collapse is the only thing that doesn't get old. Down on the street, Kim is completely unaware that he's the next name on the list. He's busy running his noodle house, making sure his customers are fed and happy. But just as the dinner rush hits its peak, he catches a glimpse of something that makes him stop. The feeling of being watched is unmistakable. Someone is in his shop and they aren't there for the noodles. A new face walks into the noodle house, surprised by the low prices, and Kim Young-hung offers a warm welcome to the rare young customer. The visitor starts poking around for a reason, asking if the shop is new or how they can afford to sell food this cheap, which prompts Young-hung to explain that he just wants to keep prices reasonable during tough times. He takes pride in his cooking and starts rambling about his secret bone simmering process, but he's quickly pulled away when a regular interrupts with a spicy order. The shopkeeper rushes back to the kitchen, leaving the student alone to scoff at the idea of a secret recipe for basic noodle soup. But from across the room, Young-hung is already watching the newcomer and noticing that a man in his late 20s should be glued to his phone instead of paying such close attention to the environment. It's clear this guest isn't here to eat. He's studying the building as if he's looking for a weakness. Young-hung catches someone watching him and realizes a phone is pointed his way. He ignores the camera and serves a portion so large the customer thinks he might actually explode. The first spoonful is a total shock. The man can't believe such a cheap bowl tastes as good, but the MC just credits his own recipe. The table goes quiet as the customer finishes the bowl and drinks every drop of soup. The heat finally catches up to him, leaving him stuffed as he stares at the bowl. Shin Woo-jin isn't just a part-time worker. He's a hunter waiting for a specific man to walk through the door. The dinner rush is finally winding down, and while the customer plays it cool, he's already promising to come back as Woo Jin tries to settle his tab. The owner refuses to take money from a kid who helped out all night, but he doesn't know Woo Jin is already tracking the man who just left and planning to check the security tapes if this lead fails. Woo Jin plays the polite customer and tries to pay his bill, but the owner refuses his money after everything he's already done. The predator mask slips on as he decides to check the security footage if the street hunt goes cold, and he steps out with a warm goodbye to follow the man who is completely unaware of the danger at his back. Bomi's brother stays on the phone to track his target through the city. Preparing to close the distance, he thinks back on the hours he spent waiting and the bulgogi dinner he missed at home just to catch this guy. He is officially out of patience. The scout is about to find out exactly how scary a hungry man can be. A quiet night in the city can turn into a nightmare in a heartbeat. Bomi's brother waits in the shadows of a quiet street, reporting back on the man outside the noodle shop who has no idea he's being watched. You can already see the shape of the trap as the target finishes his smoke. The order to have the guy handled finally comes through, and the man walks away from the light and into a mess he won't be able to escape. The target walks down the street, unaware he's being watched through a side mirror as he passes a parked car while the driver asks if he should start the engine. The passenger tells him to wait until the man hails a taxi, and once it pulls over to pick him up, the passenger finally gives the order to follow. One taxi ride. One target, one person watching from the shadows. Someone is watching from above, confirming their position as the trap begins to close in a quiet corner of the city, where traffic moves through the narrow streets like any other afternoon. Our target steps out of a taxi with a casual goodbye, whistling to himself as he heads for a side entrance, entirely unaware that eyes have been on him since his feet hit the curb. Bauman walks back to the office, letting himself in like he's finally earned his seat at the table. He barely starts to announce his return before a heavy ashtray whistles past his head and shatters against the door. The realization lands hard. He thought he was being clever, but initiative is a death sentence in a world built on absolute obedience. His boss is already waiting with no interest in hearing a report on why a kid at the bottom of the ladder thought he could move without a direct order. Dong-min stammers about how busy the office seemed until the manager shuts him down with a question about how he got a client's private contact info. When the explanation isn't good enough, the man starts swinging and beats the kid into the floor while the young executive watches the display from the corner with clinical detachment. Curled up on the tiles, Dong-min begs for forgiveness, finally finding out that in this business, ambition looks a lot like betrayal. A blunt impact echoes through the detective office as Dong-min cries out for mercy, while the man monitoring the building steps out and reports that the boss is busy beating the agency guy. Back in his room, Bomi's brother checks the head count and notes how someone has been using these people as pawns to sabotage the business for a long time. Identifying the source of the trouble is a huge time saver that lets him skip the usual legwork, especially now that he knows the victim was caught going behind his boss's back. The realization finally lands. Dong-min wasn't just an unlucky witness. He was being punished for trying to steal from his own boss. The plan is simple. Wait for the target to break and see what falls out, catching every word of his frustration when he finally comes out. As the sun sets over the city, the driver waits in the silence of the alley for the sound of his target approaching, and right on cue, Dong-min finally explodes. His pride is in tatters, and the shame of being embarrassed is finally bubbling over into a rant about being treated like a dog for scraps, reaching the exact breaking point the team was counting on. The driver plays it casual at first, but the touch sends Dong-min into a defensive crouch until the stranger mentions that he was sent. He tells a story about a pig, a man who had some talent but eventually grew too lazy to move, thinking only about his next meal, and the shape of the conversation finally lands. This has to be the sponsor he's been waiting for. The hook is set when the stranger asks if he was the one working while his boss slacked, and Dong-min claims the credit immediately. Dong-min is doing everything he can to convince this guy that he's the sharpest person in the room. And it seems to work when the driver offers a rare compliment before asking for the one thing Dong-min wasn't expecting to give up, ending the ongoing call and pocketing the device before the scout can even realize his phone is gone. Before the silence gets heavy, the driver reaches back into his jacket to produce a small fortune, offering it up as a payment to make sure his new partner stays loyal. Dong-min stares at the payment in his hand, struggling to process a payout this big. just for renting out his phone for a few minutes. He stammers out a thank you, but the driver isn't looking for gratitude. He wants to know what else the boy can actually do. The question sends Dongmin into a desperate search for his own value, since proving his worth now could mean securing a high-level sponsor and finally leaving his old life behind. But the driver cuts the daydream short by grabbing his shoulder and demanding every photo and video Dongmin has been secretly taking. It isn't a request, and he makes it clear that he already knows about the hidden files. The realization lands heavy. The driver has seen right through him from the start. He knows exactly where the old boss hid the blackmail material meant for the sponsor himself. Dongmin's original plan was simple: steal what he needed to finally cut ties with his boss, a man he hated enough to call the pig. But after getting caught, he realizes his life depends on being useful to this new threat, so he swears he knows exactly where the item is hidden. Naturally, the driver isn't interested in excuses, setting the deadline for tomorrow and making sure Dongmin knows that saying no isn't an option. He's ordered to check in by phone and given a final, cold warning to keep his mouth shut, a promise the terrified kid makes instantly. Dongmin lets out a respectful bow as the car pulls away, but the sudden screeches of tires in the dark street kills his relief. A single hand signal from the window brings him running back. He doesn't even think twice. Dongmin leans into the car window with a desperate smile, asking if there's anything else he can do, but the driver ignores the small talk and asks for the phone's unlock pattern. Dongmin stammers through the instructions, explaining the heart-shaped swipe and the password while twilight settles over the neighborhood and the streetlights flicker to life. From above, the executive notes how Dongmin's eyes changed the moment the money appeared, and he offers a quick thanks for the help before sending Bomi's brother on his way. Standing in the dark alley, Bomi's brother stares at the phone he just took and swipes past the heart-shaped lock before scrolling through the data. He reaches the call logs and remembers the man was on his phone outside the restaurant. He hits dial on a contact named Money Guy. It's time to see who answers. The night is quiet in this neighborhood, lit by the steady hum of the streetlights. Our target waits for his phone call to connect, having no idea that he is already being watched from the dark. He is a marked man. Late night phone calls usually mean trouble, and this man is clearly annoyed at being disturbed so long after dark. He snaps at the caller, asking if they've lost their mind, but he's too busy arguing to notice the quiet streets around him. He doesn't know it yet, but being distracted right now is a fatal mistake. He keeps walking, completely unaware that someone is already closing the gap. Bomi's brother isn't even angry anymore because, to him, people like this are just a recurring chore. He sees them as the kind of trash that keeps getting in the way of his peaceful days, and now he's finally ready to clear them out for good. Walking through the quiet residential streets at dusk, Bomi's brother answers a late-night call on his phone with an irritated edge, demanding to know if the person on the other end has lost their mind. The frustration runs deeper than a late call. He is thinking about the ones who keep disrupting his normal days. Shin Woojin stares down the unseen target, letting the silence sit before he speaks the thought out loud. People like that were always scum. On the other end of the line, an angry voice fires back through the phone speaker, demanding to know what he's playing at. Bomi's brother stands on the quiet residential street, unbothered by the sudden outburst as he tells him that if he's going to call, he should at least say something, noting that the voice sounds like someone in their late 20s or early 30s. His mind drifts back to the shop across the street, where the rival shopkeeper had run a predatory promotion for an entire year, undercutting everything Dongjun knows. This isn't about some casual voyeur. He's dealing with someone who loves watching other people suffer. This guy finds his high in absolute control, using his money to destroy lives because he views the world as his own private game board. Naturally, it's easy to dismiss him as a simple stalker, but that is the wrong read. He'll manipulate the situation until he gets what he wants. Now, it's his turn. Calling the target a perverted stalker was just a shortcut for everyday people, acknowledging the fragmented memories and hidden thoughts he constantly tries to hold back. Using terms like schadenfreude or Machiavellianism exposes how far he stands from ordinary social bounds, pushing him to rage against a standard he can never reach. He accepts how exhausting it is to fake a normal life before letting out a dark chuckle. The shadow mocks him with a laugh, promising that everything will play out just like it did before. But Dongjun stares back at the twisted version of himself and questions its confidence. He watches the figure fade into the dark and reaches a final decision. History is not going to repeat itself. He is done being the victim of his own past, and he doesn't know it yet, but this is the last quiet moment he gets. Outside, the neighborhood sits in silence while the wall clock ticks past 6:30. Dongjun watches the screen light up with a text from a friend's number. And since Donchik is using a borrowed phone to stay off the grid, he knows the next move is finally ready. When the call rings through, he answers with a hesitant greeting. The tension finally gives way to relief when his partner confirms the win. The safe is open and the files are finally theirs. He gives up his location and settles into the dark to wait. One safe, one breakthrough, the rest of his life. Getting inside is the easy part. The real work starts when you discover you aren't the only one in the building who knows how to move in the dark. The apartment building sits quiet under the heavy night sky. Shin Woojin peeks through the door and takes a moment to scan the shadows, knowing he needs to be perfect tonight. The boy moves across the floor with the silence of a cat. He stops at the next door to listen for anyone moving in the house. The hallway remains still, and the light from the next room shows our protagonist how far he still has to go. Deep in the city, the night hides more than just shadows. Down in the narrow lanes of a quiet neighborhood, a single street lamp marks the spot where a debt is finally due. Min crouches in the dark and begs for mercy, swearing he never meant to steal a sponsor. He shakes as he tries to explain that he was only picked for the job because he was fast. But out here in the cold, excuses don't carry much weight. Standing in the dim alley, Shin Woojin drops a name into the silence, and the academy student stares back, slowly piecing together who is standing in front of him. Instead of pressing the attack, Woojin holds out a hand and offers his phone back. Relief crashes over the student, but the silence stretches until he suddenly remembers why he has the upper hand and reaches into his pocket to hand over what he promised. The student doesn't hesitate to give up the code and admits the safe code is exactly the same. He laughs off how lazy his old boss was and declares that Woojin is the only one in charge now. When Woojin turns his back to walk away, the student panics and asks what he should do next until a simple command to wait forces him to nod. Our guide disappears into the night and leaves the student alone to wonder why the man is so intense. This decision just changed his life, and he knows it. Shin Woojin uses the code he took from the student to unlock the device and heads toward the street with his head down. He blends into the nighttime crowd where no one would give a second look to a guy in a mask. A search through the logs shows that this number matches the money guy from Park Hyun-young's phone. This link proves he can reach his next target. Woojin stares at the screen as a call vibrates in his hand, questioning why anyone would reach out this late, and as he walks through the quiet streets, he weighs the target's boldness. The money guy is using a single phone for everything. It's a bad bet, and he's making it with both hands. Does he really think he can handle the cost of getting caught? The logs on the device tell a darker story, filled with success reports and video clips of people cornered and broken. He pulls his mask up and settles into a predator's pace before scrolling through the proof one last time. The job is done for the people on the other end, but it's just starting for him. The video on the screen is a brutal scene of shouting as a group of bullies corner their victim, blaming him for their own rage while bystanders scream for help. Shin Woojin stands in the dark watching the footage and noting that on paper, the man inside hasn't committed any direct crimes, even as he tracks the silhouette through the window slats. Does the target really think a technicality will save him tonight? It's a bad bet, and he's taking it. By the next morning, the hunt shifts toward the local academy. Woojin walks through campus and places a call to Detective Kim while the man is busy pinning a suspect to the pavement in a dark alley. Kim asks if he's calling for lunch before the screams of the suspect make it clear the timing is terrible, so even though Woojin offers to call back, the detective insists he's not busy. Woojin asks for a phone number trace and Kim stops. The friendly tone vanishes as he asks if the kid is in some kind of danger. It's a risk that could cost Kim his badge, but he decides to trust Woojin and tells him to text over the number as classes wrap up. Classmates shout reminders about winter break and group meetups as Woojin tries to make his exit, but his head is already somewhere else. He barely makes it across the street before Mansu sprints up and tackles him into the pavement. Mansu is riding a high because his pay just went up. He promises a massive meal to celebrate, but he's too excited to notice he's crushing the life out of his friend. Mansu keeps pressing for a menu choice until Woojin pulls his phone out and tells him to wait. Detective Kim came through. The trace on the number points to the Shinhwa SNH building. This is a construction giant. And while they pay their staff well, the money guy is pulling in way more than a salary allows. A worker in the office wouldn't have this kind of cash. Whoever this is has to be at the executive level. He's moving into the big leagues now. Woojin is moving into the big leagues now. The trace on the phone number led straight to the Shinhwa group, and this isn't just about a noodle shop anymore. Hiram's name, the one link he has to the executive he's hunting, and even while the woman stands beside her brother in silence, Woojin is already closing the distance. The MC steps out of the dark and stops just close enough to block any chance of escape. He isn't here to talk about business or corporate laws, and the golf club in his hand says he has something much worse in mind. He asks if the man is ready to play a game. The hunt is finally over, and the executive is about to find out how high the stakes are now that Woojin is in control. Shin Woojin understands the dark math of the human heart better than any businessman twice his age, having promised a return on investment that the CEO never believed he could deliver. Now, as the stock hits zero once again, she's left asking what kind of person she invited into her office, but he has the answer ready. This is what happens when you learn how to use what people want most. High above the city streets, the numbers from the latest launch are coming in as an employee calls out for the boss to check the newest delivery numbers. The CEO looks at the screen and sees the impossible. Everything is sold out again. Even after they increase the stock to meet the demand, the shelves are empty before the day is half over. The attractive woman stares at the monitor while her mind tries to understand how a teenager could pull this off. She didn't know it then, but this is the moment the power balance in this office shifts forever. She turns and asks who he really is, but Woojin just places a steady hand on her shoulder. He told her from the start how this would go. This is just the outcome of knowing how to use the things people want most. Hiram stares at the sales figures as they climb past any reasonable mark. This level of success is starting to feel dangerous, and it's almost uncanny when her phone rings the second she thinks about him. She answers the call, but Woojin skips the small talk to ask if she has any high-ranking connections at a major firm called Shinhwa S&H. It's a pivot she didn't see coming. One minute they're selling out stock, and the next he's hunting for construction executives without giving her any context. Meanwhile, Dongjin walks through the city and analyzes his latest target. A regular employee wouldn't have that much spare time or money, and that's the kind of detail he doesn't miss. Back on the phone, Hiram leans her head against the whiteboard in exhaustion. She asks if this is just another riddle, but the truth is often much simpler when Woojin is involved. Woojin is moving faster than anyone can keep up with, and his next target is much bigger than a few noodle house sales. He corners an executive in a quiet alley to ask if he's heard from his driver lately. The man admits he told the driver to take the morning off, and when he asks if something is wrong, Woojin's answer is short and cold. He turns the conversation back to Hiram and asks if she knows the board members at the firm, and she bristles at the question, insisting she at least knows their faces. Woojin offers to send an audio file so she can try to identify a voice instead, which catches Dongjin by surprise. Hiram protests that she doesn't know what they sound like, but Woojin doesn't give her a choice. Dongjun is already looking ahead to their move into Gangnam, where he thinks a manager named Kim Mansu should be their next target. Back in her office, Hiram stares at her phone and wonders what Woojin is plotting for her company. She can't shake the feeling that he's playing a much bigger game than she realized. Hiram hits play on the audio file. A man's voice cuts through the room to complain about being called so late. She stops. That specific tone and the way the words land feel way too familiar. On the recording, Kim Mansu drops his act and barks out a demand to know if the caller has lost their mind. This isn't just a random file. Woojin gave her a direct link to the very people she's been trying to avoid. How many more of these secrets does Woojin have saved on his phone? This is the moment everything turns. Dusk settles over the city as the lights at the coffee shop begin to glow, while Hiram sits in silence, unable to process the secret she just found. The air in her office is heavy with a truth she isn't ready to face yet. She scrolls through a long list of messages from her brother. Status updates like starting work or done for a job that looks more like a series of hits than honest work. Every time he says he's done, it follows a video of someone being cornered or broken. She stares at the proof. Did her brother really do all of this? Hiram asks why her brother would torment people so much. Woojin says some people relieve stress by acting on urges that others ignore. The answer makes something snap, and she reaches for her phone. Woojin stands up to stop her and warns her that now is not the time for a fight. When she asks if they should let him keep doing this, he asks if it would be a crime if someone stole his own position. Woojin tells her to imagine a shop that sells the same food cheaper and steals her customers. Hiram argues that legal or not, his actions drive people to their deaths. But Woojin goes further and says someone might have taken their own life because her brother kept pushing. Things are about to get ugly. Hiram can't believe someone went that far, but the thought lands hard as she sees the shape of the setup meant to make her hate her brother even more. The young executive tells her to stay calm. Then he says her brother isn't even human to feed her rage while he pretends to be a friend. Hiram reaches a breaking point and refuses to overlook the betrayal, labeling her brother a monster as her fury finally takes a real shape. The young executive watches this shift with interest, noting that even Hiram is starting to change. He asks himself if living like a normal person is starting to rub off on her, knowing that a year ago she would have just dismissed her brother as a lost cause. Indifference was her shield back then, but things are different now. She has no idea it's happening, but her empathy is exactly what he plans to turn into a weapon. Now that she has learned to be angry when the world stops making sense, he knows she will use that rage to take everything she wants. Dongjin tells Hiram that what she saw was a hint, but she can't imagine anything more important than the mess her brother already made. He explains how the man operates like a puppet master, pulling invisible strings to control everyone he knows and driving them to their breaking point. This is a sick game for him. Yet there is a strange limit to his cruelty. He wants the power of a god, but none of the noise. Sometimes he wants the results without having to see the misery he caused. Dongjin explains that the people running the operation do not make calls just to keep tabs on the victims, because the villain has something far more important to do once the sun goes down. Hiram dwells on what her brother hides in those dark hours and asks if he is using drugs, but Dongjun lists the signs of addiction like facial tics and concludes the executive is just too relaxed for that to be the answer. Hiram vents her frustration about her brother's nature, but Dongjun brings her back to the harsh reality. A man with his resources isn't going to see a prison cell through the legal system alone. She's willing to watch her company's stock tank just to get him off the streets, but Dongjun knows a different way to cage him that uses the public's judgment as the bars of a cell. It is the kind of prison you can't walk out of, no matter how much money you have. He plans to surround the man with the condemning stares of every person he passes, though Hiram isn't so sure a psychopath would even care about what strangers think of him. But Woojin knows better. A few stares might bounce off a man like that, but when those gazes start to gather, they turn into a force that buries people alive. Truth and lies stop mattering once the public decides you're a monster. He's going to send the executive straight to that social hell, and all of it because the man made him finish 3 bowls of noodle soup. Woojin knows exactly how he wants this to play out, but as much as he wants the man to suffer for turning down his mother's cooking, he still sees a use for him. The executive is the perfect tool to help Hiram level up her game, even if it means crushing the man under the weight of the very social pressure he loves to manipulate. He starts rambling about killing 2 birds with 1 stone, his excitement getting ahead of his explanation until Hiram finally snaps, demanding he stop thinking to himself and actually tell her the plan. Dongjun lays it out. They are going to strip her brother of everything he owns and use it to pay back the victims. Hiram tries to follow his logic, asking if the plan is to catch him in a scandal and blackmail him. Dongjun gets the update from the detective, which confirms they have eyes on the brother's location. Hiram reels from the news and asks where he is, but she has no idea that a threat is already closing in on her. This decision is going to cost her more than just stock prices. The young executive has been stalking them since they left the office, and he watches them through the window as he enjoys the trap he's building. For a man like him, nothing beats the joy of watching his victims suffer. He wonders if he should step inside and join the fun. The young executive watches the scene unfold from the shadows, his presence a silent threat that none of them have noticed yet. He's already done the math on how this ends, and in every version, he's the one holding the leash while they scramble to fix a world he's already broken. For a man who lives for the high of a perfectly executed trap, the look on Hiram's face is the only payment he needs. He doesn't just want her company, he wants to see the moment her resolve finally snaps. It's only a matter of time now. Everything is in place, and the game is finally getting interesting. Hiram leans forward, her voice dropping as she tries to map out the ruthlessness of the plan. She asks if Dongjun intends to fleece her brother by catching him in the act, then using that leverage for blackmail. Dongjun doesn't hesitate. He confirms the trap with a casual bingo. He reminds her that she already gave him a share of her own stake, and he suggests it's time they fill that gap with something even more lucrative. The scale of the play finally lands for her as she asks if he actually means to replace what she lost by seizing the shares of the psycho in question. Elsewhere, Woojin stares at his phone in silence, waiting for the one person who can provide the next set of coordinates. He sends a text to Detective Kim Taehyun, asking for one more trace on the number they tracked yesterday. The detective isn't thrilled about the legal risk, warning that if he gets fired for this off-book work, it's on Woojin's head. Woojin just offers him a fallback job at a toast shop, a joke that flies right over the detective's head as he grumbles and agrees to get back to him in a bit. The hunt is still on. The ping finally hits. Detective Kim Taehyun pulls through, relaying the exact location of Woojin's brother near a local base station. Back in the cafe, Hiram is left reeling, asking how it's even possible to have a lock on him right now. From the shadows outside the window, a mysterious figure watches them, while Dongjin sits in a heavy silence that speaks louder than any threat. He isn't interested in the usual sadistic games. He's looking for something with more leverage than just watching a victim suffer. The observer outside decides it's time to move in and see the situation for himself, just as Hiram's suspicion turns into genuine fear. She asks Dongjun if he's actually reckless enough to have put a tail on a total psychopath. Dongjun doesn't hide it. Knowing the location is all he needs to handle the rest, but Hiram can't believe how lightly he's taking it. Why is he treating this like it's nothing? She warns him that the target is a total psycho and begs him to stop right now. Her panic comes from a deep sense of debt. It goes back to a night years ago when Dongjun shielded her from a stabbing in the street and comforted her while she was in shock. He was her protector then, and she still feels like she owes him for every success she has today. He set her on her path that night in the park. He was the one who asked if she wanted to run a company. Dongjun takes control of the conversation and commands her to sit while he explains that her potential is a vessel that hasn't even begun to fill. Hiram stares back, unsure if she should be flattered until he admits he wants to be the one to help her reach that goal. She tries to laugh it off as him being strange, but the mood shifts when a heavy thought lands and she leans in to ask if he likes her. Silence is his only answer, which is all the proof she needs to start teasing him about the crush he's been hiding. Hiram leans back with a grin, telling Dongjun he's in big trouble while she studies his reaction and waits for him to break. But Dongjun doesn't fold. Instead, he nods with forced energy and shouts that she is right. Is he really admitting that he likes her? He doubles down on the pivot, explaining that he only likes her because it is natural for friends to help each other out while he lists off titles like top-tier best friend. Hiram tells him to stop. She is annoyed that he managed to flip the script and give her the wrong idea. Dongjun takes a slow sip and says that coffee is always the right choice, but Hiram isn't impressed by the obvious point. She watches him and asks if everything she has done to help him will be enough, looking for a way to balance a scale he isn't even holding. Her thoughts drift back to her history, to a tutoring job she still doesn't understand. She remembers how easy it was to solve problems with money and connections before she met him. Sitting in a cheap burger joint, she asks how his day went and watches him admit it was a total mess. He looks tired. She thinks he does it all for free. The truth is he has spent money in ways she can't see. She always vents to him, but she has never really listened to his own stories or wondered how many times he sat there while she talked. She never asked what was worrying him or even tried to understand the weight he was carrying. Hiram sits with her hand to her head and admits she has been an idiot. She looks at Dongjun and wonders how she missed so much or what she even needs to do to understand him. The sudden heavy thought is too much, so she shouts about going crazy before her partner asks if losing their minds is just a family trait. She decides to lean into the madness and agrees to his plan, telling him that to catch a tiger you have to walk straight into the den. Since they are doing this, she wants to make sure they fleece her brother for everything he is worth. Dongjun cheers for the jackpot and says only cowards back out now, but then she stops him with a condition that catches him off guard. He freezes, the word hitting him when he least expected it. Hiram is handing over the keys to her plan, but she has one condition that keeps her in the driver's seat. While the deal settles, Detective Kim Tae-hyun finds the target near the cell tower at the OO building. He stands outside and watches the top floor. What could they be doing up there every night? The skyscraper looms over the street, holding whatever secret the investigator is hunting for the night while the city sleeps. Back at the cafe, Dongjun tries to set a limit on how high the stakes should go. He tells Hiram that they don't need to take their plan that far, but she isn't having it, using their friendship to stay in control as she tells him she will handle the job her own way. Dongjun weighs the offer before giving in, and he agrees to the new terms. Out on the sidewalk, the investigator snaps his fingers to start the next phase and thinks Hiram has watched too many movies, but the game still moves forward. Dongmin and the thugs dive into the performance. They shout threats at the top of their lungs until a security guard rushes over to stop them. It is loud, messy, and perfect for pulling eyes away from the main door. Inside the lobby, the rest of the staff spots the brawl on their screens and calls for the patrol unit. The guards warn the group to leave before the police arrive, but Dongmin just yells louder. He goads the thugs to hit him back while the investigator slips into the frame, pretending to be a concerned bystander. He knows Hiram picked the right guys for the stunt, but he still thinks their acting is a little cringe. With the guards distracted by the noise, he walks past the desk and heads deeper into the building. The investigator slips into the elevator and hits the button for floor 21, while the tower looms high above the night streets. He pulls a metal clip from his bag and readies himself for the work ahead. This is the part where it gets ugly. Stepping out from the elevator, the investigator walks down the quiet corridor, keeping his composure as he closes in on the final barrier. The security guard spots him at once, stopping him with a sharp warning that unauthorized personnel cannot simply walk up until the investigator cuts him off, claiming he's running an errand for CEO Lee Jun-ho. When the guard hesitates and asks for verification, the investigator turns the pressure right back around, asking if he should just take the package and head back if the CEO's notorious impatience means nothing to him, and the mention of that temper does the work, forcing the guard to recall the CEO's sharp threats and back down just in time. The guard still has a job to do, so he insists on seeing the package before the CEO's temper creates another scene like the one in his memory. This was always the plan. Hiram knew the right bribe for her brother, and the sight of a 50-year-old McAllen leaves the guard staggered. One glass is worth thousands, and the sheer wealth on display makes the man's reputation feel even more dangerous as the investigator keeps up his bored act. As it turns out, some people really do have more money than they know what to do with. The guard handles the wood box like it's made of thin glass. He still goes through the standard security sweep, but his tone has shifted to complete respect. He takes the investigator's phone and checks for weapons without looking away from the bottle. Dull chandeliers line the ceiling and signal that the investigator is moving into the private part of the building. The investigator steps into the private corridor. He is now past the first major hurdle of the night. The investigator moves deeper into the facility. He confirms his suspicion as the hallway opens up into a private gambling den. He pauses to clear his throat to mask his focus while he scans the room for eyes watching him from the shadows. It is a bad bet to stand still for too long, so our lead adjusts his tie clip and clicks his recording gear into life. He blends into the background while a group of men sit around the green felt where a massive stack of chips waits for the next hand. The dealer maintains professional control over the table, calling for a short break to settle the books before the real money starts moving again. The dealer finishes settling the books, but Lee Junho pushes the papers away and refuses to check the work. He tells the man to just keep moving while Ji-seok laughs over the signature he won. The rival CEO is counting his future profits, mocking Junho with the idea that he might end up owning the entire company. Junho tells him to shut up, but his anger is a mask for how much this loss hurts. Dongjun watches from the side. The shape of the trap is clear. Junho is drowning. Issuing bonds like this is a move made by a man who has nowhere left to turn. The dealer ignores the heat and lists the next set of losses, reading off property deeds and apartment transfers that are gone. Junho stares at the table. Every year he spent clawing his way back vanished in a single night. Kim Ji-seok doesn't see the tragedy. He laughs and tells the man to win it back as if property and land were cheap plastic chips. Dongjun watches the cards fall and sees the cold truth of the high-stakes table. They are betting entire companies and stocks on a whim, because to these men the world is nothing more than a board game where they treat lives like play money. While the games continue elsewhere, the room where Hiram is trapped feels much smaller. Mr. P looms over her, and she can only stare up at him with nowhere left to turn. He stands still and lets the silence do the work. This is the part where it gets ugly. He doesn't need to say a word to show her who is in control. Hiram snaps and demands to know who this lunatic is, but he catches her wrist mid-swing with a grip that forces a cry of pain before pulling her inside as the elevator doors slide shut. Everything shifts into the dark as the professional mask falls away, and she stares at the predator she invited in. The game has changed. She is alone now with a man who no longer needs to pretend he's civilized. Hiram cries out as his grip tightens inside the dark library. Her demand for an explanation dies against his silence. She thrashes against him and screams for her freedom, but she has already lost the leverage she thought she had. The gaunt-faced kidnapper doesn't flinch. He only asks if he should let go, his voice flat and mocking. The truth hits the trapped woman. This is the part where it gets ugly, and there is no one left to hear her scream. He shoves her back into the towering stacks of books and laughs as she hits the floor. Now Mr. P looms over her, a predator savoring the win, as he tells her to stay flat and accept that the exit is gone. Mr. P looms over her in the shadows and tells her she's just trash, who is always going to end up on the floor. It doesn't matter how hard she tries to fight back, because the result is the same. Hiram is frozen. This is the part where her entire plan falls apart. The man she brought into her life leaves her with the warning that the next time they meet, she will be the one who finally destroys her own world. Night falls over the luxury villa, but for Lee Hiram, the quiet of the evening is just a surface-level lie. Sitting alone in her dressing room, the young woman now admits the truth. Her life is about to get a lot harder than she ever planned. Her associate had delivered the message to Woojin, claiming she was the one who sent it, which threw her into the middle of the game before she had her shoes tied. Since there is no way to undo the damage, she decides to stop running from the fallout. The CEO stares at her call log, where Woojin's name sits next to a dozen missed calls from a man she labeled a psycho, and accepts that the boy was right. She needs to change who she is to survive this. The phone starts buzzing on the counter again. She looks at the screen and accepts the truth. She is terrified. Lee Hiram braces herself for what's coming, taking a steady breath before she picks up the phone. On the other end of the line, the young executive demands to know how she tracked him down and why she had alcohol sent to his location. When he cuts in with an angry demand for her to come over immediately, Hiram cuts him off flatly, telling him that he is the one who needs to listen. He laughs it off, amused by her sudden defiance in what had otherwise been a boring day, and tells her to go ahead and speak her mind. She answers him with a lesson from a certain ordinary guy, that when someone keeps trying to crush you from above, you step right over them and climb to the top. Hiram is done with the old rules. She calls the whole game garbage and decides to follow the only advice that makes sense, smashes every obstacle to pieces and don't look back. Across the city, her brother is still playing the same old cards. He assumes this is just a fit because he told her to marry quietly and stay out of his way. He leans back in his luxury office and pretends to care. He claims he only wanted her to live a happy life without the stress her older siblings have to carry. It's a pathetic act, and Hiram sees right through it. She cuts him off mid-sentence, telling him she is done listening to the lies he calls advice. Even when he tries to bring their father into the fight to scare her, she doesn't skip a beat. The old man sits alone, feeling the weight of a family that is tearing itself apart. A scolding is the only thing waiting for her on that front, and she isn't afraid of it anymore. The young executive tries to poke holes in her story, asking if she really went through the trouble of hiring an errand boy for photos. He calls her a rat and claims he's the one who caught her. It's a desperate move to regain control. When the threats fail, he switches to a deal and asks why she's even bothering with this fight. He offers to call their older siblings and make the pressure about marriage or studying abroad disappear forever. Hiram watches her reflection in the dark glass. Does he really think a little peace is enough to make her walk away? This is her family, and she knows how little their promises are worth. Hiram scoffs at his move and reminds him that harassing people is what he does best, even though the man tries to play dumb. Our lead asks why he ruins businesses just to watch people suffer, and when the man snaps back, she ignores him and mentions how much the reporters will love this story. He tries to brush her off by asking since when she cared about his life, but her voice turns cold as she says someone almost died because of his games. The word death stops him for a heartbeat until the memory finally clicks. He remembers the girl who almost didn't make it. Instead of feeling guilt, a slow smile creeps onto his face. The young executive loses his mind at the city traffic, screaming at the cars ahead for blocking his path. He asks if his driver is wearing a seatbelt, and when the man says yes, he gives the cold order to just ram right through them. He doesn't think a normal person's time is worth the same as his. To him, any delay is a personal insult. This is a man who can shatter a stranger's phone and walk away without even thinking about an apology. In his head, he lives in a completely different world from the bastards who only exist to benefit from the taxes he pays. It's a bad bet to make, and he takes it every single day. Lee Junho treats the world like a vending machine. Tonight, he's decided Lee Hiram is the prize he's going to take. He shouts insults until his own friends call him a psycho, which makes the memory of her walking away a wound that won't close. He's used to being the one who discards people, not the one left behind in a club doorway. In the present, he tries to justify his rage to a woman with more power than him, but she only responds with an ultimatum giving him 7 days to pay off the victims or face the press. 1 week to undo years of arrogance. This is the first time his money has a job besides just making him look big. The young executive mocks Lee Hiram in his head, telling himself she is only making a clown of herself by trying to fight him. He claims he won't even blink at her threats, but his ego is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. The arrogance dies the second he steps into his father's office. Sit down. Hiram is already there, casual on the couch, waving at him as if they were actually friends. His father speaks from the shadows and says he heard Hiram had to step in and help him out. The executive just stares, his mind racing for a reply that isn't there. Help? That word doesn't even come close to what she did to him, and he knows it. This is the moment the power in the room shifts for good. His father tells the real story. Hiram swept the scandal under the rug before the press could catch wind of it. Since the executive apologized to his sister, the old man is willing to move on. But there is a catch. To make up for the risk to the group name, his father orders him to give up 30% of his company ownership to Hiram. 30%. That is enough to tip the balance of power in the family group forever. He can feel his grip on the legacy slipping away. He tries to argue the price is too high, but his father asks if he objects to the punishment. Then comes the final blow as his father asks if he even has the talent to earn that kind of money back on his own. The executive shuts his mouth and accepts the terms while Hiram watches from the sofa, seeing her brother forced into submission. The young executive stares at his sister as the full shape of the trap lands. He sees it now. Every step she took was a setup for this exact moment. This is the moment everything turns for the family legacy, and Shin Woo-jin is asking the prosecutor if a certain payment reached its goal yet. It did, but the man on the other end of the line is breathless because someone dropped off over $1 billion in a plain cardboard box. A simple note inside identifies the person who ruined the family business, leaving the prosecutor's brother staring down at a mountain of cash he never expected to see. The prosecutor yells into his phone and demands to know what kind of person would hand over that much money. Woo-jin tells him they need to meet in secret to talk about what is real. He provides a set of coordinates, and soon the prosecutor is sitting on a crowded bench at a local restaurant, waiting for a signal. The prosecutor is not used to waiting for anyone. He sits on a crowded bench outside a restaurant, fuming because this is the first time in his life he's ever had to stand in a line. When a patron asks him to move up a seat, he does it, but he can't stop complaining about why they had to meet at a place like this. His mood flips the second he spots Shin Woo-jin approaching, and he waves the boy over with an eagerness that feels almost desperate. He shouts that they finally reached the very front of the line, just as the staff calls for the next group. Woo-jin watches the display and realizes the man is much easier to lead than he expected. It's a good sign. There is still plenty of room to level him up for the future. The prosecutor keeps bragging about how he fought his way from the back of the line just to get here, and Woo-jin feeds his pride with a quick compliment. This is exactly what he needs for his long-term plans. Now, he just needs to poke at the man's real desires and see what happens. Empty nodes are not allowed. Captain Ye checks to make sure the emergency forensic analysis is moving, knowing that if the culprit destroys the evidence before the results are in, the whole case is lost. He stands in the dark office staring down at his desk. His partner watches the time hit noon and mentions it is finally time for lunch. The captain snaps and asks how food could be important right now, but the partner does not back down. He is not thinking about their own stomachs. The captain freezes as the schedule clicks. Woojin's routine is the only thing keeping this case together, so they have to stay on time. A colleague walks in and flips the lights, reminding them that it is time for the boy to eat. Ye reaches for his phone to ask Woojin what he wants while shouting for his partner to hurry up. While the police scramble to manage their witness, Woojin walks through a quiet residential alley with the destination in mind. As he moves through the neighborhood, Woojin answers the detective right as he pulls open a metal gate to head inside. Back at the station, Captain Ye is shouting so loud his partner has to cover his ears, but the captain doesn't notice. Woojin stays calm even as he admits he hasn't eaten yet while scanning the street. The detective is ready to pay for whatever the boy wants, so the protagonist drops the only answer that matters: sushi. It is a small reward for a witness who is holding the whole case together. They pull up to a local sushi spot, and as soon as they sit down, Woojin doesn't waste any time. Kim Tae-hyun watches the boy eat with a sinking feeling, having forgotten just how much a teenager can eat after inviting him out with so much confidence. Woojin is already 5 plates deep before the detective can even settle into his chair, and while Tae-hyun wants a total count just to brace for the bill, he stops to remember how this kid has carried the whole team. Tae-hyun even got promoted this month because of Woojin's help, so he finally forces a smile and tells the boy to eat until he's full, as the kid admits he really likes the egg sushi. As the meal gets underway, Shin Woojin tells Captain Kim Tae-hyun that he is going to focus on eating now, and when Tae-hyun tells him to drink some broth too, Woojin quietly agrees. Plates begin to stack up, but just as Tae-hyun watches with a sinking feeling, Woojin stops and thanks him for the meal. Tae-hyun stares in absolute shock, demanding to know why the boy is stopping so soon. Woojin leans in to explain that the price is too high for this quality, claiming it is normal to just taste a place and leave, while Tae-hyun desperately grabs his hands and insists he can eat as much as he wants. Woojin calmly shakes his head, admitting he has something else entirely in mind for dinner, leaving Tae-hyun completely speechless. Woojin isn't looking for a 5-star meal, he's looking for a target that the police can't even touch. Standing outside the restaurant, Woojin asks if the detective is joining him for a real meal now. Tae-hyun responds by asking if the crime scene is still preserved while putting on a friendly act and calling Woojin his little brother. The boy knows how this works. He has his eyes on a serial killer that the police can't seem to pin down, and news of the latest escape is already spreading and scaring the local neighborhood. Even his sister Bomi is caught up in the panic, warning him to stay safe after hearing about a stabbing near his school. Woojin isn't just catching criminals for the reward. These targets need to go because they fuel his parents' anxiety, and he intends to pull every one of them out of the shadows. Inside the restaurant, Captain Ye stares down the bill with a look of regret. He tries to argue they didn't eat that much, but the chef just points out they only picked the most expensive plates. Watching the detective sweat over the cost, Woojin knows he needs to keep leveling up his partner's wallet for future hunts. He doesn't know it yet, but this is the last quiet moment he gets before things turn dark. As they step out into the night, Woojin gives a quick thanks for the meal. His mind shifts back to the promise he made to himself. These monsters have to be removed from his world. The quiet doesn't last long as a heavy storm breaks over a nearby apartment complex. The rain pours down until the units start to flood and the kitchen sinks overflow. It was the perfect cover for a crime. Woojin already has the details. The time of death was 1 in the morning, right when the storm was at its worst. He knows the flooding isn't an accident. It's part of the scene. Woojin studies the profile of the victim, a 46-year-old laborer named Kim Seong-fil who lived hard and drank even harder. The protagonist sees a pattern in the file. This was a man who lacked patience, kept to himself, and lived on impulse. Detective Kim watches him from the driver's seat and asks if he is ready to flip the page. As they move through the neighborhood, the detective mentions a clue that the victim might have left behind. They pull into a cramped apartment parking lot, where the detective grumbles about the lack of space until they finally step out. Woojin looks around the building entrance and asks where they parked, and the detective admits they had to leave the car at a church next door. A security camera hangs right above the door, watching everyone who enters. Our lead looks at the tech and asks if the feed caught anything at all. Captain Yi explains the security camera is useless because the cracked housing let rain flood the screen. Woojin notes how some landlords pick the worst places to save $1 before following the detective up the stairs. They move past a uniformed officer and climb toward the floor where the crime happened. Yellow police tape blocks the path at the top. Captain Yi asks if they're ready to head in, and when Woojin gives him a nod, he prepares to step into a memory. This is the moment everything turns. Our protagonist mentally returns to the day of the incident, recalling that the first obstacle he hit that night was the door being locked. The first obstacle was the electronic keypad, a small glowing lock that kept the world out. He pushes the door open and steps into a room lost to a flood. The water is the first thing he feels as he steps inside. His sneakers sink into the pool, sending ripples past trash and empty beer bottles as he moves deeper into the dark. The apartment is a total wreck, filled with cluttered shelves and junk that looks like it hasn't been touched in weeks. This is the man at the center of the memory. He watches the ruin with a cold look, already planning his next move in a world that doesn't care if he survives. The running faucet is the only sound until his accomplice finds that the sink was rigged to overflow on purpose, as water spills over the edge to claim the floor. The apartment is a tomb as the man stands over the victim, and he notices a smudge of blood on the wall as he kneels in the flood to check the dying message. The man moves through the shadows with a calm focus, his eyes locked onto the body as he begins to read the room. He points out the blood spatters on the wall, noting how the pattern matches a strike from a blunt object that sent blood spraying as the weapon fell. Captain Ye points to a blue mess on the floor that looks like a dying message, though the water has smeared the ink until the police can't tell if it says 201 or 401. Naturally, the detective is stuck on the digits, but Woojin stays silent and looks at the crime scene from a different angle. Is it really a message, or just a trick to slow them down? He studies the blood splatter on the right wall while Ye admits the team has hit a wall. They know the killer used a blunt instrument, but they can't figure out what it was. Ye presses for an answer, and when Woojin claims he's already found his man, the detective almost chokes on the words. Woojin says they just need to find the weapon the killer hid with a simple trick. Rain hammers the street outside. Where would the killer hide something like that? Ye is losing his patience because they don't even know what the weapon is, making the search feel like a blind guess. If he can't find it tonight, the killer walks. He can't let that happen. Down in the morgue, a camera flash cuts through the dark as the medical team takes photos of the damage. The police can't find the murder weapon, and the crime scene looks like a total dead end. But sometimes the truth isn't hidden in the blood, it's hidden in a puddle of water on the floor. Captain Ye walks through the forensics and explains how the inspection ruled out standard weapons like hammers or bricks. The trauma looks like a toilet strike even though no ceramic residue was found at the scene. Since nothing was stolen, it's clear the killer brought their own weapon. Woojin remains silent as he moves across the kitchen floor to stare at standing water near the stove. He asks what's wrong, but our lead is already focused on a piece of sheet paper that looks slightly warped. The detective says it's only from being submerged, but once Woojin asks why the water was there at all, the truth finally lands. The culprit's plan worked. Captain Yi admits the case is slipping away, but Shin Woojin breaks down the medical reality, pointing out that the blow wasn't severe enough to cause instant death from shock or bleeding. Instead, the fatal injury was an epidural hematoma from a skull fracture with zero signs of overkill. That window of temporary mental clarity, a lucid interval, would have given the victim a chance to leave a dying message. Turning to Captain Ye, Shin Woojin leaves the detective demanding to know who pulled it off. Shin Woojin weighs the obvious suspects, Im Kyung-an and Ju Hae-yeon, but he tears their photos in half because the math of the crime just doesn't add up for them. Captain Ye can't believe it, arguing that their motives are obvious, but following neighborhood gossip about noise or gambling is the fastest way to miss the real culprit. The real killer is closer than either of them thinks. A single eye watches them from the cracks of a door that was never fully shut, and as long as they focus on the obvious leads, they are exactly where the killer wants them. The captain can hardly believe it. Was there really a hidden person he missed during the entire investigation? Woojin doesn't hesitate. He reveals the dying message wasn't a final act, but a fake clue planted by a killer who planned the deception from the start. The culprit avoided overkill just so a message could be left, making the wall a calculated choice because they knew the floor would flood. Captain Ye argues that if the victim woke up after the floor was already underwater, they would have no choice but to write on the wall. To the detective, that logic seems right. But then Woojin drops the hammer. The victim didn't make this message. Those blurred numbers didn't get messy because the water touched them, but because the culprit wrote them to be unreadable from the very beginning. It was all a trick to make it look like the water did the damage. Woojin points out that water should wash bloodstains downward. This looks like ink soaking into paper because these blurry numbers were never an accident. The killer's goal was to cause confusion, and the plan worked while the detective wasted the golden hour chasing Ju Hae-yeon and Im Kyung-han. Woojin explains that the blurred message was protected by what he calls a water shield effect. The logic is simple. The killer dragged the victim's hand under the sink to leave a note that would lead the police elsewhere. Riding under the basin was a dangerous choice because any splashing water from an overflow would have destroyed the blood. The culprit put too much effort into framing the neighbors to let the message smudge on the bathroom floor. They used heat to make the blood proteins harden into a surface that water couldn't dissolve. The goal was to keep the numbers readable at all costs. One click of a lighter made the lie permanent. Woojin rules out a lighter because it would leave soot, noting instead that the culprit used the hairdryer and power strip found in the room to cook the blood. This heat triggered a reaction that warped the paper in a way cold water never would. Captain Yi can only watch as his investigation falls apart, forced to admit he assumed the blood hardened over time. The killer won because the police focused on the numbers while being led in circles by their suspects. It was a simple trick, and it bought the killer all the time they needed. The fake message did what it was supposed to do, and it gave the killer time to drop the real evidence into the dark where no one could find it. Captain Ye watches their reflection in the glass and wonders what kind of person plans this far ahead. The killer planned for every small move, and it worked. He can tell Woojin has a name in mind while the boy shows him the weather report on his phone. The forecast called for heavy rain to hit the area late that evening. It was the perfect cover for a murder. The rain wasn't just luck, it was a weapon. Captain Ye studies the screen, surprised that a weather forecast was right for a change. Woojin explains the killer checked the weather beforehand to use the downpour as a shield against the cameras. But the rainwater left its own traces, so the killer let the sink overflow until the apartment floor was washed clean. This level of logic and quick thinking points to someone educated and intelligent. They knew the victim well enough to watch his parking lot fights, and they knew the neighbors well enough to hear their small complaints about noise. We are looking for a ghost who can dominate the entire scene. Water drips steadily from the vent and pools on the floor of the dark kitchen. Woojin stares at the refrigerator, which is covered in magnets and photos that belong to a life still being lived. He asks if the forensics team already cleared out the inside, and Captain Ye confirms it because they didn't want to miss a single thing. Woojin looks at the crime scene photos of the empty shelves and the frost left behind. Then he compares them to how the fridge looked before it was emptied. The layout of the food is different. The killer stayed behind to move things around, and he even left the trash to pile up so the apartment would look untouched. Captain Ye notices the shift in the air and asks what's wrong, but Woojin is already miles ahead, grasping the one thing they all missed: a weapon that vanishes as time passes. Using something so common as a killing tool was a clever move, and the protagonist has to admit the culprit is smart. The killer looked for something that would melt away long before the police arrived. Woojin tells the detective that something essential is missing from the room, pointing out that there isn't a water purifier anywhere in the house. The victim relied on bottled water and froze it solid to drink. It was a habit that meant fighting with frozen blocks just to get a single sip. The frost in the freezer shows traces of 2 large bottles that used to be there, but looking through the trash, they only find one. Where is the second bottle? Captain Ye says forensics took the bottle, but Woojin checks the photos and confirms there is only one large bottle in the trash. Maybe the victim took it to work. Still, a frozen bottle matches the wounds and vanishes once it melts, so one missing bottle is a huge red flag. The detective asks if the killer walked out with the weapon. Woojin says the killer saw the bottle and decided it was easier to hide than the tool they brought. This was a snap choice by someone who knows the habits of every person in this complex. The best place to hide is right in front of everyone. A resident shouts at the manager about his pay, and since everyone thinks the guy is useless, a killer could take advantage of their relationships and walk into any apartment without looking suspicious. While the rain hammers against the windows, Shin Woojin turns his focus to the murder motive. Why would someone go through this much effort for a neighbor? It has to be more than a simple grudge. The reconstruction begins with a late-night knock, and the victim pulls open the door to grumble about a visitor who showed up empty-handed. He assumes he's still in control of the situation as he turns away to check for any leftover alcohol, unaware that the killer is only looking for a weapon. By the time the man turns back, the neighbor who felt like a nuisance has already become a lethal threat. The victim never even saw the hand reaching for the bottle. He was dead before he could even process the betrayal. Woojin watches the rain and realizes the killer didn't just get lucky. They knew exactly when the security cameras would go blind. The suspect list just got very small. It points to someone with total access, and there is only one candidate left. Could it be the security guard? The ice weapon melts away in the rain, leaving an ordinary plastic bottle that vanishes into the recycling bins, while Shin Woojin asks Kim Tae-hyun about the morning trash collection schedule. The timeline snaps into focus with a cold jolt, making it clear the evidence is already at the municipal dump, which brings his attention straight to the security guard playing the role of a helpful bystander to monitor the police investigation from the inside. There is no time left to sit around. Woojin rushes to intercept him before anything else disappears. Woojin finishes up with a neighbor who promises him a meal for his help, but his mind is already miles away from a free dinner. Down in the parking lot, Captain Ye shouts for the forensics team, while Gi-cheol asks if something turned up, which leads to a strange answer. He found the weapon, but he still needs the team to go find it. The answer sits in the recycling bins, where everyday trash hides a lethal secret, and now the race is on to pull the proof from the pile before the trucks carry it away forever.